Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions, use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, welcome to 2024 PMSL SEA Summer League Week 3 Day 2. And now I'm here with Lloyd Talks. Say hi.
Chào các bạn.
Hello
everyone.
Finally, I heard the hello in Vietnam language. Okay, you guys must enter the Super Weekend this week in order to get into the Grand Final round. Will you make any adjustment or strategy change to the team gameplay in order to maintain at the top 8 in this week?
Đội của em sẽ phải vào Super Sunday tuần này để có thể tham gia vòng chung kết. Thì em sẽ có những cái sự thay đổi hoặc là thay đổi chiến thuật như thế nào để có thể có mặt trong top 8 của tuần này.
Team em đã có thay đổi để vào top 8 tuần này, đó là đưa tài năng trẻ Louis vô sân.
I think we have some change in terms of strategies is that we bring our young talent Louis into the roster today.
Oh my god, so maybe it's have a big change, right? Okay, I wait for the big change. Coming to last week of league stage, which team or player do you consider your biggest rival? How are you prepared to face them?
Nghĩa là trong cái tuần này thì em nghĩ là đội nào hoặc là tuyển thủ nào là đối thủ đáng gờm của mình và em sẽ phải đối mặt với chuẩn bị như thế nào để đối mặt với họ.
Tuyển thủ mà trong tuần này bọn em đáng gờm nhất là Chris VIP. Tuy thứ hạng của team đấy không cao nhưng mà lối bắn của Chris VIP rất là háo chiến.
I think our biggest rival for this week is the Rift, and if because I think they are not in a good position today, but their play style is a little bit aggressive, so I will look out for them.
Are you scared?
Em có sợ không?
Em không sợ.
I'm not scared, but just look out for them.
Okay, so keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Okay, the last thing, words to your fan from Vietnam.
Em có lời nhắn gửi gì đến người hâm mộ ở Việt Nam không?
Em cảm ơn tất cả các bạn Việt Nam đã ủng hộ tất cả người Việt Nam. Em xin hết.
I would like to thank you all the fans in Vietnam for supporting all Vietnam teams that participating in this PMSL.
And for your fans, for your team fans.
Đội fan của đội mình thì sao?
Em cảm ơn các bạn fan của ROY Esports đã luôn ủng hộ team trong tất cả giải đấu.
And I would like to thank all fans like from ROY Esports. You guys have supported us for all the tournaments that we participated in.
Okay, please support them to go to the grand final round. And now, thank you, Roy Cha, for the interview. And now, go back to the casters for the first game.
True enough, support your favorite team, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024, and we're in day number 2 of week number 3. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo, and today we will be introducing Group B.
Yeah, speaking of Group B, and I think they definitely heard our shouts before, where we actually requested for Roy interview, and we finally got it. So I don't think we have any teams that never been interviewed before, right?
You're asking me to my goldfish memory.
I'm trying to
I don't
recall
know.
at the same time. I don't think we have any team that's not being interviewed by now. Everybody got the
keep track
interview.
on who gets interviewed. It's just, yeah, it's just not our thing at the casters desk. You know, we keep track of other stuff perhaps.
But we did get a bit of insight for Roy, and that's going to be something that everybody can learn from as well. It feels like they definitely have mentally prepared themselves when it comes to the final weekend.
Yes, so Roy is definitely one of those teams who must no nego get into the Super Sunday. But here are the groups, ladies and gentlemen, and of course in the third week we reach out for the groups, and if you don't see your favorite team play today, they're probably in a different group. And today we're going to focus on the Group B as well as C. So welcome PUBG Esports, FaZe Clan, and everyone else in Group B. But we have to fear the big boy, Alter Ego.
And despite the Xaviers just having their first day, I think it's across the entire league stage, because we do have the Xaviers and Boom in the list as well. But we still have to give respect, a lot of respect for Alter Ego when it comes to Gunslinger. They still actually dish up the most. But coming up from the Xaviers, RRQ and Boom, 1,100 over in just plus and minus a tiny bit of just difference.
And for this guy, it's not a tiny bit difference. Look at the difference between Rosemary and Tony K. 0.3. If you compare Tony K with everyone else, like Yoru, 0.1, and then you got Lamborghini, 0.1 difference as well with Yoru in terms of knocks. So this guy is definitely playing on the league of his own.
Yeah, speaking of Rosemary, I think we can get a bit of Rosemary POV here, but especially when it comes to the entire team of Alter Ego, everybody has been pulling off their weight down there. But we noticed that a lot of third party in coming out from Rosemary. Look at this. He always plays a lot of long distance and leaves the front line to his boy Chile Hans for you these days.
Yes, and he has been practicing this since the off-season tournament. I noticed that as well. Play more of a support role, but even though he plays that sort of role, but he's still able to gain that many elimination points. But I guess that's also part of Alter Ego's strategy to really balance out on the over-dependence onto Rosemary. Now for Vampire Esports, their first Super Sunday wasn't that great. They only managed to get 8 points, but after that they have been on the roll, especially yesterday.
True. When it comes to week 2, that was the building up of the momentum week for the side of Empires. Week 3, it feels like the execution seems to be in perfection for the lineup.
Yes, and the way that they have played is similar to, it's a reminiscence to how they played in the PMWI, where they won the double championship. And it's very aggressive. They can play by the side, they clear off teams on the side. And let's see if Vampire Esports can continue their momentum today. But here is the overall ranking. So, as usual, we'll be looking at who is going to be in the top 8 in the group stage.
And so far, the magical number is going to be starting over to the Tria Team Secret. Speaking of Alter Ego Vampires, it will be a tight race for number 1 as well. 10-point cap. A second page, 33 and 32. 1 point difference so far, Cloud.
Yeah, so it's really close. I mean, we only played 1 day, so every team would have at least 2 days to be played. Now, the only team so far with the single digit is going to be GEEK, and today GEEK is not playing, so there's nothing they can do about that until tomorrow, that is.
Now, starting off for our day here, definitely it's going to be with Sunhawk as per usual. There's no change of map rotation. Good news for us, all of us then. as well as the players. Then we're going to head into triple wrangle, but before we head to the third wrangle of the day, we have a bit of a break in between just to have the players to reset themselves, to rework with the coaching staff what need to change for the second half of the day. Then we're going to finish off Mirama by the end of today. And don't forget about the GMT +7 if you guys are from a different time zone.
Yeah, do adjust it according to your respective time zone, that is. So do take note. But anyway, if you guys have been watching like week 1, week 2, I mean it's week 3 now, it is the same sequence anyway.
True, and speaking of week 1, week 2, we do know most teams up there pretty consistent throughout the entirety of the league. Week 1 they're in Super Sunday, week 2 as well. Week 3, high chance they're still going to get into the Super Sundays anyway, but we're talking about the teams that have never been to the Super Sundays, man.
Oh yeah, and we will be introducing some teams here from Group B who have not been into Super Sunday at all. Names like TODAK, they will need to get in. Names like Roy, they will need to get in as well. So glad we had the interview with Roy, so we heard from them, and hopefully that interview would be whatever they say in the interview will be able to translate into the battlefield. Because if we looked at, there are other teams as well who are desperate for points. Yesterday, one of them is a Team Secret, and so far they're doing pretty okay.
I personally feel like Team Secret have tried their best and putting all the effort they can possibly do, capable of pushing their numbers up compared to week number 2. Week number 1 wasn't so bad actually coming from the side of Team Secret, but it just feels like they slightly need a bit of a more push compared to now. I feel like when they're desperate enough, they're willing to go for more.
Yes, and these teams to focus, in which we think that they need to go for more. So like for myself, it's going to be TODAK, Roy. I think these are obvious choices because they have not been to Super Sunday at all. VOIN, they've been to Super Sunday once, but once is not enough for them because they were still on the outside of top 16 when it comes to the league points. So they must enter this Super Sunday in order for them to have a chance to beat the Grand Finals too.
I agree, because VOIN basically is at the borderline between 16 and 17 place when it comes to the overall league points. But we talked about the teams that never get themselves in the Super Sunday. That's going to be on my list. Plus the teams that never get a chicken dinner, still on my list too. So there's going to be a lot of milestones for these teams, especially TODAK, Roy, and probably even Team Secret. Well, they almost got it yesterday for Team Secret, that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was the weirdest. So many weird stuff. That was the arguably the most botched chicken dinner of them all. Probably going to be the one to stay up there till the end of the season. But speaking of staying though, so I noticed that IM Pro is back in the lineup for Chris VIP, and I wonder how much it will change for him being in the lineup, since he does carry a lot of experience, but it needs to be translated into action. Let's see if it happens inside of Sanhok now.
It's gonna be the last Sanhok for certain teams when it comes to the group stage, of course, which is gonna be coming up from Group C. And today it will be the last group stage day for Group C, by the way. There's gonna be Alter Ego, Talon Esports, Crib VIP, YOODO O2, Vembai Esports, Team NKT, Secret, IQOO. So these 8 teams will have to play their best here today.
Yeah, and in your list includes Alter Ego. I happen to look at the average points chart on the left side, and Alter Ego is the only team with double-digit average points inside of Sanhok. So this is going to be insane for them. And of course, no Rosemary, no party. You got to have him up there as well as one of the top average damage across all the other teams. And based on their regular drop inside of Camp Alpha Island, they're hardly challenged by other teams.
Now we're looking at any potential first contact between the teams, and so far nobody willing to take a bit of a outside of their comfort zone to just provoke. But when it comes to the numbers, well, Alter Ego, these Xaviers do love a bit of Sanhok, man. Boom, not surprised, so they're definitely going to focus more towards the wrangle. But we're looking at Chaos Circle all the way north.
Yeah, and Boom Esports, restarting their week 3, have the circle right on top of them, so a big advantage for Boom Esports. They can take their time to loot, and they can pick whichever spot that they want to be in at the stage. But I'll be interested to see as well if the circle does go to Paradise Resort, because Xavier is there and they are very hard on protecting Paradise Resort. It will be a very interesting defense if the circle goes there.
Gonna have to wait and see, but if the circle still comprises a lot of water ratio in it, the next even stage number 2 won't be enough land space for the players to take over to share even on top of the northern side. But we don't have any skirmishes early on, but we can expect Boom and probably the Xavier will try to just engage in certain initiation of fights, possibly, especially Boom though. They definitely have their hands itchy right now. Didn't play yesterday.
Yeah, so they had an extended break as compared to the rest, but that also means that they have another kind of advantage in which they not only play today, but they also play tomorrow. So whatever happens today, let's say, whatever happens today, they still have control of what might happen tomorrow, rather than you sitting back and not able to play. So that's especially for teams in Group C, that they cannot control their fate if they are like by the borderline, just like how Xavier pushed out Vampire Esports in week 1.
True. Now back to Exalted Ego. It seems like, the rest of the teams also on top of FaZe Clan here. I think there's going to be a bootcamp area, so it's going to be clear and empty out, so no problem so far. The Xaviers, on the other hand, we've seen their, how do I say it, phenomenal run when it comes to the week number 1 Super Sunday. Then week number 2 seems like have a bit of momentum on the early half of week number 2, then they start to drop it a tiny bit. I don't know how they will actually work when it comes to week number 3.
Well, I guess that will be answered today, since today is their first day in the campaign as well. However, FaZe Clan, they always have this record of coming up in the later stages of the tournament for some reason, even at the PMGC stage as well. So maybe this time they might be the one to do that kind of move again. But of course, if that's always the case, then not a big fan of it, because it just means that you're always kind of stuck to like just doing enough at the end of the day.
Doing enough will be enough, that's a question as well, because we talked about this before, Cloud. Even if the teams that didn't make it through the Super Sunday ever, if they actually manage to squeeze through the final Super Sunday, will be enough for them to push the numbers up in only with 1 Super Sunday.
Well, for FaZe Clan, at least the good news for them is that they have entered 2 Super Sundays, so it's a matter of them getting as many points as possible to start at the Grand Finals. So I'm not too worried about FaZe Clan at this point, and I'm pretty sure based on their track record, so we'll see them in the 3rd Super Sunday. So yeah, it's a matter of what will their starting Grand Final points be.
On the side of Boom tapping out towards the side of FaZe Clan, there's going to be around 200 meters apart from FaZe Clan here. Just giving some warning shots from afar. I don't think there will be any clipping unless Vampire's not really happy with them being poked from the side and try to just rush into where Boom's warehouse is at. But I do note that there's some Xavier's players right across them. I think they definitely heard the shots just now.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Resort is just across Mon 9, so not the spot that they want to try to crash in, with the fear of the risk of potentially third partying. And still stage 1 with all 64 players intact. No advantage in terms of knocks or no hard reason to get the spot where Boom Esports is at. So it's more of like just setting their perimeter and telling Boom Esports that, hey, you know, whatever happens, especially when the circle goes towards them, don't come near. Or be prepared to fight if you want to come near.
Mostly the engagement quite early, they've been poked early on by warning shots. Those two teams won't actually clash with each other because they know that, oh, the fact that you're provoking me from afar, it means that how confident you are with your firepower. So we definitely know that you have prepared yourself. They have their guards up, so they definitely know how to defend it if they were to rush in. So I think that's why many of the cases in early fights, they don't really want to fight each other. The teams are quite aggressive early on, especially when they had those warning shots. But also maybe the fact that it's a bit too early. We do know first stage nobody wants to be the one that eliminated first because there will be no placement points, and it's quite a risk if they don't secure any eliminations. Plus, it's quite an unnecessary conflict. But speaking of conflict, XERXIA have a different idea.
And TODAK conflicted with XERXIA, and the IGL Tam is out together with Iftar, so 2 early casualties for TODAK as they try to rotate to the northern side. Happen to be XERXIA gatekeeping the area where they move towards. And now TODAK, rolling Lynx and also Cleon left. The 2 Indonesian imports for TODAK. Now we need to depend on each other to only gain as many placement points as possible, because with only 2 players, it's going to be kind of hard to even gain a lot of elimination points.
True. Play it safe. Just go for the top 5 or top 8 even. Even top 8 is good enough if they can secure themselves 4 eliminations down there while waiting for the teams to rotate. Speaking of the teams that are rotating, Great VIP being spotted out by, I think that's probably NKT right across them. But we do have the circle update here. When speaking of teams that will rotate very late, YOODO O2 just crossing about Painam. Vampires might clash with TALON. On the right side, RRQ is taking a very long rotation.
Playing by the side coming in. Very, very safe approach by RRQ, which is absolutely fine. Because so far in all our Sandhogs, of course it depends on the circle, but in all our Sandhogs, for the most part, we have not seen this kind of very side-ish rotation. So maybe they kind of anticipated that, hey, you know what? The probability for being spotted out is kind of low with this kind of rotation. Let's do it once, and if it happens, this kind of circle again in the future, then we'll think about it later. But here's the replay of whatever happened to Sam as well as Victor.
He goes straight into the crosshair of XERXIA. I mean, everybody wanted to open fire in that direction anyway. It was a straight line. It was a clear and fast coming up from XERXIA, but how fast can they run away when they are pretty much in the same situation where they actually fight on people before? RRQ will not let them go!
Well, looks like they're going to take the opportunity. Okay, but they're still on the outside of the circle though. Nopeko very, very close to being knocked. Ooh, that is a close one. However, XERXIA, they do have RRQ kind of surrounded. But look at the elimination feed. Team Secret. So was knocked. And let's not forget that Team Secret must get into the Super Sunday.
True, Team Secret, they're pretty much stronger than they were before, but they have to keep their consistency. I don't want to even jeopardize the entirety of the overall rankings, but RRQ is going to be the team that will not back down from any fight. XERXIA on the other end, also the team's in the same mindset, but MegaMind couldn't spot any players across his crosshair. And on the side of RRQ, they're trying to approach on 2 different angles. Here comes the rest of the team.
And now Asa knows where MegaMind is at together with RNJ. But they have to make this fast because the zone will arrive onto the members of RRQ. Nade onto Asa. Lucky enough for him, there's a stone right in front of Asa, so he's A-OK. MegaMind knocked down by Nepeko's flag.
They need to wrap things up quickly. The blue zone is here, burning them quite alive. Asa trying to spot out the one that actually coming up from behind. The 2 players left of XERXIA. He'll be after XERXIA trying to flee the scene. But can they make it through? He fire back, and it's going to be RQ. Will lose probably Snake with the blue zone taking his life out. And Urzi just easily translate into 1 point. But Urzi, he needs to leave as well. I'm not sure if he has any vehicle for himself.
Well, looks like he needs to hold on to this area to get this, but MORPH X is down. And now it's exit time, but a little bit of a risk here if he exits because the Peko went for the flank. So even if he exits in time, the Peko will be there to take him down. Now Urzi pinned down in his building. BBS held by Asar, and that is going to be the end for Urzi. RRQ, what a great comeback against the defense of XERXIA.
Yep. That one trick pretty much worth it for the side of an entire crew of XERXIA. Well, translating them from the 3-point elimination of XERXIA, but next we have Vampire. Tony K spotted out Kid and finish off in an instant. A crispy, clean execution down there. Tony K trying to find another target with his AUG 4 times killed as well. But the Blues start to arrive, but lucky enough they're still in the circle. But the next circle will still be blessed by it, or the circle will keep on shifting towards the north.
Well, let's see. Looks like it goes somewhere towards the left side. And Alter Ego, best spot possible with this kind of circle. They do have that elevation. They do have compound. And as usual, Alter Ego very, very confident in that spread. And they're still doing that with this kind of situation. Now, on the other side, VOIN Donkeys. One knockdown onto their side with Rocky on his knees. But they do have the advantage against Roy, who's in the water now.
Swimming for their life. Roy tried to avoid conflicts early on, but tried to dock themselves around the beach area. But the problem is, Boo Boo and VOIN waited for this moment for quite some time now. They parked themselves here just to wait for the teams that happen to be resulting. I don't know what happened to TODAK. Seems like they're being ambushed by Team Secret.
Yeah. Wish we could have a visual, hopefully a replay later on with the last two members of TODAK, Lynx as well as Cleon, eliminated without any point in round number 1. And for Roy, well, they're still on the outside of the circle, but a little bit of gatekeeping towards them by VOIN Donkeys. Hopefully they'll be able to dock themselves at least, because they definitely need to reset themselves.
Talked about duo players. YOODO 2 seems to be in the same boat as TODAK, but VOIN Donkeys put it out tough anyhow. But Team Secret, they're gonna go for the next one. IQOO be the next target. PIGMY against YOODO 2. While Fredo bleeding out, it's gonna be Jumper clutching up for the entire team, but not just yet. Still going around the window area. Jumper fighting the last member of VIP 1v1, while the rest still bleeding out outside.
Well, at the same time, another team's actually shooting towards their direction. And that could be from Team Secret. But here we go. Asa taken out by SOAS. So that's going to be RRQ losing another player. While for the other teams around them, we got FaZe Clan here together with PUBG Esports. Lots of heavyweights around this area.
True. Team Secret so far, nobody's trying to compete with the positions here, but they're not really having those elevations. There are a couple of teams behind them on top of those hills just behind the compound. But YOODO 2 circled down into one player, Jumper cornered down, but he still fought back. Oh, 1 HP! And knock him down! Close enough! Finally got it, secures it. Now 1v1, but he didn't manage to reset Newbies.
Newbies from the back, but heavy casualty for the side of Crit VIP. Now only one player left, and that's going to be Newbies. And Octa saw the commotion. So if Newbies overstepped himself on the outside, then Octa could potentially take him out. So Newbies now, no choice but to play safe, but Flex not safe enough. Spider-Tan mowed them down.
Now, for NKT, if they're not being careful enough, it's going to be Boom trying to third-party them all the way. But YOODO Alliance, they're fighting back against NKT. Finish off a couple of members while the circle shifted right on top of Alter Ego. Since yesterday, Alter Ego has been in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, circle definitely has been favoring them. They kind of let go of that high ground house just on their south side. But it's okay. They still get it. They still manage to get it together at the lower ground. Somewhere in the middle of the circle. As for NKT, no circle at all. And they have a lot of company in this area, including Xavier in front of them, with Lamborghini busy with YOODO Alliance.
Quite a number of teams on top of Totmok right now fighting for their way into the safe zone. While NKT, he got himself UAZ for the god. He can actually just flee and just try to pray. Hopefully the sprays won't connect. But for Crate VIP Newbies, this is going to be the last member here, and that's gone even for Crate VIP. He didn't score any, he got 2 eliminations, but for Vampires, this is going to be the fight of the Titans, the top contenders between them and Alter Ego.
Wow, Lamborghini getting triple F now. Basically managing 2 teams at the same time. Team Xavier pretty busy despite them having only 2 players left. And in the circle, of course, but the compound is still Alter Ego. Vampire Esports across them. But on the outside, YOODO Alliance, and they look! Taken out by the god, but the god too low of a health. Not able to heal up at all. And they got eliminated right next to YOODO Alliance.
Just 1 second, they managed to secure that 1 more eliminations in the very last minute before he went down as well. Valiant effort, but still they got himself extra points. But Vampires still having a long-range shot between them and Alter Ego. It seems to be Boom happen to be interested as well in a different fight against VOIN Donkey. But we don't know Boom. Well, they're being eliminated, most of the team members. But this is not the map they love to play.
They love to spray, and with that spray, they got a final member of PUBG Esports eliminated at number 10 with 2 elimination points. Not the start that PUBG Esports would have wanted, but then again, they probably will be able to do better in the bigger map called Irango.
Now, you actually mentioned when it comes to Team to Focus, it's going to be VOIN Donkey. Definitely, they played up. They definitely have been leveled up when it comes to the final week of the league stage here, with 5 eliminations across the board. Now, an Alter Ego from Vampires before they shift their attention towards FaZe Clan next.
it's great to see VOIN Donkey game. Like how Team Seeker stepped up yesterday. But SOAS, Sweeter stepping up. Nice long range to finish off Mela. And now he can make his way into the circle. Okay, let's see. Are they going to go straight in? Or are they going to take the fight against RRQ? Couple of options here for Team Seeker.
Or they can just go all the way north if needed to. This is quite concentrated around the southern side of a circle, but FaZe, where those shots came from, it's going to be from a VOIN up on the hill there. Got himself quite some elevation to see a clear view to the side of FaZe Clan. Now Onzas do have some very temporary covers, but he needs to hold the ground, but at the same time will not permit him to do so. 15 seconds away and he needs to advance, but how to cross just where VOIN stands?
Yeah, that's going to be the big worry here for Onzas. He does have 3 first aids, 1 medkit. I don't know how long this will last for him. As for SOAS, Team Seeker, Rosemary, long range. To finish off SOAS, that is the end of SOAS from Team Seeker this round. But he still has 3 other teammates still alive with 7 points. But can't say the same for D Xerxia. They got eliminated at number 9.
8 teams left, with 4 in the backs of Alter Ego still having a full squad, and VOIN Donkey have 6 eliminations with the full squad as well. This is their first map and first day for week number 3 here, coming up from the side of VOIN Donkey. What an aggressive approach when it comes to the final week. But now see an exchange of Nate. None of them seems to be clear, but Tony K drop a big one on Talon's red face.
And Misery now on the other side alone without red face. Tony K prepping up another nade. But Misery moved himself. Now Tony K is going to go in for the frontal attack. Prepping up another nade as well. Misery on the outside. The nade will be raided by Misery. But Misery, oh, so much damage onto Misery. Even if Fluke doesn't take him out, it's definitely going to be the Blue.
The way Tony K just having those reading out his game sense, that's the difference between a legendary player and a great player down there. The way he calculated and just manipulated the teams of Talon, Misery just now, exactly where he wants him at. FaZe Clan will have to be eliminated next. We do have Team Secret GK hugging the walls, the corner of the walls here. Can he actually squeeze through from towards the outside?
He could probably still navigate through, but definitely not much space. But Roy eliminated at number 7. Tony K, however, caught up by Axel. Now, Axel seems to be out of nades. Now it's Tony K's turn. He lost the nade in. Axel in trouble. 50% of how shredded. But the moment Tony K showed himself, Maxis was ready for it.
VOIN Donkey just help Talon in the process accidentally. It's going to be a 1v1 between VOIN Donkey. Not really, they still have a full squad. 7 eliminations. Team Secret also having a 7. But for RRQ, they are in shambles. Only left with only 1 player here. There's going to be a lot of solo teams. It's going to be Talon, RRQ, and Team Secret. VOIN Donkey have a high chance of winning the chicken dinner. Seeing this for Alter Ego.
Oh, for Napeko though, last man standing. A lot of eyes onto him. He's making his run into the circle and somehow he managed to survive it. And good. One Donkey with Alter Ego. Man, it's going to be between these 2 teams to score the chicken dinner for sure.
True. With the first placement team right now, they are on the second day. VOIN, this is their first map. How great can they be when it comes to maintaining the momentum throughout the entire week? But for RQ, Peko will just hide it out and wait for the right time to peak. But he's barely getting in the safe zone. For Axel, it's going to be a healing game for him.
Yeah, definitely hold on to the spot for as long as possible. But for Talon, that's pretty much going to be about it. Because they're moving to stage 7. And that's going to drain a lot of his health. But we're going to get a frontal approach here by Alter Ego. Onto VOIN Donkeys with Rosemary down.
Rosemary trying to check things out for the side of Alter Ego. Didn't see that one with just between the rocks. VOIN Donkey is behind it himself. Take covers. Here comes the Nate Rocky 88 with a DBS going in to charge with the rest of the members of Alter Ego who tried to save Rosemary. Alva just giving support fire and cover fire from the backside. But look at Razak. He's going all the way off flank, off angle. Boychill might spot out Maxius. But next is going to be Octa coming up from behind. They are surrounded despite they got 1 man knocked down just now for Alter Ego. VOIN Donkey, they have a full squad. They have to be careful about their flanks.
Honestly, amazing backup here to revive Rosemary. Now he's back up. Okay, he's down again thanks to Boo Boo Boo. But he's behind the rock, so not eliminated just yet. Let's see if Voin Donkeys can really push through. But they have to be careful because the Baker from behind could surprise Voin Donkey.
I feel like he's been surprising Razak for a bit because Razak can hear his audio because his steps coming in and Razak has to deal with Nepeko. They are quite distracted, but Nepeko finally goes down. But Alter Ego didn't know what happened on the other side due to the terrain just divide their vision on the other side. But for Voin Donkey, they're back to square one, holding their high grounds here.
Oh man, look at this! Rosemary is back up again. This guy's like the living undead right now. And they have not really the upper hand yet. Voin Donkey managed to reset as well, but Razak has to put it below. He has to reset as well. And Razak tosses the ball into my time, but the name from Alva will knock him down.
Opta down to only 5% HP. Razak bleeding out, but Opta managed to reset back to Alter Ego. Got the advantage here. They're slowly pushing down Voin Donkey, and they're slowly losing their placement as well. Voin Donkey left with only 2 players. Watching with the DPS coming in. Alter Ego, they might score this one.
Oh my goodness.
Despite Voin Donkey had those high grounds elevations, they push Voin Donkey. They force them out of the way. What a teamwork from Alter Ego.
Absolutely. The keyword you mentioned, teamwork. It is Alter Ego. How many times have Voin Donkey knocked down Rosemary, but he came back up again because of his team, reviving him again and again and again. And with that, they maintained a full squad towards the end. They did not lose a single player to Voin Donkeys. This is absolute teamwork shown by Alter Ego.
Incredible play. Thanks to TALON just now, who actually bought them time to revive on Rosemary, and they just have a bit of a reset before they actually force him to push. But Rosemary with 695 has been pushing a lot, has been playing a lot of support role these days as well. But coming up from team, I mean like everybody's the MVP here. Rosemary cannot be back alive if it's not for the entire team as well.
Absolutely, this is definite teamwork here. I mean, he's been taking a lot of damage as well. The most damage received is Rosemary because he got knocked a couple of times in the process. But the revive from his teammates is just insane. And because of his damage output, Rosemary is the MVP for this round. 695 damage with 5 eliminations, 381 damage received, 30% team conversion, and 21 minutes 33 seconds survival time. I mean, Rosemary, like what you said, he has to give credit to his teammate.
Still have the dominations of the Indonesian teams when it comes to the first map of the day number 2, number 3. Alter Ego, Voin Donkey, RQ, and Team Secret rising up to the occasion since yesterday. But coming up from Voin Donkey, this is their first map for how aggressive they can get. Just relive the moment and recap with Alter Ego winning chicken dinner for the first map, Sunhawk.
And the Kings of Sandhawk is back, ladies and gentlemen, with 11 eliminations and that chicken dinner. That's 21 points collected by Alter Ego, followed by VOIN Donkeys, who is in desperate need of points because they must get into the third Super Sunday. 14 points collected, doing very well as they start their third week campaign, followed by RRG with 10 points and Team Secret 10 as well.
Unfortunately, second page is nobody want to be here, by the way. TODAK happened to be right at the very bottom, didn't get any eliminations, and they've been eliminated quite early. Same goes for YOODO Alliance and KT, YOODO 2 and Create VIP. Still a lot of Malaysian teams down here.
Oh yeah, TODAK, unfortunately, the only team to go out without any points at all. And YOODO Alliance, who restarted that campaign, only 1 point collected. Now, top 8 is going to be our objective this week. And so far, a couple of movements here. Of course, to be fair, some teams did not play. But for RRQ especially, they move up to number 4, being in the slightly more comfortable position now.
Now, we talked about the benchmark of every single week to get into the Super Sunday is going to be 85 points. I think it's 100% assurance and confirmation coming up from Alter Ego with 95 points. Just the first map of the day, they're hitting the 100 very soon. But the one that we should watch out for, which could be Roy, Boom is definitely going to slowly push the numbers up. We do know that for a fact. Sunhawk's not their map. YOODO 2, will they be pushed down since they played since yesterday? Sem9 is not in safe zone either, but they're not playing yet. But GEEK Fam on the then is a different story. Also will be pushed down. We talked about the teams that starting today for their day number 1. It's going to be mostly coming up from the second page at the very bottom, but still just too early to call that one out.
We're going to compare the head-to-head between these two amazing players. Rizag, who has been turning up for VOIN Donkeys, and Rosemary, the double MVP so far in this season's PMSL. And 5 eliminations for Rosemary. Rizag 3. Rizag did a bit more work with the damage output, 981 versus Rosemary 695. But we all knew how much damage did Rosemary tank earlier on.
Yep, he not just being one of the best fragger and entry fragger, these days he's playing a good role for support as well, giving so much cover fire. Plus, he's also the bait for the team. Hence, the damage output is quite tremendous. Coming out from Alter Ego, this is just standard. Their goal standard is 2000 and above. But for VOIN Donkey, they're chasing the numbers up as well.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. In case you just joined us, Alter Ego scored the first chicken dinner for today. Any surprise here by now? Not really though. And we'll be moving on to Irango, which is going to be the next map and also the next 3 maps to be exact. And I guess some of these teams, they can't wait to play in a bigger map, especially PUBG Esports, who only collected 2 points in round 1.
Well, I have a feeling Boom's still going to push up anyhow, because we do know when it comes to Mirama, then we go maybe under Irango map later on. There's going to be a lot of push coming out from Boom. They definitely love to play a bigger map. They're not really get into the confidence of, they don't really like the small maps anyway. So we're gonna have to wait and see, will they wake up or will they still gonna stay down there for now? But at least they get to play tomorrow. Now we're talking about the teams that are gonna play today for their last day in the group stage.
Oh yeah, and especially like Team Secret, who must enter the Super Sunday for a chance to be in the grand finals. And they will only be playing up to today, and that's about it. And then tomorrow, it's left to how many points that they are able to collect today. So Team Secret is one of those teams who have to maintain their level of consistency, and they've been doing pretty well ever since yesterday. So far so good for Team Secret, but it's 5 more games for them.
Like we mentioned, it will be 85 points and above for the safety net or the safe zone for players to actually just advance straight into Super Sunday. But also the question, how much can they gain every single map, especially for teams like Team Secret, because we do know for a fact they've never been to any Super Sundays before. So they have the highest chance compared to all the other teams that never been to the Super Sunday down there. So probably, they already got into Super Sunday. The second team that we should focus on, I think, for the one that never get a Super Sunday, never mind, sorry. Team Secret never get into Super Sunday. Another team that I feel like we should focus on is going to be probably Creep VIP here.
Yes, Creep VIP, who sadly did not enter Super Sunday last week. They were so close, but they were pushed down by Sem9. And this week is definitely the week that is a must do for them to be in the Super Sunday. So far, Creep VIP though, not the best of performance, so it's quite worrying for Creed VIP.
I personally feel like they're way better than week 1 and week 2, but it's just it's not there yet. You know, the level of their performance is still not to the par where it's Super Sunday worthy teams.
Well, I'm in the opinion that their week 2 day 1 was the best. The first day when they played in week number 2, that's where they looked like, oh, maybe this team could potentially go straight to Super Sunday without playing the last chance. And then the second day came about and they started to fall a little bit out of the top 8, had to play the last chance, and then Sem9 had to show up and then push them out of the top 8 again, and it was just a really sad story for Crit VIP. So of course it's redemption week for them, but today is also the last day that they'll be playing, so they only have 5 more games to go.
Agree. And when it comes to week number 2, I agree with a better performance than week number 1, and that's where they finally get themselves the first chicken dinner for the team for Crit VIP. They are chicken dinner debut. But when it comes to comparing with week 3, this is going to be my own opinion. I feel like they have more confidence when it comes to taking the fights early on. Instead of week 2, it feels like they're trying to take the opportunity when it was the right time to take the fight. I feel like they approach the map in week number 3 a bit more slightly aggressive, but it's just when it comes to something a bit timing off them.
Yeah, we gotta give tribute to Okta as well, being one of the core players for Alter Ego. But honestly speaking, Alter Ego, we talked about this yesterday as well, that it doesn't matter who plays at this point for Alter Ego. Even though, I believe, even though if you, at this point, you swap out Rosemary, for some reason you sub him out, you put in anyone else, Alter Ego will still be Alter Ego.
Now you make me curious, if they don't actually have Rosemary for today, how would it be for the side of Alter Ego? Because they are definitely 100% getting to Super Sunday. What if the lineup is just going to be Void Chill Hunts for you, Octa and Nova? I do want to see that lineup because we don't see that too often. Yes, sometimes Rosemary will swap in and out. That's like, what, handful of times, not even 5 times as a whole.
Yeah, and well, if we were to take a sample out of some of the rounds that Rosemary went out early, they're still able to perform as a trio. So if you add one additional player, whoever it is, looking at the track record, it does look like they're still be able to perform like the Alter Ego that we know of. So Alter Ego, great first lineup, whoever the first lineup is at this point, because there almost isn't any difference. Great bench as well for Alter Ego. This team is definitely prepared to lift up the trophy, but it's still too early for that because we've got games to go. Let's head on to game 2.
And it's back in Eranga. We do have a northern flight path as a start from all the way Kamishki down to Pori. Pretty much an even flight path. Honestly, just quite generous in the center as well. Now, speaking of which, this is where a lot of record-breaking map gonna happen here. We do know the number when it comes to the record still hold by the side of Boom, if I'm not mistaken, with 24 eliminations. That was their first wrangle of week 2 in Super Sunday. That's where they start to get the numbers up. And Yummy got the most when it comes to by an individual for one single round, which can be 14 eliminations by himself. So this is where we should watch out for Boom, because they might go slightly more aggressive or way more aggressive than their previous Sunhawk map.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see them do that since they only collected 3 points in the Sunhawk match. So if any big comeback were to happen, it will probably be this round. Since the flight path is on top of Browsok anyway, the natural habitat, so it will be a straightforward job for PUBG Esports. And they also have a plan to get a beacon, so it's absolutely a great flight path for PUBG Esports. Of course, what's going to be important is going to be the circle. Nobody's in mid to the base at all, not even Team Secret. And we have a little bit of mid to the bases, so it could be a bit sussy.
I think this is going to be a difficult one. We might actually head into the bridge circle till stage number 3 and 4. Then we will have to wait and see whether the circle will pull all the way north or south. We've had that so many times. Plus, there will be a great news for the teams that love those bridge fights since the start here.
Yes, and that will be interesting to see because there's that possibility with this kind of circle. But what's interesting to see is the elimination feed with Misery knocked down. Ooh. not out yet, but there's another member of Talon pretty low. Okay, that's Noah from Roy to secure the first blood. Talon loses one player, and one of them, again, is still low based on the stats on the right.
Now that's a good start. They needed that point for the side of Roy. Definitely need the morale boost coming out for based on their previous, even last week's performance, which pretty much they had it really down the drain till the end of it. We got to see their performance declining by end of the week, knowing that they won't make it through the Super Sunday even during the last chance stage. It was quite devastating to watch during that time, but at least they're having a good start here when it comes to the three. But lucky enough, Red FaZe managed to just escape.
Oh, so it was Red FaZe, but Noah well prepared to shoot down that vehicle, having the line of sight onto it, and at least he secures one. But like what you said, Red FaZe, that was so close. If Talon loses Red FaZe as well, this will be a very difficult round for them.
True. Especially when it comes to Red FaZe, we do know. But Red FaZe these days, I don't know what's going on the other side of Talon and what's going on internally for Talon. But it feels like Red FaZe is not playing how he used to, like last year. Since the start of this year, things seems to be a bit quiet from his side. I don't know if it's because of his rotation were a bit too aggressive, that he been picked up early, or it's just not working out right for the entire crew, or just Talon just trying to mix and match still.
Yeah, it's sometimes kind of hard to pinpoint like one single player, right? Because Talon, they also had a couple of new players, especially with YOODO coming in. YOODO has been doing great overall, so I don't know, maybe it's also part of like finding the chemistry. But the guy that, you know, you can change players, the chemistry is still there. It's obviously a highlight player here, Rosemary. It feels like he can play with any team and can still be Rosemary that he is.
No, I will have to disagree on that. It feels like Alter Ego is actually the best fit for Rosemary. If you actually look at the chemistry, it feels like they are working to perfection. And the lineup, when it comes to Alter Ego, they need each other. We can see they're depending on each other. It's not heavily depending on Rosemary like we mentioned early, the start of the season. And I feel like Rosemary, sorry, but not really sorry, it's a fact. If being pushed down or being transferred to a different team, he might ended up like how Newsy in Vampires. It's so hard to fit the roles when there are too many same roles in the same lineup.
I'm just looking at like just recalling like when he played with a different lineup, like entirely different lineup. So looking at during the SEA Games, yeah, they didn't really had a good run out here for his team. That is obviously Indonesia. If anyone recalls, they had like Team A and Team B. So he was like in one of those teams, and that team didn't really do that well. Instead, the other team that actually got the medal. So yeah, probably that's going to be the case though for Rosemary. But I'm pretty sure at this stage, like any team would love to have Rosemary in their lineup.
Now, speaking of the other lineups, we do have the Peko being shot down. That's going to be one of the key play of RRQ. The entry fragger, the main fragger is being finished off quite early here by TODAK. And this is quite unusual for TODAK to go this aggressive, this active early on. It feels like they're having a bit of a change of strat when it comes to the final week.
RRQ, interesting. Got caught out in the rotation by Toda, and Toda is the one that really needs the points, obviously, because they went out without any points at all the previous round, and I guess that kind of maybe affected their confidence, even though they got the advantage against RRQ, but you know, not willing to take that risk going for the chase. But okay, also maybe perhaps because the YOODO alliance is around the corner, so you don't want to be caught in a third-party situation.
So RRQ, despite they lost the Peko before, these RRQ now, they will not back down from any fight. And it's quite a plain in sight for YOODO Alliance to migrate themselves and try to rotate the other way around. Now Sar can see the opportunity for him to shoot. Like, why not? Give them a bit of damage, give them some trouble. Just poking them here and there. But for RRQ, they have to be extra careful as well. The moment they open fire, we do know how it will attract all the other teams. All of a sudden, it's going to be like, what, 4 or 5 teams within just 30 seconds. Everybody happened to be just passing by.
Yes, and with the practice of a lot of these teams, they like to play in the middle of the circle. So the chance of teams passing by is kind of high, so I guess that's why they don't really pursue. But speaking of pursuing, Team Secret pursuing on the Kid. Probably they have the information that Kid is alone, so they're willing to take this risk against Kid.
YOODO too. Jumper is quite far separated from the rest of YOODO to line up here. Kid probably just gonna gain information which way they're going for the direction of Team Secret. Team Secret, knowing the fact they will be pressured by the blue zone, they might as well just face the blue instead of going it like two ways versus YOODO and blue zone. It's not gonna be a good one because you might get knocked down and just finish off by the blue instead. So they made a wise decision knowing the fact that it's not gonna be a good fight by the end of the day for the team.
Oh, okay. So YOODO 0-2 from having Team Secret at the side, and teams are starting to come by. They gotta be extra careful. Hopefully they'll be able to gather information that there's a good amount of teams around them so that they won't overstep certain boundaries. But for Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, same strategy, and they're really confident with executing this, is that everyone opens up the space. Look at this, Boyzil, Octa on one side, and then you got Rosemary on the other side. It's like everyone's really good at taking care of each other, of themselves, that is, that they are so confident about opening up this level of space.
I agree, and the thing is, even though they're quite separated from each other, but it's not too far from them to have some cover fire or even reach out to just to revive in the case of worst case scenarios. But we do see a bit of a shift coming up from the circle, still comprises some sort of SMB. I think more to the side of SMB for now, not really on top of a bridge, slightly to the right side, which a lot of teams start to rotate now, knowing the fact there's very little land there is for them to play. But Team Secret, despite they trying to part their ways against YOODO 2, they just destined to fight against each other.
Oh, and YOODO 2, they're actually bridge camping here. One of the choke points, so Team Secret, they have to find an alternate route. But for FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports, don't need to find an alternate route, like they are both in the circle. And Vampire Esports, nice spot to be in. FaZe Clan not too bad as well with this elevation, so as long as they can keep their eye onto Vampire Esports and Vampire Esports doesn't do anything funny, these two should be in an okay situation.
Feels like FaZe Clan definitely not interested in taking a fight with and against a Vampire. Now, we talked about the circle before. These are the teams that are coming up from the main peninsula, trying to dock themselves, just park themselves in the most comfortable and most solid places at around the margins of the slopes here. And we do know around these edges there's some terrains that can cover and a couple of rocks in between. And it's not a flat surface as well. So for YOODO Alliance, it's quite an open still, but as long as they got themselves a couple of smokes, they will work their things, they will work it through.
Now for YOODO Alliance playing by this edge, I think it's a pretty nice spot to be in. We've seen a lot of success from teams by this edge. Of course, depending on how the next stage of the circle goes. But if the circle does pull to them, look at the amount of open space in front of YOODO Alliance. So if you want to crash into YOODO Alliance, you have to go through this open space and risk YOODO Alliance shooting any team down that comes towards them first.
Speaking of another YOODO, which is going to be YOODO 02 team, Roy, it seems to be interested to take the fight against Roy, but I'm not sure whether that's YOODO 02 or XERXIA. It's going to be XERXIA from those elevations across the other side, and this is not great for Roy. They've been crushed into two sides by two sides there. YOODO 02 and XERXIA both interested in taking them down, but Tusk still fight back with the DBS, but it won't be enough just by himself.
And that is it. Tusk eliminated by Fredo of YOODO 02. Oh, Vampire Esports, they moved away from FaZe Clan, and now they are in a situation where they have to win this fight against VOIN.
Vampires, now they need to find Razak. Razak is down. Easy toss coming out from the side of Fluke and Rocky as well, leaving with only one player left in the center, Maxius. The other's quite far. It's going to be him driving over to his side of Vampires, but FaZe Clan is there as well. They might actually want to be the cleaning up crew, but Vampires just finished off Maxius, leaving only one. Well, Fluke, that was a nice corner for him to hide himself with.
Yeah, totally. His opponent was absolutely surprised by him and his presence there. Great work there by Vampire Esports to win over this area. But now we move over to Roy versus XERXIA, and looks like Valak is the last player standing for Roy.
Z forcing him out Trying to flush out Valak on the second floor. XERXIA's lobby acts trying to give cover fire from the back, but they have to watch out for Boom. Boom will be the third party in this case right now.
Well, at the same time, the blue is putting a lot of pressure onto all these teams that we can see here on screen. But we also have to move over to Alter Ego. Boychild now seems to be in trouble, all alone. His teammates nowhere to be found with MTV surrounding him. So just a matter of time. And Mr. Joe happened to be the one to land the final blow.
He needs to be careful. But at least he got the God down there. So even if he slips down, it's still going to be okay for NKT. But for the side of Alter Ego, despite they trying to spread about, trying to find any sort of intelligence or information regarding all the other teams, it's quite a risk for them to just so separate themselves with Boychild just now. Nobody can actually save him up. But for YOODO Alliance, they try to just solidify the positions here and got himself upgrade of loot around the corner. But if they just look back, there's going to be a couple of points for free just behind them.
Let's see if the quote-unquote 3 points will still be there for them. Since we are at stage 3, there's still a good amount of space for teams to work with still. Now, on the other side, where Alter Ego, in this universe where they'll be playing with 3 players, going up against RRQ with also 3 players as well without Nabeko. See how interested RRQ will be to take this fight, since it's still stage 3, and I believe that there is a good amount of space if they want to move away from this fight.
I feel like RRQ can kind of recognize the spray pattern, which team it actually is, because they seem to be losing the interest very quickly the moment they start to open fire coming out from the side of Alter Ego. But Asa definitely will try to watch this corner on the side for the team. He spotted out NKT players who just stopped himself up there. Now it's going to be on the move for Alter Ego. FaZe Clan spotted out Boom. Yami Maze on the ground.
Boom Esports loses one of the key players to FaZe Clan. On the move, they want to pick up the point. But Alter Ego from moving away from RRQ. Now they meet with another Indonesian team. The name of TALON just above them.
Rosemary trying to find something across the other side of the smoke. TALON next. Will it be challenging Alter Ego? Will we pick TODAK as their competitor for the next one? But we do have XERXIA on the northern side, just on the outskirts of Pachinki. Speaking of which, we have a glimpse of the circle. Vampires coming in very late. But look at where Mela's at. He's broken the formation of FaZe Clan, being separated by a Roy, isolated completely by himself. While Vampires are moving straight into Creep VIP.
Yeah, Mela way up north and surrounded by other teams on the left side of the circle. But within the circle, TALON here still having it, and Alter Ego as well. But FaZe Clan pointed out about Mela. Now we have it on screen. Mela, that made out the Vala.
Oh.
Man, this guy's a one-man army.
It's gonna be Mela. Even though he's being isolated, but the rest of the team coming up from FaZe Clan did some support fire from the back. Roy, despite they managed to isolate Mela, but Mela can do things by himself. Mela's fine.
Mela though. But for Iron Bro, great the fact that he got his first elimination today. Because Good VIP definitely needs a point in the back. But they have to be prepared because Vampire Esports is around the corner still.
Stone cooking up the nade. It's gonna be 2 seconds and toss it about. Here comes another toss from Fluke. Putra returns a favor with the Molly as well. Iron Pro right inside of this compound. Fluke spot him out. Shot the windows barred by those bars by those woods. While Stone on the other end trying to flush out and just keep it at bay. Isolating Iron Pro by himself, bleeding out inside. Now all they need to do is just Putra coming in and they spot another. Putra took the bait. Next is going to be Chewy.
Oh, Chewy 1v2 and Chewy! Get out with the DBS mid-range from Fluke. And that is Good VIP 1 point at this round. And that's going to be 26 points collected so far for Good VIP. Now for RRQ. They're going to play the gatekeeping role against NKT.
They can. They probably can choke the rest of NKT. Mr. Joe, another player that being isolated from the rest of the team. No mercy just next to him as well. They heard the Pickles driving into the corner. And Asar responding to Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe picking up the nade. Here comes the spray from the outside. It's got fire. Actually knocked down a No Mercy with NKT. Here comes the call. But it's going to just hello and goodbyes.
Daisy by Boom Esports. Check it out. Back onto RRQ. Asa defending his ground. No mercies on his knees. He does have an idea that Mr. Joe is behind that wall, but he doesn't have a good line of sight onto Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe! What a nade to knock down Asa. And now it's all down to Snake.
It's Mr. Joe's time, ladies and gents, and now Mr. Joe cooking up the nade, and it just finished off with the rest of the team of RQ. They got giving him the support grenade just now. Mr. Joe actually just a bait for the team, but coming up from RQ, that's quite a rare sight. But it's NKT. They definitely love to fight alongside Mr. Joe.
Oh, then Mr. Joe, the man who always shows up, and my favorite IGN still. And for Alter Ego, Octa with this high ground punt. We're about 10 more seconds before the next stage of the circle. Alter Ego might not get it. We need to see how things goes. But TODAK playing in the middle circle will definitely get the circle still. See how far will it go. There you go. TODAK has it, but Alter Ego, no.
For Team Secret, they are blessed despite they taking a bit of a swimming route down there. But we do have some players of YOODO Alliances to be interested about the position. We'd never see these Xaviers in action yet. And finally they start to open fire. But where they at currently?
Well, hopefully we'll be able to scan the map later on. Or wait for the elimination feed. Speaking about that, XERXIA loses FC to Rosemary. Jimmy OP, what are you doing down there? He probably got away from Team Secret and now he's stuck down there. I'm not sure if we can actually climb up from that area.
Alter Ego spotted out these Xaviers on their elevations. Look at how they're trying to hunt people down. Despite they can go straight into the circle, they just take their own time in trying to find their target. Spotted out Parajin. That's going to be Parajin quite far. Ambitious coming up from Rosemary. Got 4 times scope, but it's going to be a nearer target, which is going to be Nate. Oh, the spray is pretty close.
Time around by Rosemary, and he will not miss his target. One knock puts pressure onto D Xavier to save their teammate. Parjin on the other side will be chased down by the blue as well. Rosemary, he probably saw it dust, but he's still able to land that shot. My goodness, Rosemary and his accuracy.
That's not even a dust, that's not even a pixel. It was half pixel. Still can land the shots anyhow. And thanks to the blue zone, he managed to finish off one of the players of the Xaviers as well. Now that's going to be pushing up the numbers for Alter Ego, but Vampires are biting people as well at 7 eliminations by now.
Oh man. I wonder how Jimmy OP is going to survive this. Okay, he probably still has some space to move forward, but the next stage, unlikely to get the circle, and that could be the end for Jimmy OP. So YOODO Alliance, they have to be prepared to play with 3 players.
I feel bad for XERXIA. They barely got any smokes here with only their vehicles to take cover from. If TODAK happened to be interested to just having a bit of a view towards the open space. Saying as for Alter Ego, they do try to get themselves up those elevations for Alter Ego, but they might realize this is going to be awkward parking for those 2 vehicles in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a field. But Boom, a bit busy against these Xavier's rotation. Due to the circle shifted into the open space, everybody trying to reposition themselves.
Now, Boom Esports, 2 players left. That's going to be Pompey and Frenzy. At least they got 4 elimination points this time, so it's definitely going to be more than their Sandhawk campaign. They can eliminate more teams across them, especially FaZe Clan, who needs to cut across the road. Then that's going to be 2 more points added to Boom Esports.
Alter Ego, they play alongside with the smoke, hoping the vegetations will give them a bit of a block view from the opponent side. Lamborghini will go to a side of Levi or Shadows, helping pick himself up. While the side of the Xaviers, there's going to be only Levi left, or Shadows. Sorry, he's a new name. He's a brand new reborn Shadows. Boom, Frenzy might spot FaZe Clan. They definitely gave away the position. It's going to be random shots coming out from the side of FaZe Clan, despite they got himself smoked. But Shadow will want to take a bit of a jab from the side as well.
Well, look at the circle. Not on the Xavier at all. And likely they have to cross the road. And once they do that, a lot of teams will be waiting for them. Now, in the middle of the circle, we still have XERXIA here. They created this barricade. So they're going to stay absolutely quiet while majority of the teams are actually on the north and also on the left side of the circle. So that's where teams will cancel out each other.
I agree. The North will team out. It's going to be only in the center by the end of the day because they are quite busy dealing with the business all by themselves here. But Lamborghini not going to show any sign of slowing down. Spot it out. Bombit attack connects from this distance. He definitely did secure those eliminations here with Boom, despite he got quite a frenzy start and a frenzy start in this wrangle, but it didn't fare them that well. They placed themselves at 10th place with 4 eliminations only. We still have 9 teams in this circle.
Well, hello, this area, says FaZe Clan. Could this be the 2 points for FaZe Clan since they have the elevation against the 2 members of D7, Nathan and Torres? Onto the right, knocks down Lamborghini, now leaving Shadows all alone. The tries to eliminate, now he sees Shadows, and Shadows not going to go down without a fight. Let's take down Torres, but Torres is still able to revive. Now Onzens had to come in quick.
Now Onzens, they managed to knock on one. That's the last of the Xaviers, by the way. Close enough. He didn't finish off Torres, so they have to settle down with only 2 eliminations. But Mr. Joe of NKT, out of nowhere now, his name starts to pop in the kill feed.
Mr. Joe, always showing up for NKT, and you ask for his name in the elimination feed. There goes, takes out the last member of Team Secret. So they only managed to get 1 elimination point this time around. NKT already with 6 points in the bag, played majority of the round with 3 players.
It's one of the best rounds in the start of the weekly group stage, because we always have the start of NKT having this sort of performance, maybe in early second day for them, but Alva playing a very dangerous game. Onzens, he cannot take the bait here. Alter Ego trying to divide and conquer. Off tower give all the nades that he can actually cause about, but spotted on Venturas. They actually have a bit of a 1-2-1 trade, but Alva is there for the support fire.
And the FaZe Clan is out, but they bring home 6 elimination points together with them. Now YOODO Alliance onto Alter Ego. Well, now it's Alter Ego's turn to be on the lower ground. Let's see if Ade can finish him off. Ooh, that came real close.
Too close, and Alva managed to flee by in the nick of time, but YOODO Alliance forced Alva to just be at the very foot of the hill here. The problem is Alva will be visualized by TODAK. Surprisingly, TODAK is not taking any actions, as Alva down to only 10% of HP left.
Oh man, Alva, I wonder how long he can stay there now that his position is compromised. But for YOODO Alliance, okay, NKT just when they were on the roll, one of them got knocked down by YOODO Alliance. Make that 2, this time by Oleo onto Mr. Joe.
This is a tricky angle he got himself in for YOODO Alliance, Oleo. It's quite hard for the other team to visualize where he's at due to the tree right in front of him as well. But TODAK still have to deal with Alter Ego. They cannot turn their visions towards just XERXIA right now. Alva can be the bane for YOODO Alliance if they don't handle him as early as they can. And lucky enough, Flax actually see that through.
Yep, got it. So all our top teams right now have been eliminated. Let's see who will score this chicken dinner. So far, it could be any of our top 4 teams, as we have NKT, YOODO Alliance, XERXIA, as well as TODAK in the top 4.
Oleo, TODAK trying to spread about. Well, we do have TODAK. TODAK, surprisingly, they're making the rotation just like how BA did. They should have taken some actions, knowing the fact that all the other teams are actually trying to take each other out. On the side of XERXIA, they lost another one. Is leaving there. Oh, it's actually Lobby X with 1 HP.
Oh yeah, lucky enough for him. He was able to heal up thanks to the smoke, thanks to the barricade as well. So right now, in the middle of the circle still, they'll be hoping for other teams to cancel each other, especially on the south side where we have a YOODO Alliance coming towards NKT.
Lobby X, that was a close call, but NKT will keep them occupied. While on the side of YOODO Alliance, nobody seems to be spot out TODAK's position. Yeah, because TODAK, I think they can see what's going on outside if they just have a pick, but I'm not sure if they can actually see clear as they can.
Well, being the stage that they're in with 3 players, they'll probably wait for the elimination feed to roll before deciding on whether they want to execute the plan. Plus, they do have the circle, and we still have stage 8, so might as well wait up for the next circle in case the circle does favor them, and all they need to do is defend their area, wait for other teams to come towards them.
That's kind of true. It's down to the next circle here. If it's favors TODAK all the way, if they flung that one for this chicken dinner and the circle just happened to be on their side, there's going to be a big question mark up there. But the other 3 teams, NKT, YOODO Alliance, and also XERXIA, seems to be in triangle fight. And the crossfire between the 3 has been going on for quite some time now. with flex spotted out Mr. Joe's rotation. They try to bait them out for the positions. They will fire back and Spider 10 down on the ground.
So NKT trying to defend the ground against the YOODO Alliance now without circle at all. The God fires back. But he's going to prioritize saving his teammate for now while Mr. Joe holds the front line. Mr. Joe 50% of health thanks to the name of YOODO Alliance. But YOODO Alliance flags. Knocked down by Mr. Joe by a little bit of a trade there. Adelud takes out Mr. Joe instead. Adelud tries to finish out the other members of NKT. But same time they've got about 20 more seconds for both of the teams.
And at the very same time, TODAK starts to make an active move to the side of XERXIA. And that gives XERXIA the disadvantage at this point. It's straight to the side for TODAK, and now they start to climb up, dividing themselves into 2-2. But back to the side of YOODO Lines. It's going to be Adik look against the entirety of NKT. He wants to go in for the finish. Here comes the rush, but it's going to be 2v1 there. Kenny clutches one by himself, one down, one more to go. What a jump shot by Adik look.
Beautifully executed by Adelud. To the advantage against NKT when they were still licking their wounds. But now, Adelud against the entire TODAK squad. 1v3. The pull off an insane clutch is going to be historic. But TODAK, they're in desperate need of points. They cannot botch this against Adelud.
Now, he did 1v3 clutch just now, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. But TODAK, well, they definitely in the back for them. They got the circle, they got the compound. Everyone was oblivious when it comes to position. Before, nobody knew where TODAK was until XERXIA being surprised from the back. But Adik coming from YOODO Alliance, what a fight he does now.
That fight against NKT, man, that was Adelud in his best form to come out with that sort of fight. But we gotta give it to TODAK as well. Great bounce back by them because they got 0 points inside of Sanhok. But this round, they came back big with a chicken dinner. Can't wait to see how many elimination points did TODAK get. But let's look at some of the numbers here. So they managed to get 4 eliminations. Not bad, but still a chicken dinner.
True. A chicken is a chicken, and they plus themselves another 4 points of elimination, a total roundup of 40 points in total. But I do want to see when it comes to NKT example, they have been run and gun, they have been very active throughout the entirety of the map. So how much did they score? Do we have any team that scored themselves double eliminations here?
Wow, okay, we'll get to know that later on. But for now, we're gonna award the MVP to the IGL himself, Thumb. For TODAK, 2 eliminations, 482 damage, 201 damage received. That's quite a lot there. 41% team contribution, and for TODAK, he survived to the end, so it's 26 minutes, 53 seconds. Let's check out the best moments here. But before that, other teams besides TODAK. YOODO Alliance above TODAK. And that's of course thanks to Adelud with that nice clutch against NKT.
For the side of Alter Ego, they're one of the many teams that travel the most. They definitely try to be very active finding their targets early on, but let's have a bit of a replay of TODAK Chicken Dinner.
And here we go. YOODO Alliance with 10 eliminations, bringing them up to 16 points. And despite TODAK scoring that chicken dinner, but they only got 4 eliminations, so they got the second most points in round number 2. Other than that, NKT, Alter Ego, double-digit club.
Well, speaking of the single digits club, it's going to be the second page here, but fortunately nobody ended up with a 0 this time, with VOIN scored himself 1, Create VIP as well as IQOO scored himself 1. Roy, baby steps it is, at least they scored something here. These Aves, unfortunately, it's not going to be the Super Sunday Kings yet. Their performance seems to be slightly declining when it comes to this week, but we do have 106 for Alter Ego points. Now Vampire's not Vampire's in here. I assume that Vampires might actually just chase the points for Alter Ego up there.
Yeah, so Vampire now, Alter Ego, Vampire, the point difference is still quite significant. They have to hope that Alter Ego stop performing like how they are for Vampire to chase. But anyway, it wouldn't matter because I'm pretty sure we'll see these two teams inside the Super Sunday, and that's where the real battle is at.
Now, speaking of the real battle, the one that really is striving and just struggles so much when it comes to week number 3. Unfortunately, Roy and Davis both actually not gain as much as the Group B teams, which could be also GEEK being pushed all the way since they're not playing here today. Boom! Having a bit of slower start than usual, plays themselves at 21 place. But TODAK, look at the push into the third page of the overalls.
Well, our number 1 team in terms of points collected, YOODO Alliance. Look at the work done by them. 2,169 damage. That's a lot of difference as compared to FaZe Clan. Almost about 500 there. And followed by NKT, who did very well this round. 1,569. And Vampire Esports, 1,225. The rest of them dominated by the Thai teams. But we also have Ade Luke with that 1v3 towards the end.
Yep, the jump shot that was cleaning up the rest of the crew of XERXIA. If I'm not really, it was NKT maybe.
NKT.
I think NKT was it?
NKT.
Yeah, NKT. Thank you. And Rosemary, surprisingly, this is one of the very rare occasions he doesn't actually score more than 1,000 damage, 700 over, but still at the high end of it.
Well, at the end of the day, it's still about the points that they have collected. Then they become the first team to collect more than 100 points. So great work for both Alter Ego and also TODAK in their own accord by scoring this chicken dinner, and also YOODO Alliance. I think this round there are a lot of great returns for these teams that have performed here in the first Irago.
Now, on the other side of teams that are not performing, I mean, like Team Secret, at least they have some good momentum here. Their tempo is pretty much carried out from yesterday's. So it's going to be okay for them. I think they might squeeze into it this Super Sunday. Also reminding you guys again, Group C, it's going to be a last day here. Whether they will decide to go, whether they've been justified themselves by the end of the day to go into last chance stage, or will they advance straight towards the Super Sunday. It's going to be these 8 teams. Alter Ego Aries, Talon Esports, Creek VIP, YOODO O2, Vampire Esports, Team NKT, Team Secret, and RRQ. And RRQ, they're not so hot when it comes to week number 3.
Yeah, so far not really, but yeah, I guess if they are still able to somehow get into the Super Sunday, which I do expect to see a team as good as RRQ to be able to do that. It's all about being in the Super Sunday, whether it's playing an extra day, but of course, like what we discussed yesterday as well, a lot of these teams want to avoid that because it's week 3. Fatigue has definitely sunk into some of these teams. And yeah, as long as they can get themselves into Super Sunday, it's going to be a reset for them, and they will. That's where they will truly need to show their performance.
And also highlighting the teams that never been to the Super Sunday. This is going to be the last chance to get them. So not for the last chance stage, but their last opportunity to finally have a taste of Super Sunday, which could be TODAK, Creep VIP, GEEK Fam, Roy Esports, and Team Secret. But Team Secret, I think they have a better future of Super Sunday right now. When it comes to TODAK though, I mean, TODAK can play when it comes to certain circles, like example, if we have sort of Roshawk circle, slightly on the northern left side and north west side kind of circle, they do have more confidence, but they just show that they can actually play a bit of slightly more far a circle than they usually have those chickens, which could be on top of the outskirts of the Chinky just now. So if they keep this going, I think they can squeeze in towards the last of Sunday.
You know what's interesting about TODAK is that they scored a couple of chicken dinners, including last week as well. But they have still not been able to get into Super Sunday. It just shows that they need to be a lot more consistent. You can't just score one chicken dinner and then forget about the rest of the other rounds. Like, you need to be able to still somehow find that level of consistency. And what gave them the chicken dinner in the previous round was because they played in the middle and they got the circle, and they had to defend well in the process, and they scored the chicken dinner. Last week they scored a chicken dinner with a very tough circle and they still got it too. So it shows that they have the level of versatility to be able to gain points, but the level of consistency is always the question mark for TODAK.
I think TODAK, they have the game sense when it comes to rotation wines, but it's just when it comes to confidence, we can see they're quite hesitant when it comes to open fire early on, because we mentioned before, without even getting into the 8th stage of circle, they're not willing to wait for it, knowing the fact that, hey, we cannot just sit on our hands and not do anything while waiting for the circle to just, favors us till the end. That's where they start to divide themselves. 2 players around the backside to 4 cover 5 still in the compound in case the circle shift, and just let the other 2 players go and find some eliminations to the side of XERXIA, because it seems like nobody knows exactly where they're at. That's what they needed, just a bit of a push, which they have to just believe themselves a bit, just a tiny bit. That's the issue for most of the teams that's already down there, and unfortunately most of them coming up from the Malaysian side, they just don't have confidence, or maybe the case is overthinking. That's it.
Well, after analyzing last week's games, before this week started, that is, one thing is that TODAK tends to do a lot of positional mistakes. So it comes down to that, right? Like, yeah, you can be super duper confident of taking certain positions and all that, but their positions were fairly questionable after looking at some of the interesting moves that they did. So I guess they need to really avoid trying to do moves that put themselves in danger. So if they can avoid that, then I guess that will kind of lead them to somewhere positive, looking at the quality that they actually truly have within the team.
Oh, there's so many things, so many factors actually just seems to be the effects for a lot of teams, especially at the very bottom that never hit the Super Sundays, that just factoring into what they have as a result right now. But it's also a learning curve for these teams, and hopefully we're going to have the same lineup when it comes to the final season, which is going to be the next season. But coming up from the side of even teams like, okay, we're done with TODAK, definitely we can see their flaws down there, but if they rectify it, it's going to be a different team entirely. But what about, example here, Creed VIP?
Creed VIP, well, I think so I do this weekly show where I review it with Xavier on how every team is performing. And one of the things that we came up with is that Creed VIP truly needs a solid IGL. And this role is one of the hardest roles to come by. At this point, the IGL is not Chewy. Who's the other one again? Suddenly I kind of lapsed there. Not IM Pro. IM Pro is not the IGL. The newbies. Yeah, newbies is the IGL. So maybe it's also the level of experience that newbies has at this level of a tournament is not enough yet to truly prepare or lead the team. So maybe they could use a solid co-IGL. If they still want to make newbies the IGL in the future, that's okay. I mean, it's part of development, but coming into the next season, whereby we definitely still see Creed VIP, is that they need to prepare a core idea that is solid enough to be able to work with newbies and to transfer this knowledge across.
I'm surprised that actually I am Pro not calling out the shots for the side of Creed VIP. He's one of the most OG players during the PMCO days. Do you personally feel like I am Pro can carry out the IGL role for the side of Creed VIP here?
So there's this argument, right, of OG players and all that, and I understand that OG players, cool, a lot of experience and all that, but sometimes it's also about adaptation. Like, are you of course, some of these discussions we wouldn't know because they're behind the scenes discussion, but are some players who have played too long still stuck in the past, if you know what I mean, in terms of like meta strategy and all that. And that is also one of the reasons why we don't see some players who did really well back then not playing now. It's because they couldn't move on from the past in terms of meta. You change the weapons, you put the DBS outside, for example, and it's just hard for some of these players to adapt. So I think that for Iron Pro, yes, great, a lot of experience, he can tell a lot of stories, but maybe it's all about keeping up with the times. That is a blocker for Iron Pro.
I agree. There are a lot of the cases even across the entirety of esports as a whole, a different title across different title of games. Pretty much, a lot of OG players they kind of stuck themselves in the same mold here and not malleable anymore. In the case of Iron Pro now, you talked about him kind of stuck himself in the past, but he's in the lineup still. Since he's playing, might as well, if you compare with Newbie, I mean, I'm not discrediting Newbie or not undermining his authority as IGL, but at the same time, in this case, I think they should work hand in hand as a co-IGL and IGL for Iron Pro, just to pass his ancient knowledge of PUBG Mobile towards a new IGL. But speaking of which, we're gonna continue this conversation in our next map, Erangel.
Well, that's an interesting topic to dwell on. So happened I was asked a similar question today by someone else. But okay, we'll leave that conversation aside for now because we're going to get into the game. And flight path-wise, it is going to be from the south side, just beside Novo, and going up to Severny. Vampire Esports, normally we see them either in Zaki or Primos, but since this time the drop is going to be further away for them, they might decide to change their drop slot. We might see Vampire Esports in Stauber, and that's how versatile they can be.
Well, speaking of OG players, those players are actually the players that can still mold themselves into new tactics, new adaptability when it comes to rotations or whatever the format is. But when it comes to the stats on the left side, we still have Rosemary with quite a gap between the first and second place here, 200 of difference.
Oh yeah, I mean he's dominating all the maps, right? So average eliminations as well, like 0.5 above Tony K, and even Tony K with Yoru and Yummy is like 0.2 difference. Alter Ego close with the Xavier, 0.1, but they're still on top of here. And yeah, it just shows that, it almost feels that they're prepared for any map, any situation. But let's see how will they deal with this situation of a circle, because it's 50-50 between the shooting range area and also the Gaka area.
And this can be the one that I mentioned just now regarding TODAK's play and strategy. They do love to choke teams on top of the shooting range and ruins between the choke points of the bridges. So we get to see a couple of teams probably will fight across the bridge fight again. One of them still going to be Talon. But it's going to be a bit of a tuck into one corner of circle because of the flat path just now. Nobody actually right on top of the circle here. So a lot of teams will have early clashes due to the direction of their migration into the circle later on.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to also to see like how many teams will pick the north side, how many teams will pick the south side. I don't know, it's just a hunch, right? But I would say that my hunch tells me that a lot of teams will pick the north side instead. So if it really truly gets crowded there, then it'll be interesting fight because north side, there's a mix up between like the high ground of shooting range and also the urban area of North Jokopo. So I guess we'll see a lot more clashes in those two key areas at least on the north side if majority of the team moves that quickly.
True, especially around Rosberg area. We do know, or even ruins. We do have the ending of the end of the circle. Usually around stage 6, it's going to be right on top of ruins. Most of the case, yeah, with this sort of pattern of circle. But speaking of which, we don't have early pick-off for any teams so far. That's going to be a good sign, including for Roy. But Roy still, I personally feel like still a better performer than last week. But hopefully they don't drop the ball here. I do want to see for once a team that never get into the Super Sunday finally all squeeze into the last Super Sunday, just to give them a bit of a chance there.
Well, if you're hoping for all of them who have not gotten Super Sunday to get in, I'm worried that you'll be disappointed. So, but if there is a good amount of teams, then I think then that would be great. Like if we can get like maybe, I don't know, I'm just putting out a number, right? Like 4 teams, that will make the race for the slot to grand finals very interesting.
True. Because everybody because it's quite frustrating to never been in a Super Sunday. And if you ask me, if you actually look back towards the previous season, pretty much almost the same name did get into the Super Sunday happened to be in the same spot here, even during the spring split.
Yes.
Hopefully they get this. You know, you want the experience of Super Sunday. That's where all the teams really fight their way in there.
Yeah, Super Sunday is where teams like, even though if they're like comfortable up there, top 3, top 4, top 5, but still they want to have the best start possible in the grand finals, so they will still play their hearts out, even more so as compared to like the last chance. Because I mean, let's be real, right? Like even if the last chance, like maybe the last 1-2 games won't really matter to teams that are just too far away at the bottom, so you don't get to see the best out of them. But in Super Sunday, it still matters for every single team from top to bottom because you want to get as many starting points as possible in the grand finals.
True. And also it'd be more fun if all the teams actually get to play this Super Sunday, because we might have some storyline. Also the narration will be more interesting when it comes to the teams that actually just had one Super Sunday previously, which got to be week 2 or week 1. So it will be fun to see if the team's going to get even creative when it comes to grand finals later on, not even towards our last chance stage in this week, just to push the numbers slightly up a bit, you know, because we don't see a lot of improvement if the team seems to be quite comfortable themselves in the same spot, like especially if they already got themselves safely to Super Sunday. When they've been cornered down into the place where you push into at the brink of losing entirety of the league, that's where things get a bit more interesting for the team, because they will be creative regarding their strategy. They will change so much that they will surprise us.
Yeah, what's most important is interesting for us as viewers. Just putting it out there. Well, for the teams, it's like, yeah, you guys play according to where you are, whatever situation, but we want to be entertained. Just like what we are being entertained right now between Grid VIP and the Xavier.
Oh, this is gonna be the Xavier, one of the best Vietnam team versus Grid VIP, who are desperate for the points. But they do have the elevations. Lamborghini, well, they are there first. The rest of these Xaviers take this as advantage. You guys want to give us points, why not? But Putra coming up from flank. Nate and taking down Nate T. Twice in a row now, Nate T didn't actually just being aware of his environment. Origin will use his DBS to play around the corners. He got another one down. Bit of a trade down still. Chewy next. Oh. And Lambo just arrived.
Oh, wow. Great VIP. Defended that ground well against the Xavier. One of the top teams versus one of the bottom teams who have not gone to Super Sunday at all. So what a great, beautiful defense by Grid VIP. And though they were up there first, but you still have to defend it against one of the best teams around. So gotta give a thumbs up here to Grid VIP.
I agree. I think one of the biggest flaws just now I can actually see Nate, even in the previous map, he kind of tunnel vision in what's in front. He forgot to just check the flank for a tiny bit, because that will be the game changer for the side of these Xaviers. Points in a row now. And just now Lamborghini is quite far. If not Great VIP, will have some trouble because they arrive a bit later than the Xaviers. They got those elevations and advantage. But fortunate enough, they're not aware regarding the flank side. So that's definitely Great VIP's compound now, since they wandered over the Xaviers. Plus, they played it smart. They know for a fact that, oh, this guy's not looking at the flank side. I'm just going to charge in. They took the advantage and take the opportunity, which seems to be very fruitful by the end of the day.
Yeah, and the area where the Xavier wanted to come up, I mean, you come up from the front, it's kind of hard. Like, you need to, like, if there's already someone up there, you need to, like, okay, come from the side a little bit, slowly come from the side, instead of, like, coming from the front, and you put yourself in that open position like what we saw earlier on, where Chewy had a good clear shot onto Lamborghini. So, and that just went all the way south for the Xavier. So, now, 3 rounds played by the Xavier, but only 6 points collected. This is clearly not looking like the Xavier that we know.
Seems So maybe they are experimenting some stuff for these Avias, of course, because I think when it comes to the grand finals, we can 100% assure that they already parked themselves or marked them way into the grand finals. They got quite a solid number up there when it comes to the league points, but when it comes to FaZe Clan and Creep VIP, FaZe pretty much in the okay zone. They are in the top 5, they are in the middle pack, but for Creep VIP, they are desperate here.
Yeah, so Creep VIP definitely has the higher motivation as compared to D Xavier, who is, well, pretty much secured their ticket onto the grand finals anyway. So Creep VIP for any chance, well, same script again. They have to make it to the Sunday. 30 points collected as of now for Creep VIP, and against the benchmark 85 points, it's still a long way to go for them.
Speaking of long way, there's going to be a long shot coming up from Putra, just giving some pressure or just warning shots across YOODO Alliance, who happen to be rotating themselves and finding a new position or third or fourth checkpoint by this time. Team Secret might actually going for the hunt. They go for those elevations. If teams aiming for elevations, yes, they want a solid compound or solid vicinity to work around with the terrain, but it might also indicating that they are trying to find a target and trying to take advantage of the geography of the map itself.
Yes, and map knowledge is definitely important. But what I really like about XERXIA right now is them showing the map knowledge again as before. Playing by the side, coming in, anticipating that no teams will be pretty focused onto them. And since the trend is a lot of teams playing in the middle, so they should have an okay entry in. But can't say the same for Break, as he got eliminated by Pondit. Alter Ego not only managing one team, but at least 2 teams at the same time.
Team Secret, no trade for the loss of their friends or their colleague down there. So was Break been traded with nothing. At least they gain a couple of intels, possibly, but hopefully it will not be in vain. But Team Secret GK will reposition himself to the better spot, knowing the fact the teams they were trying to challenge before, which was IQOO, will try to spread themselves quite open towards a different angle. Octa, surprisingly, Vampire is being shot from afar here.
Shep's last man standing, no vehicle in sight, and that is the end for Vampire Esports. Alter Ego will be kind of happy as a slight bonus to keep Vampire Esports at bay. But you know what? I'm also kind of thinking about this, right? What if Alter Ego can break their own record from week 1?
How much do you want then? And we had 21.
Well,
was it them or that was Boom. Which record are you talking about, by the way?
The overall points collected at the group stage for week 1. Yeah, Alter Ego, they collected 129 points, and they are now at 110 with 3 more games to go.
They are their own enemy at this point. Nobody else can fight them. But maybe Boom can challenge them and give them a bit of push to push the numbers up. Just, you know, don't be comfortable in, on the number 1 spot because somebody else tries to snatch it away from you. That's where they start to fight back. Now, if Alter keep going like this, I think they're probably going to break the numbers up there. Yes, the record will be broken by this week.
Yeah, it is looking like they're on track to that. So I'm interested to see a nice flex for them, and also, of course, a refreshed storyline for us as well. Although it doesn't matter because this is going to be the last week anyway. But it will remain as a nice record, at least for us to carry on to the grand finals. But for NKT, still on a rotation basis. Ooh, okay, this is going to be big though. TODAK, the team that are in desperate need of points now across XERXIA.
TODAK, they want to play it safe for now. They want to be in the center, but we do have NKT rushing into the same vicinity with FaZe Clan on the high grounds, and there's also XERXIA on the next, in the next building, just pretty much very close to TODAK at the time being. So 4 teams happen to be interested around the same areas, just lining up in a straight line, except for Team Secret. Now they're trying to hunt themselves. Team Secret against FaZe Clan, not so great. Next we do have VOIN versus YOODO. 2 traders stuck themselves in the corner.
Now YOODO playing in one of their favorite checkpoints by this bridge. VOIN, they're prepared for it, but oh VOIN! 2 players knocked. YOODO 0-2. Taking this as their fortress. Now Rocky's in the building with Micro Uzi. Jumper is on his way with the DBS. Knows that Rocky's on the 2nd floor. Fredo knocked down by Rocky. Jumper has going to follow up. And Jumper has the information, but he's back up with him.
Oh, that's gonna be done and dusted. It's gonna be YOODO winning over VOIN. They're being eliminated at 0 points just now. Well, we have another contender coming in. Oh, Fredo from the other side of the street, still crawling to his step. But hey, they defended quite strong. Arctic Boy coming in strong with the shotguns. Unfortunately, a bit of a trade and finish off by Yoru. They all gonna go for the BS fight here.
Yoru! Pants on fire. Careful with that molly there. And now on the other side, Kid will be taken out just as when they won the fight against VOIN Donkeys. TALON had to come in and just spoil their party.
Speaking of party, that's what needed by TALON. They didn't score so much early on today. They don't want to drop the ball despite they got themselves in the top 5. But they have the standard they have to meet up, you know. You're one of the top teams, you have to keep it going. But the next circle will tell us which team will be falling down or just being torn apart regarding their positions. It's going to be RRQ taking a bit of rotation all the way towards the north. We do have very latecomers on the very south side as well.
Yeah, including Alter Ego with the process. Rosemary knocked down, but he's in a position that, okay, the rush in here by a Lobby together with RNJ. Rosemary have to fall back. Alva is together with him, but he needs a little bit more backup. Now we can see on the mini screen the other members of Alter Ego coming by.
Alva can hear the audio cue. The pin taken off just now. They're coming over towards the other side. Vulture coming in from the front within the smoke. Just randomly shot it down. Whoa, close enough, but not going to be enough connecting to 1 HP. Other than that, they're just getting the first drop on the side of Alter Ego.
Z on the lower ground. That's a very go between him and his opponent. Z knocked down. And at least Alter Ego, they're putting up a fight here. From the side, Rosemary's back up. And Rosemary, you don't allow him to be revived. Just like that, he will punish you back.
Speaking of punishment, there's going to be a lot more punishment from the sidelines here. We're talking about the team start to migrating into the circle. Now it's going to be the opportunity for TODAK to showcase and display regarding their firepower. If they want to go in and gatekeep, they can. They can actually take the advantage, and they will. They shot the side of RQ from the inside of their compound. Tom just put it on the peg, going to take it down to 10% of HP. Have to just go for a retreat. Or they're going to give a bit of a pressure. Tom is definitely angry about something here.
Like you always call it like fish in fish world. It's like all these fishes trying to eat each other, including TODAK. Well, TODAK happened to be the fish logo. But anyway, that seems to be kind of relevant. Now he's trying to get as many points as possible from the long range. But we move over to the other side of the bridge. Chewy are trying to take home the point out of flex from YOODO Alliance. He loop on his crosshair. Sprays on the loop, but not able to get the knock.
VIP waiting for anybody to pick out from the bridge. YOODO Alliance getting on NKT. Their knees on the ground here. Jamie trying to find any fishes swimming, but they are the only ones swimming though. For YOODO Alliance, they try to hug the bridge, hoping the circle will shift over this side. There's going to be a hard chance that they're willing to take anyway. Alter Ego fighting Valak. Head to head and face to face. Valak, will he be scary enough for Alva? I guess they're going to go play a ring around the Rosie, and he is scary this time.
So 8 points collected by Alter Ego. So that's 112 points. So just putting it out there, they are still edging closer to breaking their own record of week 1 points collected during the group stage. And they can still do it with 3 more games to go. Not too worried about their overall performance, obviously, because for sure they'll be in the Super Sunday. But hey, it's just a matter of getting that record broken as a flex.
True. Priorities when it comes to different tier of teams, they have very different priorities as well. For the teams at the very bottom, we need to get into the Super Sunday. Teams on top, they're just floating, and we're gonna need new numbers this week, guys. We need to break our own record. It's so different when it comes to in the same game, in the same tournament, very different world between these two teams.
Well, RRQ in a different world as well. Look at them up north there. Nobody is close by. If they still get the next circle, it will be a blessing for them. And they do. So blessing for RRQ. Now the challenge is for teams on the south side. YOODO Alliance, Greek VIP, and Roy. How are they going to get across? If they want to take the right side bridge, TALON is still there.
RQ spreading himself quite far apart. Snapes, look at how they rotate slowly one by one just to give support fire in case things turns really sour for their side. A lot of Indonesian teams has been implementing this sort of rotation for the past few weeks here, especially starting from week number 2. But on the side of Roy, they try to hang on as long as they can, but unfortunately the Blues is quite deep into their side. Well, we do have 10 seconds left on the clock. The team's not in the safe zone. Have to figure out how to get into the zone safely, with YOODO Alliance choking 2 teams down here.
Well, YOODO Alliance choking those teams, but the Blue can choke them as well since they're not entirely in the circle. But speaking about Blue, took down Misery from TALON. Wonder, is he A-OK? But the question will be on to Crit VIP as well, whether they will be A-OK to cut across.
I'm waiting for the right turn to pick out. Oh, Roy, it's not YOODO Alliance stopping them. It's going to be TALON Yuri shooting them, and Roy one by one falling like flies. They were taken out by FaZe Clan, next leaving only Valak to take the front line here. Out of all the teams that are actually trying to rotate, they're down to only one person left.
Mela!
But hey, still, it's going to be Cleon finish off Valak from the back.
Oh, got some help from Cleon. I thought it was Answers at some point, but okay. Your enemy or my enemy is my friend, so at the end of the day, he still managed to be revived by Onsens and Co. So absolutely fine for Mela. He'll definitely take that.
Well, yeah, he can take the blow. They still have a lot of members down there. But TALON on the Yuri has been doing so much work, by the way, from the sidelines. They got themselves 3 players on the side of TALON, but look at the third party coming in from TALON. They don't even break any sweat. Don't even need to put so much effort, but now they have to refocus on what's behind them. It's going to be Boom coming in.
Yeah, looking for that 10th point right now, TALON. And Boom Esports could be the next target. Here we go, Yoru spraying for the high ground onto Yummy. Yummy pretty low at this moment, but he's still okay somehow thanks to the smoke and cover fires from Boom Esports on the other side.
Now, Nate's galore once more. Boom. It's going to be Yummy. May need to reset, but TALON Yoru do have the elevations that they do have slight advantage here on TALON's side. It seems that no other teams will try to take them down, but it's not a TALON. It's quite a prime spot they have for themselves. Spotted out Pombit. Pombit down to only 30% of HP. RQ will try to crush down on the side of Boom. They're sandwiching through this too. I don't know what Pombit is thinking with 38% of HP left.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions with that sort of rotation as well. But anyway, it could be pressure that got to him. But still, TALON, because of that, they scored their 10th point. And that's going to be the first team to receive a double digit in terms of eliminations. Now, circle time. Could it be RRQ still? And if it's theirs, then a lot of advantage there. But not really, though. But they still have the road to their advantage with majority of the teams on the south side. And, well, all of them, or majority of them at least, have to cross the road.
True. It's down to they have to force the fight. Do they have enough smoke? But from afar, I mean, TALON is just breaking the numbers here. 10 eliminations, not breaking its sweat, not even putting any effort. While Boom Yummy May got finished off just now, plays himself on the 8th play. We still have a lot of teams for the stage number 5 with very little circle left. But RRQ, they are struggling to keep the boat afloat. We do have another contender coming in. TALON just go straight into the knockdown. RRQ remembers while Asa couldn't hold the line by himself.
Tries to get away, but Redface is there to put him down. And Asa down and probably going to be out real soon. The rest of TALON starting to move, trying to finish off the other members of RRQ to make sure that RRQ will not be a nuisance for them.
Speaking of nuisance, Redface will be the nuisance for the side of RRQ. For now, it's going to be Hassan knocked down. I'm not sure how many HP he got left. Last time he saw him was 1 HP, but he finally got knocked down. Redface will be taken care by Snakes from quite a distance. We're talking about 100 meters apart here. Snakes with a Scar L, while YOODO Alliance trying to flush out the rest of FaZe Clan. They knocked down on Montons, but Adik look and Flex pretty low themselves in towards a big one, dropping 2 down on their knees.
Go long range by Drangzin. Put the pressure on the YOODO Alliance, and YOODO Alliance, they're not only busy with Drangzin, but also FaZe Clan. Need time to reset. Adik look revive at this moment while FaZe Clan bombarding YOODO Alliance, putting a lot of pressure onto their side. But here we go. Who needs the nades? If you have Torres that came in at the right moment.
The only one that actually get himself eliminations for the side of FaZe Clan. Ventura stepping up the game here, while the rest of FaZe Clan still trying to figure out how to get their defense up all the way with so many teams surrounding them at 360 degrees, all angles, and they are the one in the center. RQ, on the other hand, they have to deal with TALON, like it or not, even though it's just down to one player of TALON, which is going to be YOODO, but we've seen YOODO before. He can do so many things by himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's YOODO, one last player, and he could probably still gather a few more eliminations with the quality that he has as an individual player. But for RRQ, not an individual, a full squad against YOODO. Oh man, okay, now this is gonna be hard. 1v3, and it's RRQ.
YOODO is trying to do all he can. We've seen 1v3 that made Miracle Clutch before, but for YOODO, it's not gonna happen. Oh man, with those so many angles of Nate coming in out of nowhere. We're down to only 3 teams. It's going to be 3v4. TODAK still have a full squad. TODAK got quite a consistency when it comes to rotations here today.
Ooh, look at the airdrop here. It's probably going to be tempting for some of these teams. FaZe Clan and TODAK across each other. And also, to note that actually now, we're in the top 3 teams and TODAK. Another pretty consistent round for them.
Leon, this time they scored more than before. Slowly but surely. Climbing up the numbers and their rankings there by end of this map with 3 eliminations they secured for themselves. But when it comes to the utilities, still have a lot of troubles. But when it comes to ammunition, hopefully they have enough till the end of this round. But for RRQ, well, they definitely don't have any sort of contenders nearby. But FaZe Clan Venturas might be busy with the rest of TODAK.
And TODAK has the circle. Man, it's going to be big for TODAK if they can score a back-to-back chicken dinner. But let's see what they're going to do against FaZe Clan. Iftar is going to lead the charge. Tam and Cleon behind him as they cover fire. Cleon probably going to move it. It's going to be Dinks joining up with Iftar. Iftar turning back. I guess they just wanted to try to bait out the members of FaZe Clan. And also, they probably got information that RRQ is behind them.
Venturas need to reposition himself. There, the whole crew of FaZe Clan will take up the risk anyhow, knowing the fact they will not gonna sit this one quietly. Plus, if they don't start to move, the blue might actually hit from the end first, or they might actually have the disadvantage since it's gonna be 3 wake shots fire. Link spotted out the rest of RQ. For FaZe Clan, they're dealing with Cleon and Tom. They are splitting themselves into 2 sides here, TODAK, because they got the advantage of the manpower.
There goes safe onto Mela. Mela bleeding out. Mela is out stage, but looks like the answer is going to be no. Pico would be the one to secure that point. Into the hands of RQ. 10 eliminations now, unstoppable. And these 3 teams still holding on strongly each other, especially FaZe Clan. And 2 teams looking at them.
Oh, the Pico. Close enough. 72 in the magazine. The reserve are running dry for the players. They have to force their way for the takedowns there. 3 hand grenade left on the side of Cleon. 47 in the reserve magazine down there. Not going to be enough if they want to hold till the last stage. They have to force the fight. But TODAK do have quite a number of throwables. Still have 10 hand grenades overall. 9 smokes in the back. 4 mollies even, and 1 flashbang. Iftar need to find a way to cross over the other side just to see how the teams are positioning themselves. But RRQ got the last circle. They got the last call.
Well, the circle went up north, like what you said, RRQ. Oh, what a big advantage it is for them, because the other 2 teams, someone need to cross the road, will be putting themselves in an open space, and RRQ with this elevation will have a big advantage against teams that need to put themselves in an open position. Now, Smokes is going to play a crucial role here. Glad that both teams have at least a couple of smokes to play with.
FaZe down to 2 players, Honson and Venturas. No smoke at all. All they have left is just going to be tossing those grenades over to the side of that watchtower. Because if they want to toss around to his RRQ, it's quite ambitious if that were to happen. Crash has been made. Honda's just waiting for the pick out by Cleon. If TODAK not being careful, they might actually caught themselves in a trap, because 1 knockdown, all these 3 teams will start to move.
But the good news for TODAK is that they have Iftar and Lynx on the other side of the road. But they need to find a distraction to RRQ. or maybe hope that FaZe Clan becomes a distraction. I mean, now it's like more of a roll of a dice on who will be the first move. Oh, the Peko went down to Lynx! Okay, and not only down, but out as well. This could be the opening that TODAK has been waiting for.
Now TODAK, all they need to do is just having a bit of a reset for the entire crew down there. 9 hand grenades, that is. They definitely have more utilities, they have more men. Quite an advantage for them to finish things off. Onsons and Venturas were clipped by the blue with after the explosion of the nade. They have to stand up. They'll be forced to stand up. They have to have a go. Here comes the blue team, but they got knocked down one. Venturas need to help him up. But Cleon, all he needs to do is just spray it what's in front and he spot him out. And that's going to be it. That's going to be FaZe Clan finished off by Cleon. Next is going to be TODAK versus RRQ.
RRQ now trying to fight back. Lynx. He was shot at by Snape, but he's still a-okay. One nade sent on the side of Snape, gotta be extra careful there. Another nade sent across as well. Now they to rain down to the side of RRQ. Clear will be knocked down. Out in the open. Oh, Tom! Will he be able to go for a flank? Tom! The flanker for TODAK!
Oh, Snape's in trouble. But he needs to just slowly push himself slightly back. But Snape trying to do all the work for the side of RRQ. Couldn't just land the shots from afar. The mid-range fight is pretty darn difficult on the side of RRQ. F-Tide and Lace giving so much pressure. Tom want to pick on Cleon. If they can actually have a reset on Cleon, that's going to be almost 100%, around 90% of chicken dinner on the side of RRQ. But right now, RRQ, they don't have any more utilities crowd. They're running dry.
And somehow Cleon has been revived by Tom just in the nick of time. Back onto 4v3. 4v2 that is. Look at how disciplined TODAK is. Although they know they have the manpower advantage against RRQ now. No mercy knockdown. It's go time now to save. All in onto him. And TODAK Lanka! 2 chicken dinners back to back.
What a feat here coming up from the side of TODAK, showcasing what they made of, why they've been quiet for the past 2 weeks, and why they never been in the Super Sunday, and finally they have the light by the end of the tunnel. The Super Sunday might be theirs if they keep this going. A back-to-back from the team that never be in the Super Sunday when it comes to the final week of the PMSL group stage.
Wow, 2 back-to-back. Well, I did talk about their consistency. Now they are putting the work in. So big up to TODAK here. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back for a team that has struggled for 2 weeks. My goodness, TODAK. Man, I'm sure they wish they would have been able to play the next game straight up because they're now on the roll. Hopefully this break will not break their momentum. But TODAK, they're definitely in the game today.
In the zone, there is for them. They definitely have different mindset approaching when it comes to the final week here. We have to give credit to it, their coach as well, Nandi. I think he definitely have revamped the entire lineup of TODAK with their mindset when it comes to the final week here. The approach is way different. We can see they're slightly a bit safer, but let's rewatch the highlight from TODAK.
taking down Nepeko was so crucial for TODAK to land that chicken dinner. And here we go. 18 points collected by TODAK, followed by RRQ, 16 points, TALON, 14 points. The top three are the double-digit club team. But look at Alter Ego. Who displays some points if you got 8 eliminations?
I think they definitely just take this as cool as coming from Alter Ego. They're just having fun at this point. They don't really care for placement points. Their main objective is how much more we can get for the numbers. We can just focus on the eliminations here. But we do have a lot of double-digit eliminations up here, Cloud, which means we might not have a good look. Not really good numbers coming out of the second page.
Yeah, so worry about the second page team. And here's the confirmation. Okay, Vampire Esports, the home team, not scoring any points at all. These Xavier, one of the top teams, only 1 point. But yeah, they'll be fine. I mean, Super Sunday and all that. But for VOIN Donkeys, they're the team in page 2 that is desperate for points. Roy, YOODO, O2, as well as NKT. A good amount of teams that really need the points are there. But let's check out the overall ranking.
When it comes to the numbers, they're definitely going to break their own record, which is going to be the highest when they, across all the league stage, advancing towards the Super Sunday. By the way, 129, and that's the number. But Vampire seems like they're not advancing based on their last performances. They didn't score any. That's going to be giving opportunity for Talon, closing up the gap, which they are at only 8 points difference with Vampires.
And on page 2, obviously some of the numbers, they don't tally because some of the teams are not playing today. But for the teams that are playing today, so now Roy is with 3 points, but of course, to be fair to them, they only played like 3 games. Oh, sorry, 5 points, but to be fair to them, they only played 3 games. D Xavier had played 3 matches as well, but only 6 points. I mean, because it's D Xavier, so their reputation definitely precedes them. And also PUBG Mobile there, joining D Xavier back to back. So yeah, I guess some of these teams, they wouldn't mind having a break now.
Hopefully for the teams that actually do score themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner after the break, they still carry on with those momentum. Because we're talking about TODAK, it's quite a rare thing for us to see the very bottom team rising up and waking up in the very last minute, which could be the final week here. Not just that, scoring a double chicken back-to-back. Now, can they score another? We've seen the most chicken in a day was the Xavier's, which they scored a 4 chicken in a day, but that was Super Sunday, never in league stage yet. So can they break here?
And that's the fun part, right? I mean, we did ask for like, oh, we want to see like unexpected results, maybe teams from behind try to catch up and all that. And so far, so good for TODAK. Gotta give it to them. Gotta give credit where it's due. And great work so far for TODAK. So 3 more games to go today. Like what you said, it will be interesting to see if TODAK can catch or can get the 4 chicken dinners back to back, just like what D Xavier did before this. But before we head on to our following round, as usual, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys after this for round number 4.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Welcome back, everyone. And now I'm here with Team Secret GK. Say hello.
Say hello mọi người.
Say hello.
Hello everyone.
So cute. Your performance this week is better than last week. What adjustment did you make after last week's game?
Màn trình diễn của đội mình tuần này tốt hơn tuần vừa rồi ấy, thì không biết là đội mình đã điều chỉnh chiến thuật như thế nào trong tuần này ạ?
Sau 2 tuần thi đấu không được thành công thì team em đã về và đã có những số giải pháp để cho team tốt hơn ở tuần 3.
I think like after 2 weeks of not performing so well, we go back and then we have some feedback on our mistake and we came back better this time.
Okay, so you've come back already.
Yes.
Okay, your team has a high chance of making to the finals. Is there any team you hope will also make it together? Why?
Đội của mình thì sẽ có cơ hội cao để có thể vào được vòng chung kết ấy. Thì nếu mà vào được thì em mong là có đội nào sẽ cùng vào với đội mình hay không?
Nếu mà may mắn được vào chung kết thì em mong VOIN Esports sẽ vô chung kết với tụi em.
I think if we're lucky enough to make it into the finals, I hope that another Vietnamese team, VOIN Esports, will make it with us.
Oh, so Vietnam.
Yeah.
Okay. How about Team Flash? They're Vietnam too.
Còn team Flash thì sao? Team Flash cũng là team Việt Nam nữa, thì em có mong là team Flash cũng vào chung với mình.
Flash với DX thì vào sẵn rồi.
I think DX and Flash, they are already secured their spot in the finals.
So you want them go together. Okay, I got that one. Is there any team that you hope you don't meet in the match so that you can maintain your top score?
Em có đội nào mà em mong là sẽ tránh được trong một cái trận đấu không, để có thể là đội mình có điểm kéo cao hơn?
Thì sau 3 tuần thi đấu thì em thấy đội em cần tránh nhất là After Eagle. Bởi vì các thành viên team họ bắn rất là hay, đặc biệt là có cá nhân bắn cũng hay nữa.
I think like after 3 weeks of competing in PMSL Summer this time, the team that I need to avoid the most is Alter Ego, AE, because like the team, all the members of the team are performing so well now.
I got that one.
Yeah.
Because of like all players, they have a good performance. Okay, I got that one. Thank you, Team Secret GK, to join us for the interview. And now it's time for a highlight.
I agree with that interview just now. Everybody wants to avoid Team Alter Ego for now, but coming up from the side of the Vietnam team, definitely I do agree. We want to see Team Secret and Roy to just go to the Super Sunday.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that they have this national bonding to want to see as many Vietnamese teams in the grand finals as possible. So yeah, big up to him as well for having that bond. But the first round, and for at least the first half, I must say, TODAK, they have been explosive. 2 chicken dinners back to back. Though not a big amount of of eliminations, but still, can't take away the 2 chicken dinners from them.
That's true. But speaking of the teams that everybody watching out for, Alter Ego, Boom seems to be dropping it very cold here today. But TODAK back-to-back chicken dinner. Speaking of which, can Roy make it through? Also, Team Secret, they are doing okay. They just didn't get the chicken.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, let's not even talk about yesterday. I wish the question was for like what happened yesterday, but yeah, that is the story in the past right now. The current story, of course, as we can see here on screen, TODAK is really happy with their current performance with the double chicken dinner back-to-back. But the RRQ is the team that came out with the most damage in that previous round.
RRQ, they have been fighting a lot of teams, and we actually see how the rotation coming up from RRQ just now from the back all the way, but they kind of caught themselves in a trap when it was TODAK behind them. We're trying to outflank them, but TODAK slowly creeping in the numbers. They're 1,201, but damage-wise, RRQ still double them up. In between, they have TALON chasing the numbers. It's only around 50 points of difference when it comes to damage output, but Alter Ego still plays himself in the top 3.
Well, let's not forget about Alter Ego as well. You gotta have a representative up here somewhere, whereby Octa is here representing Alter Ego. But we have Yoru, the fighting for TALON, came in with the most damage as an individual, 964. A lot of work done by him. But we got 2 representatives for RRQ here, Snape as well as the Baco, 612 and 594 respectively. And RRQ, Despite sometimes the bumpy ride for RRQ, but they are still pretty consistent actually.
That's kind of true. Now, speaking of consistency, can we have the same team to score the last wrangle of the day here? Because it might be spicy if TODAK can just get another chicken dinner across all the wrangle maps.
Oh yeah, looking to see if they can score the 4 back-to-back, just like how Xavier did in the Super Sunday. We have not got yet. We have not gotten that yet in the league stage, but if that can happen, then wow, new record from surprise TODAK.
Yep, TODAK from 0 to hero when it comes to the final week here. And speaking of which, they take all Team Secret's chicken away. They take all the aura of the chicken, the buff of chicken for Team Secret. They just take it all for themselves. And speaking of teams without the chicken still yet, we do have TODAK. YOODO is not playing here today, so we'll actually discount them. And also, which gonna be VOIN, one of another team to actually play here today. And yeah, just GEEK Fam is also not playing. So I assume tomorrow we can expect these two try to perform with TODAK rising up the occasion. They definitely feel some sort of challenge here.
Yeah, it's definitely an inspiration for the other teams as well to put up a performance. If TODAK can, why any other team cannot? So that will be an interesting bar that TODAK will set. I mean, yes, to a certain extent, Team Secret, they did well yesterday too, but they haven't had this level of chicken dinner as compared to what TODAK is having for their first day in this week. So definitely, if there's any example so far for teams who have not got into the Super Sunday yet, it is TODAK being a good example.
True. And also speaking of the previous interview just now coming out from the Vietnam region side, well, they definitely don't want to mention the Xavier and Team Flash is like a different tier of the teams right now compared to VOIN and Team Secret, but it feels like Team Secret is slowly climbing up, but we do know they are like in the middle pack of the Vietnam region as a whole when it comes to just focusing on Vietnam region teams down there. VOIN on the other hand.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, I thought you were about to continue the line.
Nope.
But
nothing nothing nice to say.
Nothing nice to say. Okay. Well, nothing nice to say. We will have something nice to see because we'll be checking out how our players are doing here and if there are potentially any substitutions made. So far we can see, of course, after Ego, they're just going by the day, you know. They're probably again planning for where to buy a new pair of elephant pants.
Well, I want to see the variety of the colors of it. We've seen blue. You missed the blue ones, right? It was Super Sunday, and that was the clearest elephant pants that I ever seen. With the elephants, literally can see a row of elephants on top of it. So I love that version than the black ones. It look way cooler and way swaggier than the black ones. But speaking of which, is the elephant pants buff, by the way? The elephant pants actually do make a good comeback for the teams.
Yeah, even GK wore one of those elephant pants. Man, really the next time when they have PMSL or maybe PMGC here, you know, somebody has to be the distributor of like those, what I don't know how to call it in English, but it's those kain pelikat pants. They're like the Aladdin pants.
What is kain pelikat in English? Let me Google.
Yes, I'll let you G it, you know.
Yeah, I'm just going. Well, it's called sarong. There you go.
Okay, that's very helpful. But hopefully this swap will be helpful for YOODO Alliance with Leon's coming in as a sub. And not only that, Zeta, welcome back to the lineup. So he's going to play probably for the rest of the day with the 3 more rounds to go.
Agree. When it comes to VOIN, there's always going to be some swaps coming up from second break. Yeah, but I do want to see if Boom starts to swap players as well, because we do know Boom is not that hot today. Seems like they're hitting some rough patches here. But for Adik Look, YOODO Alliance has been doing okay. I mean, like, they are one of the best teams in the Malaysian side. They're pretty much still consistently trying to push their numbers up. But if you compare with last season, now personally, Cloud, do you prefer them last season or this season?
Well, to be fair, this season has not ended. But frankly speaking, they have not made any changes to the lineup. So it feels pretty much the same old for YOODO Alliance. They would, when it comes to league stage, I honestly wouldn't be too worried about YOODO Alliance. They are accustomed to the league stage. They'll be fine. They will go through for sure. the bigger question will be how YOODO Alliance will fare in the grand finals. That is where they always seem to have a blocker for themselves.
I agree. A lot of teams actually, when even compared to the grand finals, well, Mormon is just having his great time. Mormon is just being Mormon. That's Mormon for you. But speaking of grand finals, I agree. This is where we get to highlight more towards the Thai teams. When it comes to the grand finals, they're different entirely compared to during their league stage. We do know that Indonesian teams like Alter Ego and Boom always going to deliver anyhow by the end of the day. The Thais is going to be the reverse of the Malaysian team. The Malaysian teams, when it comes to league stage, are pretty okay. They got themselves the spotlight and the highlight moments, flashy plays sometimes. But when it comes to grand finals, they totally lost it. But the Thai regions or Thai teams seem to be different in that terms. They're quite humble when it comes to group stage. But when it comes to the grand finals, that's where everything gets spicy.
Yeah, highlight FaZe Clan there. They always truly turn up in the grand finals, and when in desperate need, even like in the PMGC as well, like they came up last minute and they got ticket to Istanbul in the last PMGC. For some reason, they always do that. But you know, by always doing that means that it feels pretty stagnant for FaZe Clan. But yeah, we've seen that once. We've seen that twice. Great, it's impressive, but. When will be the time that we see FaZe Clan really push for the championship, like from the start, like how Boom and Alter Ego, these two teams, you always see them doing consistently.
I agree. I love that kind of prospect coming out from your side, because we want to see like how, if FaZe Clan possible for them to have the energy for the entirety of the league, just push all the way. We've never seen that happen before, because it feels like FaZe Clan do prefer to play a bit of a surprise game. They're not consistently pushing up all the way. They're always in the middle pack. They like to stay in the middle pack. They're not really down there all the way at the very bottom, but they do kind of in the middle pack, the silent one in the middle pack that nobody actually focuses on too much to them. I think the reason why is because they don't want to attract too much attention. When you're up there, everybody will try to just take you out since the start, so they want to avoid it completely for FaZe Clan.
Well, I'm pretty sure at this moment, Alter Ego would say that, hey, if anyone wants to take off, feel free, right? Like challenges. What GK mentioned is like, okay, Alter Ego is that team that, you know, will probably don't want to take a fight for obvious reasons at this moment. So having that sort of reputation, they will want the points to come to them instead of them chasing for the points at this moment.
Speaking of chasing points, can we get more when it comes to the numbers? Yeah, for the other teams as well. Some of them are not giving enough challenge for a number one spot, while also speaking of the very bottom spot. What was the magical number? It was 20-ish, or was it around 40-ish by now? We're going to have to wait and see, because tomorrow will be another day. But speaking of the teams that are going to play their last Erangel map in the group stage, can they push the numbers up in the very last minute?
3 more games to go for teams of Group C especially. So yeah, I mean, and not only that, we're going to swap the map as well. So if they somehow have found a level of consistency with Erangel, they need to be prepared at this moment to face off in a different map entirely altogether coming soon. So yeah, 3 more games to go for Group C. So teams in Group C, gotta look at some of these names, especially Team Secret, NKT, YOODO O2, Create VIP. Oh, a good amount of them. At least 4 of them. The rest of them, they're pretty okay.
You mentioned earlier on regarding VOIN as well. So VOIN, with that swap of the player just now, they need 100% to get into the Super Sunday. So despite they got themselves last the week 1 Super Sunday, and if they don't actually get this Super Sunday, they might actually lose the spot. High chance they might be, because NKT and MORPH pretty much reachable if they want to overtake VOIN. So but if the teams that never get themselves the Super Sunday ever can surprise us with how TODAK surprised us today with the double chicken back-to-back here, and just push all the way up in last minute at the very last spot at 16th place in the last chance and in the last ever Super Sunday. Now that's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Nabeko here. So what highlight players for RRQ2 being highlighted here. We definitely have seen better from Nabeko. I remember back in the day where he was the PMPL Southeast Asia Top Terminator that he was awarded that at that time. Came up with a solid performance. That was his definite peak performance. After that, yes, he has some great moments and he's still a core member of IQOO, don't get me wrong, but I do wish to see that level of the Faco being played, especially with now in this era where Rosemary's at his peak performance. To have Nefeko having that sort of peak performance as before will make the race really interesting, especially the race to MVP.
Now, speaking of the race of MVP, we do want to know who's actually close when it comes to the top 5 and how close it is and how close it was based on the previous league standings as well regarding their points right now, because for the top 5, from my opinion, it's going to be Rosemary, Nefeko definitely in it, Yummy May definitely in the fray as well. Tony K, 100% will be on top. The last top 5, I don't know who. It's going to be a tough one because I think Luke's performance is quite okay as well. And don't forget, Lamborghini is pretty much very close. So who would be your top 5? Mine would be probably Lambo first.
Oh, well, as of now, pretty easy. To me, Rosemary, because two MVPs, 2 weekly MVPs back to back. So I would say easily he's still definitely the number 1 pick. Other than that, yeah, we can throw around some common names as well, and you already mentioned them. So I have no qualms over the names that you have put out. They are definitely big contenders for the MVP. But Rosemary, being super duper consistent, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine him dropping at this point. Even though if he doesn't come out as the game MVP or match MVP, he still puts up an individual solid performance. But let's see if he can do that again with the last 3 rounds. Here we go.
This is going to be our last Erangel of the day. Not just that, it's going to be the last Erangel for the group stage when it comes to Group C for today as well. Now, we definitely know number 1 is definitely going to be Rosemary getting those numbers up, but who will be his closest contender? Is it going to be close enough or still going to be a stretch? We have to wait and see, because right now we haven't seen the rise of Boom yet. They're probably going to be the closest one towards the contenders of Alter Ego MVP, Rosemary. And also, speaking of another team, Talon has been quite an outstanding team here today.
Yeah, Talon has been doing fairly well as well. So, but the interesting part about Talon is that they operate like as a team. Yeah, you got some standout moments from Yoru, but they are like micro standout moments, I think. It doesn't always translate to the numbers. And of course, when we, if we were to award the MVP, it's all based out of the numbers. But at the end of the day, the MVP is, I think, it's a nice touch to the entire campaign. What matters is, of course, the championship. And Talon being a well-balanced team, everyone is pulling their own weight. I think that's what's important for Talon.
True. Talon, except for now, of all the Indonesian teams, I think the one that actually okay, wait, we're gonna talk about a second, but all of the Indonesian teams, the one that actually is still kind of struggling, that we get to see them striving, is gonna be MORPH and PIGMY. Just the only 2 teams. The rest of them pretty much and the same standard or even more than that. But we do have quite a unique circle this time, still taking partially the ocean on top of shooting range.
It almost feels like a similar circle, close to the circle as before. Like you still have like that 50-50, maybe slightly towards the northern side this time, but it's pretty similar concept. Like you still have like the north side, you still have the main peninsula, and the circle could go anywhere. But with the circle slightly siding towards the north, I think it's pretty much going to be the same. That's what I would expect. And considering like how the teams played in the previous round with that kind of circle, I think a lot more teams will put focus onto going up to the shooting range side this time.
Shooting range will be very rowdy later on. And unfortunately, the teams that love to drop themselves at the northern side is not playing here today, Cloud. Except for probably YOODO too. But YOODO too, it depends on current being. They are pretty okay for now. And speaking of early fights, we have eyes probably should be set on Team Secret. They love early fights. Probably even Crit VIP in this case.
Well, if you talk about like teams who drop on the north side, right? So happen to pick the flight path is like towards the northern side, and Vampire Esports, they're very adaptable depending on the flight path. So happen that flight path equals to Zaki, equals to Circle on top of them. So yeah, All Star seems to align, at least as a start for Vampire Esports. And that is, of course, a scary sign for all the other teams out there that, Vampire, Zaki, Circle, easy move into wherever they want to be in maybe the middle of the circle. We don't know what Vampire Esports will come out with. They can play from the middle, they can play from the side. They have a lot of options with the first drop that they have.
True, but usually I think it's kind of solid for us to actually note that Vampires is not the type of team that love to wait for the circle, like something to happen. So maybe they will yo-yo their way in and out. So that's gonna be, we've seen them done that before, try to dominate over that side of circle by just going out of circle just the time we go for the looting and just coming back into it, or maybe just try to keep outside of the outer rim of the circle to make sure they will thin out the crowd, just to solidify the position on the angle of the circle as well. They can actually do that. They have the privilege to actually do that with this current circle at the very moment. But we do see Create VIP 4-man stack, was it, on top of 1 UAZ.
But looks like thanks to production, our highlight team here is going to be TODAK. So in case you miss out on whatever happened earlier on, TODAK got a back-to-back chicken dinner. And they got that with the same lineup. Lynx, Iftar, Cleon, as well as Tam. So if it's not broken, why change, right? Maybe if they can score a third one, then, well, solidified King of Erangel for today.
Particularly it's going to be this week as well. So hopefully they can do that for TODAK. Definitely it's going to be a boost of morale. And they're definitely on the train of adrenaline rush right now with their double chicken back-to-back just now. But the break, I'm not sure, will it break them down up to the point they will lose the momentum, or will actually double their adrenaline rush and their momentum when it comes to the second half of the day here. But speaking of which, now you mentioned about Nepeko early on. Unfortunately, Nepeko multiple times is being picked up quite early every time they crash into a team.
Yeah, there are a couple of times that happen, and I guess, yeah, I mean, it's kind of, sometimes it's kind of hard to tell, right? It could be because, like, okay, rotation, there are two scenarios can happen if you got picked up during a rotation. Number one is either like you're the first one in front, you scout, and then, yeah, you bump into a team that's prepared for you, or you're the last one behind, and normally teams will aim for the person last because, yeah, that's the easiest target to anticipate. So, I guess if they want to have a chance of protecting the vehicle a little bit more, then is to keep them somewhere in the middle in terms of how they sequence themselves when it comes to vehicle rotations. But if they're not too worried about that, at least for now, because they already got 68 points anyway, then it's fine for RRQ.
But it's Nepeko. How to protect a wild Nepeko in the wild out there? He's so hard to, you know, read out sometimes because he'll be doing something that's unusual, and he always actually do initiate a good fight at the same time, being the opener for the team to go into certain compounds and certain fights. It's something that you cannot put a leash on. Nepeko it's a different person and uniquely by himself and always for himself. That's Nepeko. You cannot control this guy sometimes. He's like Rap Face for Talon. He's like Rosemary, but Rosemary sometimes seems to be more logical, more sensible person to just, you know, have those patience in terms of his decision making. But Nepeko and Rap Face is like so wild, it's just impossible to keep them down.
Well, if you cannot understand what your teammate is doing when you're traveling in a straight line, or yeah, traveling on a vehicle like on a straight line, then I'll probably have a lot of questions. But that scenario could probably apply like when, okay, they stop themselves, okay, they want to take fights, they position themselves and all that, and yeah, probably that will be the case. But it's always good that if you have a player that has that level of confidence, because you also need someone who's able to be independent enough to do stuff on their own. If not, the IGN will always have a hard time like trying to micromanage each and everyone, and that's always a very difficult task to do. So putting trust in teammates in that particular scenario, then it's much needed for a team like RRQ or any other team.
And that's the exact point that will differentiate Alter Ego and the rest of the team. You can see the trust, you can see the rotation of teams and communication-wise coming up from Alta Ego. That's why they're so different from the rest out there. They are the legend right now. That will separate from the greatness of the and the legendary ones is the point that you just literally mentioned just now, Cloud. But TODAK, it feels like they're a bit shaky. Can they maintain their consistency of the chicken of the day?
Well, being shot at doesn't mean that they are out, so they are okay so far. And yeah, they're all the way up north, so burning. So one of the safest places, at least as for stage number 1. Stage 2, looks like the circle went away from TODAK. But TODAK is no stranger to circle running away from them. They've got the chicken dinner before, that was last week, with the circle kept going away from them. So they know how to manage that. It's now just a matter of not making mistakes and also unexplainable positions when it comes to certain fights or certain checkpoints. So circle-wise, yes, I guess we kind of talked about it. The possibility of it going up is high, and here we go. So welcome all the teams on the north.
Yeah, feast your eyes on this circle. We don't get that too much circle just nearby Zaki. We never get Zaki, but close enough. It's going to be perfect for us. But boom! FaZe Clan Ventura spotted out by Yummy May. There's also Alter Ego. Might actually steals away, but FaZe Clan, due to the tunnel vision towards Alter Ego, boom, taking advantage from the back line. It's going to be a problem for FaZe. They're cornered down by 3 teams, including XERXIA.
And that will be not only the first blood, but a couple of bloods shed here in this round. Alter Ego lost 2 players. FaZe Clan lost 1. And because of how the circle is, I would expect more in this stage coming soon.
It's just Alter Ego down to 2 players early. We praise them too much, I assume. And now on the side of RQ, feels like they're following closely TODAK rotation as well, moving in the same direction due to the circle that just shifted just now. FaZe Clan, they lost 1 player, but they still can do some damage control. But Pombit seems to be very interested in scouting the positions here.
Yeah, honestly, I think at this point, Alter Ego, even if they go out 0 points the next 3 rounds, including this one, it's like, it doesn't matter anymore for Alter Ego. If they get anything more, it's just flexing the fact that they can break their own record. Like what you mentioned, right? They are their own enemy at this point. Alter Ego is playing in a different league.
Yeah, they did different planet entirely right now, but they need that. They, you know, when you have this mindset going in and week number 3, okay, now we're up to this point, we need to beat the numbers. It's like, if they're that kind of perfectionist, if they have some OCDs players down there, that might be their target by now. The objective of the day, 129 is the number to beat. That's a different thing entirely for Alter Ego, different priority compared to the teams down there. Well, Vampires, they play a bit more safer regarding the position, despite they got themselves quite favored by the first few circles. They're not opening fire as much as we hoped for. Maybe because they know for a fact just now they didn't gain any point at all. So they're trying to redeem their loss of points in the previous round.
Yeah, redemption is definitely the time now, since we are in the last 3 games. I'm also looking at like how many teams would still stay down south. Okay, Xavier and VOIN, okay, all the best to travel up. Look at all the checkpoints. Left side, YOODO Alliance. In the middle, FaZe Clan. Down south, there's another team. So all the bridges pretty much locked in now. So yeah, I guess VOIN and Xavier will need to fight their way through or find an alternative somehow.
I assume there will be some teams also will try to hide themselves around the jetty or around the bridge of the North Joko Pool just now. Quite probably you might have sort of a last circle on top of it. We've never seen... Last time we had this kind of circle where right at the jetty or just a lot of water, and it was around like what, many years ago, the ancient days, Vikendi was still there. That was the bad scenario we had before. But speaking of the teams that's dire need of points, not really this 2 team, but it's going to be right on the other side. They've been charging as well. It's going to be 4 teams cross-fight on top of this minimap.
Here we go. RQ still being sprayed down by PUBG Esports. Let's land themselves into the compound just below Boom. And they'll be okay because now Boom is also distracted. But the fact that XERXIA is below the... But oh, wait a second. Look at the minimap. XERXIA sharing a compound with Roy. Okay, here we go. It's going to be real interesting on North Jogopool.
And there's also the duo of Alter Ego trying to poke from the back. can see they try to take advantage where XERXIA and also Roy happen to be sharing those compounds. But FaZe Clan will stop how Alter Ego just exposed himself opening fires before, and they got himself exposed by the windows nearby. But FaZe Clan, if they're not being careful, Boom might be reaching it anytime soon. But they have to deal with NKT first for Boom at the back.
Yeah, so all the teams are real close to each other now. But I guess this will be more of a standoff since it's pretty much an urban area. But keep your eye on the elimination feed. Grid, VIP, and Talon in the fight with each other. And there seems to be a trade between the two teams, 1-for-1.
Now the traits for Grid VIP, can they translate the knockdown towards 1 eliminations on the zone? Grid VIP is 2 knocked, but at least they scored 1. Here comes another smoke coming up from Newbies, trying to save his mate, but I Am Pro knock, and that's finished off by RepFaZe, and now this thing's gonna go wild. This is what we talked about TALON before, and there's no stopping when RepFaZe going rampage. Yeah, they just didn't think twice, but RRQ definitely want to challenge TALON, but will they answer back with a response here, or just gonna part ways instead?
Oh, yes, and Talon lost YOODO in the process. So I guess they'll need time to like kind of reset. They took a lot of damage from Crit VIP earlier on. But yeah, 4 points for Talon. 75 points at this moment. They are reaching the point that they'll be pretty okay very, very soon. But for Crit VIP, 30 plus points at this moment. They probably might want to start planning for these last chance qualifiers. But this circle, this will be an interesting one. We don't get to see this kind of circle much.
Never. This is going to be the first time ever we do have the pressure on top of Jogopool for the probably the last circle. It's still stage number 4. FaZe got out RRQ. Snape is down on his knees, but it's going to be within reach for Assad to pick him up. But Axel will not give him the opportunity to do so, with Blue Zone taking life away. Each 1 second is going to be 1 HP, so Assad couldn't help his friend. The last player of RRQ have to face the wrath of Talon right now. They will gatekeep this way all the way through, while FaZe Clan still try to find themselves some entry towards Team Secrets.
Wow, look at the amount of colors on the minimap. 1, 2, 3. I'm just losing count right now. Who cares about the colors? Let's look at the action. Kid knocked down on the outside. YOODO 0-2. Have to live Kid. RRQ out at number 15. No points at all collected by RRQ this time around. But the elimination feed is running crazy with D-Saber and Lamborghini taken out by points from Alter Ego.
I don't blame the crazy kill fit right now due to how the circle just tucked into one corner, and it's going to be unusual rotation for the teams. They haven't been in this case scenario ever before. We never had this sort of circle ever in this tournament yet. So it's going to be different rotation navigation when it comes to the direction this time. So a lot of teams have to be surprised by another entry of a different team entirely walking past by or being the third party. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, might hurt the Clash of Empires versus TODAK. TODAK, they still try to hold their grounds there. Can they defend it if Vampires want to take it away? But Boom versus Talon next.
Oh, looking for more. Yummy on his knees. And now we got Podbait coming in to revenge for his teammate. He gets 1, he gets 2. Back to back by Podbait. And Yummy will survive. Boom Esports collects 4 points.
Now they need to touch and go for Boom. They don't have that much time to reload themselves since they're pretty low, and the Blues start to burn them alive. They got themselves buggy. At least they got quite a mobility towards the safe zone. But on Alter Ego, Boychin just surprises these Zavis. I think that's the last of Alter Ego members just now. They didn't have that much progress, but they still have 2 more maps to go.
Yeah, they're probably already thinking about where to get the next Mukata or something at this point. It's fine for Alter Ego. For Vampire Esports, definitely playing for pride because they're the home team, so they seem to be still okay with 3 players. But inside the urban area, it's starting to get real crowded now. Boom Esports come in on the high ground. They need to gather information before crashing into a particular compound if they're somewhat interested.
But RNJ seems to be the last player for XERXIA. Might be surrounded by too many teams. We're talking about 360 degrees that RNJ have to defend this by himself. Roy is chasing the tails of RNJ right now, and we do have Boom on top of these 2 teams, just next to the compound, which will be right on top of these elevations. And NKT might might sandwich RNG in between, but I don't think the God will try to pick out due to the position of Boom. Might just give away some audio cues that there will be some teams on top of the mountain just next to them. Vampires, look at the spread. Fluke is all the way to its Boom side.
Oh, wow. As many teams as possible try to get their spot inside of North Jolopol, and the circle goes down south. So I personally have seen this circle, and I have a very fond memory of it. That was back in PMPL MYSG season 2, season 3. Yeah, season 3. That was when, that was when I was with Damasar Flash. Yeah, we got this kind of circle, we got the chicken dinner, so that's why it was a fond memory for me. So this is actually, at least in a professional scene, the second time that I've seen this kind of circle. It's pretty rare, I must say.
Yeah, across like 5-6 years, you get this only twice, guys. That's just how rare it is. I don't recall that much myself. Maybe I wasn't casting, or maybe I wasn't there, or maybe I just too old for that. But boom! Nade by the side of these Xaviers, pretty much chipped down to 2 only players on the side of Boom right now. VOIN pretty smart themselves. They definitely wise to just overtake the entire bridge for themselves. Now there's nobody can actually try to cross the other side of the bridge due to how VOIN keep it tight leash on whoever tries to just pass to the other end. But Boom on the other side, kind of surrounded by YOODO lines and KT. There's also Roy coming up from behind. It's quite crowded, too crowded indeed, to have this sort of urban warfare.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to see many urban warfares in this season, so this is definitely one of them. Okay, Stone, oh, super duper low. One spray, one tap on him, and he'll be out. And he knows that. That's why he locates himself to the other building, while his other teammates provide cover for him to reset. And Kid with the DBS, nade on the Kid. That nade, bam, no connection.
Mormon, Team Secret seems to be having some trouble. RNJ, that's the last of it. Team Secret fighting 2 ways here with Mormon, FaZe Clan, and also RNJ from XERXIA just now. Back to his YOODO 02. Kit tried to hold against the entire lineup of Vampires in the front line by himself. The support fire, or the cover fire coming up from the back line, which is going to be YOODO 02 jumper. Well, lucky enough for YOODO 02, they seems to be not attracting too much attention from Team Secret's side, because Team Secret a bit busy themselves dealing with FaZe Clan. Trung is all the way on the left by himself, while FaZe Clan, Ondas and Mela trying to take him down. The flank will be in trouble, while Break do have a bit of reset. They have the compound. Lucky the wall in between them will stop FaZe Clan from pushing straight forward.
Oh, I'll be anticipating to see what happens after about 45 more seconds, and where will the circle go? It will be crazy. Tron comes into the building, but yeah, this is going to be their home for now, I guess. And everyone is anticipating the next circle. 30 more seconds on the clock.
And the next circle will be crucial. Whoever's actually on the bridge, if the circle ended up on top of that bridge, now this can be VOIN dominating probably when it comes to the eliminations, but it's not done yet. A lot of stalemate here, a bit of tension between the teams due to how many buildings they are in this particular town here on top of North Jogopol. But Traps and Stone hoping he'll land on Kit, but he's hiding himself pretty well with the corners. Oh, TODAK just arrived.
Oh, nades across, so that is information towards Vampire Esports. But the moment TODAK arrived, oh, Team Secret prepared for it. Okay, now we have them on screen. Now Iftar together with Tam, the duo that has to do it. Iftar knocked down, now only left with Tam. And where is Tam? Tam is still on the outside of the circle, across the road. Ooh, it's going to be hard being the last member without the zone.
If you're coming in too late into this sort of circle, it's impossible for this team to squeeze in there. The moment they drive themselves straight into the compounds inside of the circle itself, 2 teams, FaZe Clan and Team Secret, just shoot the entirety of Team Secret, leaving only 1 member left down there. Boom, on the other hand, want to go against these Xaviers, but Roy taking the right foot out. But Boom definitely kind of confused whether which objective they want to focus on. Is it going to be the front or is it going to be the back? These Xaviers dealing with the members of Roy, slowly creeping into the corner here. Nate, we might actually see a lot of teams will running dry when it comes to their utilities due to how many corners they have to flush and clear out cloud because of the buildings in between.
Yeah, and because of those buildings, no fun being the observer now. Lots of things are going to happen at the same time, and it's going to be hard to catch the action. So far in the circle, everyone's in it, but all the teams obviously trying to cancel out each other. One knee sent across on the pawn bit. Boom Esports in it as well. But Roy and Xavier is actually sharing the same building.
Well, lucky the building is quite big. They do have multiple levels in it. But they might actually distract themselves with probably NKT over in FaZe Clan if they start to engage the other side. But for YOODO Alliance, look at the isolation of Jimmy. He's crossing the other side of the street just in case. Just in case anything happens for the entire crew, at least they have one more player across the other side of the street. And plus, he can actually give so much information to the rest of the lineup regarding what's happening on the other end. But TODAK cannot make it through. While we're looking at Boom exchange Nate with the Xaviers, their neighbors. But they having quite a rowdy neighbor themselves.
Well, no triple chicken dinner for TODAK, but Xavier lost another player, Roy. 3 points so far, but they have to clear off the last member of Xavier. Shadows on the second floor. And Lamar is being picked up. While Shadows tries to defend his ground. Seems that Boom was kind of interested to be a third party. Not too sure about that. Semi-movement by them. But anyway, the focus definitely now between Roy and the final member of Xavier.
Oh, need multiple times, not clipping all the players. It's pretty difficult with so many angles in this one particular building as well. Try to toss, but the directions just seems to be difficult. They don't have a clue. They definitely hear the footsteps on top, but which room the players at? That's going to be the mystery to be solved by the players in the same angle here between these three teams. Boom, Xaviers and Roy might actually have a bit of an extended fight. They're running dry with their resources. They don't want to wait it because it's gonna be super crucial, because we will have an ending and finale on top of this urban warfare.
Yes, it will definitely be a urban finale. Stage 7 will confirm it. And here we go. Yep, there you go. Towards the left side. So where Roy, Xavier, and Boom is at, no circle. So they all need to move. All these three teams. The best part is that Boom is on the inner side. So Boom has that advantage of trying to block out both Roy and Xavier.
True. I feel like these three teams won't make it through the circle since they pretty much out for their utilities right now. They didn't reserve any anymore. But at least they got some DBS in their hands, and the smokes will also be used, all of them by Noah, for the side of Roy. We do know it's so important to have so many hand grenades, even the mollies, especially the mollies here, Cloud. It's going to be super big if a team that's got himself the most mollies, it's easy for them to flush all the angles out. But the Xaviers managed to take down on Roy. There's going to be Levi. They are dominating the rise of the Xaviers. They love urban warfare, it seems.
Wow, though it's only him alone, still managed to get 5 eliminations as the team that is. At Boom Esports. Ooh, okay, Roy got ahead of them, and now Boom Esports must take the fight against Roy. It'll be interesting to see this 2v2 fight with Roy being in front, thanks to the vehicle that they had earlier on.
Speaking of vehicles, there's no point getting vehicles when you have nades. Bombit. Oh, wait. Oh, it's finding the last play of Boom. Bombit managed to get away from this. Going on to the attic.
Oh.
And he managed to pull it through. We want to see his POV. How did he do that?
Wow, okay, that is something that my Bombit. Hopefully we get the chance to see a replay from the ground view. But great work there by Boom Esports. You can try to block them out, but it's Boom Esports that we're talking about. And Bombit stepped up the game. That's a matter of whether he can save Frenzy or not.
4 eliminations, and they cover themselves in the corners, so it's going to be okay. But the Blues start to shrink even further. It will smother a lot of players, choking them down bit by bit. But VOIN just finished off the last play of Xaviers. There's going to be Boo Boo Hoo shutting down the run, but FaZe Clan next to go back to back here. A lot of team will be eliminated due to the Blue Zone force them to get out from the hiding spot.
And here we go. Stage 8 is upon us. It's going to be crazy. Stage 8, man. It's so crowded I can't even see where the circle is. Okay, I believe it's somewhere on the left side. But that also means that VOIN Donkeys playing the healing game, and he's probably going to be out soon. Yep, there you go. Number 7 with 1 elimination point for VOIN Donkeys.
YOODO got the circle here, but unfortunately they don't have enough manpower to defend their compound and their buildings. They might actually spot it out. They still have a trio, yes, but they be spotted out by vampires who got some higher view. sees they got a higher building. YOODO Alliance still have a 4. They got himself 4 eliminations. They're trying to slowly demolish all the teams from behind here. While Boom finally have to bear out the last play, despite they got himself quite a push just now. But Vampire seems to be making a nuisance for all the teams that have lower buildings than they do.
And here we go. Stage 8. Moving to stage 9. And that's going to be no circle at all. It looks like everyone's pretty much in the circle. So it's a matter of, well, who will make the first move in an urban warfare will kind of shape what might happen towards the end. So it's really pretty hard to tell like who might get it. Vampire Esports, Team Secret, YOODO 2, YOODO Alliance, and let's not forget about the possibility of NKT coming in because they can also come in later when the mess is happening.
It's also the question of which buildings and which room this play is at. Too many buildings there, too many houses, too many apartments as well. Leon, they just don't know which floor they should focus on. It's multi-level of buildings as well. Now, YOODO Alliance, they're trying to gatekeep towards NKT. NKT, definitely, it's been denied their entrance by the spray of Leon shooting down on one. It was a crispy spray on that one, but NKT stolen away by Team Secret, so was from the side as well. But now YOODO Alliance have to make a go because it's the last stage. We have no more circle. They are at the brink of the blue.
I wonder why am I getting a sticker from a particular someone. I don't know if that's a form of spoiler, but okay. Let's see here. Because right now our top 4 teams include Vampire Esports, Team Secret, YOODO 2 and YOODO Alliance. And honestly, from our POV, it's quite hard to tell who will score it. Almost same amount of manpower and everyone taking their own corner.
Vampires having a trio, YOODO 2 having a trio. It's YOODO versus YOODO, Team Secret versus Vampires. YOODO just spot out the Vampire Stone, crossing the street with a bridge of smoke, while Leon's holding his ground, trying to stop advancements coming out from Vampires. Vampires now breaching into the compound. Jumper got a clear view. He's not shooting yet. Oh my, he can't even see Fluke. Why didn't he shoot?
Oh man, not too sure about that. Probably blinded by the smoke bomb. By all the audio cues happening at the same time. YOODO Alliance now managed to make it through somehow. More mess is gonna happen yet. YOODO Alliance with the nade of the Leon and Soas.
Sprays from Adit look to follow up, but they need to save Leon. He's still on the ground bleeding out. YOODO a bit too late for the engagement, but still they're trying to rectify their later reflex later on. Jumper now spotting on Vampires. They walk in the trap. Vampires being crushed 2 sides here, but Team Secret still blinded by the walls. Fredo can shoot through the smokes here. Adik look, YOODO Alliance might steal away all the points. They gain themselves quite a number. They still have a lot of smoke. Now Fredo and the rest of YOODO 2 will fight Vampires and might have to face YOODO Alliance next.
Adik boy is there, but from behind. The member of Team Secret. What it? Oh, 1v2. Here we go. YOODO on the break, and it is YOODO Alliance. Nothing can stop them.
YOODO Alliance, they didn't stop and stare. They just stopped to shoot the smokes. You can visualize the players or not. You can see their silhouette or not. Just spray. There will be somebody in the smoke. Vampires being halted to nothing. Into the dust they go the moment they try to advance and cross the street with the bridge smoke just now. With so many teams left with a very little amount of circle that is, and also a lot of buildings in between. YOODO Alliance, that was really everyone's game by the end of the day.
Very, very consistent still for YOODO Alliance, and looks like the sticker was kind of like a sign, boss, you might want to delay the sticker, just for us to have that a little bit more excitement. But anyway, it's exciting to see YOODO Alliance scoring the chicken dinner as well. So that's 11 elimination points, so 21 points by YOODO Alliance. With this chicken dinner, the very, very likely will seal the deal to directly onto Super Sunday.
True, Adik look again got himself multiple MVPs in a day with 1,209 damage, 40% of headshot, but you don't really need headshot when it comes to those circumstances of very small circle in a heavy building compound. And also when it comes to damage received, I have to say it's because of the buildings in between.
Yes, and other than YOODO Alliance, gotta give credit to Team Secret as well, being up there. And the other YOODO, which is YOODO 2, up there too. But welcome back, PUBG Esports. This is so far the best performance today. and they made it through. And of course, that highlight moment was Pondit. However he did it, that was an amazing gameplay for him to also wipe out the members of Roy, for them to have an entrance towards the next circle. But here is the moments from this round.
Still puzzling for me why YOODO didn't take their chances when they have a clear shot on Vampires just now. Twice in a row that by Jumper, but maybe he got something else in his mind. But coming up from YOODO Alliance, they took their chances all right. 11 eliminations in the last few circles just now, down to no more circle till the end of the day. Team Secret, this is also close enough to that chicken, but still not sealing it.
Another close one for Team Secret. You're right. Oh well, I guess if they can still make their way to Super Sunday without a chicken dinner, well, I guess they will definitely take that. But on the other hand, RRQ and TODAK, our top two teams from the previous round, did not score any points at all this time. So 0 points for them. Looks like no streak for TODAK.
Feels like Alter Ego is putting a hold for the points. And just we're waiting for you guys before we break the numbers, guys, so things get more interesting. That's the message that I actually received from Alter Ego. They don't really have that much, but they have nothing. They have no pressure at all. But the teams that actually got themselves in the first page, YOODO shooting up to the first page at 11th place. YOODO Alliance, on the other hand, they push themselves up to the first page and top 6 at 45 points. Got himself that one chicken, and still RIQ and Team Secret, the only teams on the first page, didn't get any chicken yet.
And also to note that YOODO Alliance is now the highest performing 4 matches team of them all. So yeah, I mean, it's YOODO Alliance that we're talking about. On the other hand, Roy, 4 matches played, 8 points collected. Well, they still have tomorrow, but then again, Roy, they cannot have this big of a gap, assuming that they have to go through the last chance qualifiers.
Now we have our previous MVP, and now this time he's scoring another MVP, which is going to be YOODO Alliance Adik. Look, if you compare it with Shadows, aka Levi, 1,200 damage, 500 over damage difference between these two players, but assists is going to be more towards Adik. Look, definitely more of a team player, but team contribution we have to give it to Shadows. He definitely played such a big part, and we do know this will be the key players for both teams respectively.
Yeah, Shadows held on for a long time on his own in that one building with other teams below them. It was Roy at the time. As for YOODO Alliance, 2,710 damage. Wow, that's almost 1,000 damage difference as compared to Vampire Esports 1672, and only 2 difference between them and Team Secret.
We have the rise of the Malaysian teams when it comes to day number 2 of week number 3, and I agree, Cloud. YOODO Alliance, when it comes to Group B, that they just have their first day here, and it comes to week number 3 group stage. Today is the debut for Group B. I agree, YOODO Alliance is actually the best team performing when it comes to entirety of Group B teams.
Yes, and it has never been an issue for YOODO Alliance for the league stage in many seasons now. So I guess whatever that they're performing right now is also something that the fans would expect them to do. Now it's also a question of like how will they fare in the grand finals, and that is where they really need to put in the big performance. Because one thing about YOODO Alliance, and even since the Farang Legend days, they have always been doing well and consistent. It's just that they have not lifted a major trophy yet. Not even PMPL, MY, or MYSGPH, or MYSG, whichever version that you're talking about. More so even like Southeast Asia and all other official tournaments. So they have still yet to lift their trophy. I don't know, this year maybe yes, but competition is tight as well.
I might trigger some with this statement, but personally I feel like since last year, including this year, they are the most performing and the most consistent team from the Malaysian region. Now, 79 fans will be triggered. What? But you have to agree based on their stats and their performance. They actually didn't drop any ball. Like, you might actually jinx them when it comes to Miramar. But speaking of YOODO Alliance, they are the best of the Malaysian team overall. Despite of the league standings of each Super Sunday is going to be different. 79 still above them. But yeah, I agree. Since the Foreign Legend, I then recalled it all the way towards the start of PMSL, then even before during the PMPL seasons.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think there will be anything to be triggered with that statement, because numbers don't lie. Of course, at this point, because it's still running, so to be fair, right? But whatever it is people probably don't really remember what happens at the league, like or on previous seasons. Who people truly remember who becomes the champion at the end of the day. So the grand finals is truly where it matters, and the fact that YOODO Alliance is pretty much through to the grand finals, then it's all about being focused towards that and how they want to finally lift the trophy that they have not gotten before.
Everybody remembers number 1, nobody remembers number 2. Now, if you blow the number 2, nobody gonna even remember you by the end of the day. But glad to know that we are not the only people on this earth that actually have goldfish memory, Cloud. So it's kind of true, it is what it is. But speaking of which, will it be enough for them? How would they try to push themselves to get the top of the cream de la cream? We're talking about the number 1 team, which can be Alter Ego when it comes to this week. And also when it comes to the closest contender, Vampire still chasing the tails, but still quite a gap in between the first and second place here. Alter Ego dropped two maps in a row, if I'm not mistaken, just now. They didn't score too much. The progress of their scores still haven't break their own record, but yeah, they still can drop more after this.
They don't even need to show up for the last 2 rounds. To them, it doesn't matter anymore. They can already, like, either send a doppelganger to just play for them for the last 2 rounds, or just don't show up. It doesn't really matter for them at this point. Points going to be 0 again in the Super Sunday for Alter Ego. So don't be surprised if you see like Alter Ego not really performing in the final 2 rounds, because why not?
Yeah, why should they? They can play with their feet if they want to. They don't really have anything to lose. And well, it's still possible for Vampire to overtake them, but it didn't really actually contribute much when it comes to getting to the Super Sunday, because everybody just having a bit of a reset when it comes to Super Sunday. But the points will be different when it comes to the significance of Super Sunday points. Every single point will contribute with the grand finals later on. So when it comes to just getting into the Super Sunday, they're 100% in. I think Vampires can pretty much say it's 100% because they got themselves in the safe mark and safe badge of 85 and above.
Yeah, 100%. We'll definitely see Vampire, I believe. Yeah, because there hasn't been like too much new contenders for Super Sunday. There were only like 2 new contenders in last week's Super Sunday. So yeah, so that's also one factor as well. But for Crit VIP, okay, a swap here. So Putra's going to take a break. We're going to reintroduce Bill into the lineup, arguably one of their best performing individual players. So glad to see Bill here for Crit VIP.
I feel like Crit VIP cannot afford to swap out Bill because he's the pivotal player that actually changed so much for Crit VIP and the one that actually do contribute a bit more than the rest when it comes to getting those frags, getting those openings. So Bill definitely should not be swapped out. But I do want to see Putra to play alongside with Bill because we do know Putra when it comes to firepower, he is one of the one that came back in the days, right? And we don't see the best of Putra yet.
Yeah, not at all. His best was still during his Team SMG days, where he individually had like the most eliminations as an individual. I don't remember the exact numbers by now, but that definitely was a record to be held on by him for a very, very long time. And that was one of his peak performance for sure. But even after that, yeah, he did join 7-9 after that, and he has not been able to replicate the same level of performance as before. So yeah, I guess Putra, one of those players still finding his footing. Maybe it's a meta shift, or maybe it's just other teams getting better. There's just so many factors that could affect him.
I personally feel like it's the lineup. I don't know if I'm stepping over the line here, but I feel like I want to see for once Putra alongside with Bill. I feel like they can actually push more for Crit VIP because both having the same mentality of trying to find an opening for the team. They're more daring, they're more bolder when it comes to making their choices and decisions during critical time. So maybe that will change a bit of Crit VIP circumstances and positions here. But still, regardless of that, it's down to the coaching staff to decide because all we can do is just keep on yapping and talking by the end of the day. But when it comes to the other team that we haven't highlighted enough, which can be Boom, what happened except for Pombit, that's pretty much under the spotlight just now. The rest of Boom seems to be a bit quiet today.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if you don't get to see them long in the game, especially their first half campaign. It was only like the previous round is like, oh, okay, that's the best round that Boom has had. So only one sample so far. My personal opinion is that probably we need to see a few more rounds just to get a glimpse of what Boom is facing, especially if they get eliminated early, then, and sometimes we don't get to see them on screen. Understandably why, because yeah, you got 16 teams earlier on. Hopefully we get to see them a little bit more this time, then maybe we'll be able to come up with a summary by the end of the day. So it's gonna be Miramar, new map, new group, let's go!
Something's definitely brewing for the team, especially like Boom. Seems like they are brewing something for grand finals, perhaps testing some new stuff and strategies, or even some rotations and player lineup. But so far they haven't swapped a lot of players for Boom. But speaking of Boom, they definitely one of the top teams when it comes to Miramar map, with the average not too far off from Alter Ego, which can be a difference of 0.5 points only. But the one that actually least performance here is going to be TODAK. And TODAK, they performed brilliantly when it comes to Miramar earlier today.
Yeah, so TODAK, let's see here. If we look at the numbers here, not that bad, not their favorite map though. If you look at TODAK's numbers, they are number 62.8 points average. But maybe today's like a different day for them, right? Because yeah, they had 2 chicken dinners today. They probably worked out something. So I'll be interested to see if TODAK can actually bring some of that onto the final Miramar maps.
But the stats on the left side, there's going to be Rosemary. Everywhere. Rosemary is everywhere. And Rosemary is pretty much the face of PMSL for the past 2 seasons now. Can be the brand ambassador for PMSL at this point. But Boom and Alter Ego, due to how close their stats are, so it's no question asked there. But we do have very similar circle here, Cloud. We've seen this many times before. Water treatment circle it is.
Yes, and Boom being the top stats here for this map, they do have the circle. See, they drop up north. Circle happened to be on top of them. So great start for a team that has the best stats here inside of Miramar. TODAK is having a good day out as well. They are also somewhat in the middle of the circle. I believe they drop around the area of St. Martin or so. So not too far away from the middle of the circle. If not, pretty much close with the middle of the circle. So yeah, I guess those two teams would they'll be the teams that I really want to see what will happen, since they have a unique storyline today.
Speaking of uniqueness, not so unique circles, so we might actually have very generous start. Nobody will actually be having to face against the unnecessary fights or early picked off here. So eyes on probably Team Secret. If they want to rotate very actively, this is going to be the time, or this map that they love to go around. So it's quite massive compared to Wrangle. On the other note, we haven't focused too much on a team like NKT. Now, if you compare NKT, like where do you put NKT across all the other teams out there?
At this moment, I would say okay. They're fine, but it's fine enough for them to go on to the grand finals, or to Super Sunday, that is. I would say fine would also mean that NKT will need to look forward to the qualifying to Super Sunday by the last chance qualifiers. So I would say that, well, if you look at, okay, thanks to production, so now we have the points up, 44 points. 2 more rounds for NKT, so I think that they are probably prepping themselves up for the last chance qualifiers rather than qualifying directly to Super Sunday. So it's just okay.
NKT. I have to reread the scores, by the way. I think it's well, yeah, last chance it is, but last time, I think last week performance coming from NKT, they did pretty okay, but way better than they are when it comes to this week. I don't know if that kind of tilted them when it comes to the final week here, because they're being pushed down. Remember, they didn't push down just like how Creep VIP was. They were way above Creep VIP, still being pushed down by the end of the day, because we had the interview the last day of their group stage where they're pretty happy with their performance, but like I mentioned before, the question didn't ask whether they feel confident enough they'll make it through the Super Sunday, because we do know they ended up around 78 points before they head into the last chance stage, because the safety bar was around 85 points and they've been pushed down by the last minute as well.
Well, at least they still made it in week 2, even though it's 2 last chance qualifiers. So, but the thing is that when they got the chance in the Super Sunday, again, 6 maps, 20 points, not the most convincing Super Sunday. So it's just them needing to get into this Super Sunday. As simple as that. If they don't, it's as if they did not join this last week's Super Sunday, because they are number 17 in the overall of the league. So yeah, I guess it's a make or break week for them. No Super Sunday, they can pack their bags early.
That's gonna be sad. I really wish it might be a bit tall order for Roy though, for them to get into Super Sunday, because for me the standard, yeah, it's gonna be their first day here when it comes to the league stage, but you have to get yourself around 30-ish. That's the minimum. That's the bare minimum. Around 35 total points for first day in the group stage, so they can push themselves around 50 more points for the next day. If it's just too far off, like 8 points, if you ended up with around, hopefully they crack the double digit for Roy. Now if they ended up right around the teens, it's just so difficult. But for XERXIA and Xaviers, we do know there's no problem, especially Xaviers. They're pretty much number 1 when it comes to the Super Sundays overall league standings, because they got through a lot of hefty amount of points when week 1 commenced in week 1, 77 points. Of all the points of Super Sunday, they got the most, including week number 2, even though the week number 2 didn't perform well. So XERXIA, I'm not surprised as well if they manage to squeeze through the Super Sundays, because we do know they are in the middle pack. It's just week number 3 is slightly difficult. But for Roy though, Roy, personally, from your view now, what needed change for Roy to make it happen, like even for the next season?
Roy is Roy. Okay, it's hard to tell Roy's situation, right? And if we talk about change, right? So there's also the limitation with some of the regions, and the limitation is that it's a talent limitation. So in Vietnam, we've seen like the best of the best players go through the Xavier, and they're all up there. And then you have like, okay, arguably like you have Team Flash, and then you probably have like Roy and also the other team. So you already have like the best of the best players like within that same circle. Now, if you were to scout for a new player, well, I may not be too familiar with the development scene of PUBG Mobile esports in Vietnam, but if there's no platform for them to be discovered somehow, then Roy is going to have a tough time, because how I look at it is that for 2 seasons now, Roy has been pretty much like this. They definitely need an overhaul, probably a IGL that is stronger and also a lot more firepower, a lot more coordination. It's a big overhaul needed for Roy in the following season.
I hope this gives some insight for the viewers out there. If you guys from Vietnam have to be really having good skills, display it, just tags over their social media, just tag away Roy about your gameplay, because they actually scout players from that side as well. Sometimes if you tag them, they do have a look regarding your gameplay, if you actually can be tried out later on for their lineup or not. I agree. I think major overhaul definitely needed for Roy, because they seem to be the only team that's stagnant compared to last season. But we do have contacts here between the players. First contact made, RRQ will be one of the very first few teams that have one knockdown. Same goes for Boom. And do have the tuck in the one corner sort of circle. Here goes Devel, and we have massive team crossing over this side.
And Team Secret not having a good time with RRQ. They lost GK, they lost SOAS, and GK now at the brink of elimination. Team Secret, how many players do they have left? Only 1 player. Okay. I mean, there's 62 points, but you know, if you're a Team Secret, you really want to solidify your ticket to the Super Sunday directly, being the desperate team that they are. But now still surrounded by the members of RRQ. I'm not sure about Break's survival play the beyond number 16.
I agree. Team Secret down to only Break, and they're only in 60 points, in the 60s. We do want them to end this round around in 70, so the pressure will be lesser when it comes to the final map of their rotations in the group stage. Now on the side of RRQ, they spot out Boom. Now they're returning the favors on the other end, responding to their call. FaZe Clan seems to be clashing. We saw the rotation and migration, a great migration of all the teams in stage number 2 due to the circle shifted away from all the majority of the teams out there. XERXIA spotted Alter Ego. There's a lot of crossfire happening right on top of this compound here, because a lot of team will pass by.
Alter Ego against XERXIA. Here we go. Boychill from the other side. He's going for a frontal approach against the Megamai. Megamai jump shot to start Boychill. Rosemary fires back, knocking down Lobby. Megamai on the other side there. Rosemary. You can always count on this guy to eliminate XERXIA, and Alter Ego can still reset as a 4.
It's just so strong, Alter Ego, the way they place their positions, each of the player, to just give support fire from the back. The support working out so well for the team, and the frontliners know their limit. They don't overextend or overreach themselves, like overachieving. And when it comes to, that's why there's a lot of team kind of worry if they have to face against Alter Ego. And the most scariest part is when Alter Ego is super active regarding the rotation. It's impossible for them to make mistakes here. Sometimes, yes, they do when they're being picked off one by one, but when they are stacked as a forward, it's so hard to see them making any flaw.
I also want to point out that they are about 8 points away from equalizing the same record as week 1. So very, very close now. But for RRQ, all right, close to the final member of Team Secret that's going to break. I mean, yeah, I guess it's just a matter of time now. Now the blue has arrived. I don't know where it's break going to go.
For the circle, will call out its next position. Yeah, we do have RRQ still finding their way to break through the formation of these Xaviers to get into the zone. While VOIN might actually gatekeep by the rest of VIP, but the nade drop by Break just broken the formation of RRQ slightly, but unfortunately, he didn't score too much. But YOODO too visited by Yummy May and Frenzy. Yummy May can finish off by Fredo, but he just couldn't overpick himself because the spread of Boom is everywhere.
Well, Adi Boy is somewhere else as well. Nice off angle there by Adi Boy. But those may have to get on the elimination feed as well, taking out Tam. At the same time, RRQ and D Xavier finding each other like what we kind of expected. Spray by Kit. Tries his accuracy against the moving vehicle of PUBG Esports, but not gonna land anything there. As for RRQ now, Snape knocked down RRQ. Only one more left.
In the different building just across where Lamborghini is trying to find him. Here comes a nade over. Didn't actually clip on anybody. Assad tried to find at least one more elimination before he went down. Before he goes down. Got himself a small shack to take covers with one more first aid with this one used up. But the problem is these Xaviers, they're still having a fall. They didn't secure any eliminations yet because the rest of RRQ is still bleeding out inside of the building. Here comes a nade. Lambo will chip down him bit by bit. Same goes for nade. Bridget surrounded. Assad has no way out of this.
Yeah, pretty much the same scenario as Break earlier on. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. These Xaviers surrounding him. It's just a matter of time now. Lamborghini, closest one, comes into the UMP. And he should be able to land a final shot, but okay, knocked out, but it's okay, it's okay. His teammates is there to revive him.
Yep, they got quite some first aids. They even got themselves some upgrade of loot based on the RRQ players. The death boxes laying around. The same blazer, but Chewy, that's going to be a no-brainer for him to finish off the players that have been knocked down early on. Creep VIP slowly taking VOIN, and VOIN being eliminated. Again, we talked about VOIN earlier today, Cloud, and seems like they're not doing so well despite they're quite in the grey area whether they can make it through the grand finals or not.
Yeah, I mean, benefit of the doubt is day number 1 for VOIN. They can still change their destiny tomorrow. So, if not, at most, it's like, okay, collect as many points as possible, then try to get through the Super Sunday onto the, via the last chance qualifiers. But, yeah, I mean, I'll still give VOIN benefit of the doubt because tomorrow's another day for them.
True, and VOIN is the team that will bounce back when needed. So there's not entirely lost. They're very similar to Talons in that sense. So Talon, sometimes they drop the ball, sometimes they're way high up and just bouncing back. It seems like they are in the same pool. And Alter Ego and Boom pretty much in the same tier as well. Just very different when it comes to performance, while Talon and VOIN do fluctuate when it comes to their performance in overalls. But we do have a very centralizing Cruz de Valley sort of circle. FaZe Clan FaZe Clan plays themselves in the center. TODAK, they got themselves the circle once more. Can they score another chicken here when it comes to a different map entirely?
Yeah, in the middle of the circle. But their neighbors are truly unwanted, Alter Ego. But look at the distance between two teams and their current circle. I don't think we will see Alter Ego truly interested into crashing onto a TODAK. So that's a good sign for TODAK though. But another vehicle arrived in front of Rosemary. I wonder whose vehicle is that. Entire punctured, vehicle unusable. But Iron Pro, the moment NKT arrived, eliminated by side of that.
Here comes Bill, the newly swapped player for this round. He didn't play in the last Erangel map, just swapped into this Mirama, but can he actually make a difference for the side of Crib VIP? The nade's been tossed about, they're cooking another up. Spider Tan managed to be knocked out by Bill. This is why he's such a valuable player for Crib VIP. Chewy trying to hold the flank against the God. While Newbies finish off triple F, Spider Tan still bleeding out. It's gonna be in shambles, and KT leaving only Mr. Joe. And it's a dumb deal.
Yeah, Mr. Joe. Now dancing around Newbies. Okay, he gets one. But then again, the follow-up came from the other side. Who actually got it? Shadows got Newbies. Oh, okay, so that's actually a long-range steal from the Xavier. But anyway, Crit VIP, they will be able to pick up Newbies and they will survive. But they have to do it quick because hello, the Xavier.
Oh man, I feel bad for the players that still trying to reset themselves in the front. Chewy tried to buy them time, isolating the Xavier's nade. Being naded up by Chewy. That's a nice isolation by Chewy. Trying to stop them from advancing towards their compound of the Crave VIP right now. Responding, coming back on the Xavier's side. Giving a bit of a pressure on Crave VIP. Builds didn't get themselves to reset to full HP yet. He's in trouble. But Newbie manages to flee away towards the sides. But on the side of Bill, he's holding the ground against the entirety of the Xavier by himself.
Looks like Crit VIP 7 eliminations. Let's see if they can add more out of the name of the Xavier. Crit VIP. I absolutely agree like what you said. Like Bill should be playing every round, looking at how he's performing for Crit VIP. But then again, gotta put focus onto this round. He'll be holding out the front line with 50% of health. navigating through the buildings, and Xavier trying to close them down.
We do have YOODO lines at the back, but I'm not sure if they will slowly creeping towards the backside of Crew VIP for now. But lucky enough, just now Shadow didn't spot out newbies trying to flee from that building. Managed just to avoid it within 1 millisecond in the very nick of time. But it's gonna be 30 more seconds before we're heading into stage number 5 and the rest of Crew VIP. Whether they want to part ways or whether they want to force a fight, that's gonna be the question. Because when it comes to firepower, they're lacking on one. But do they have vehicles if they need to flee? Might be the clash here. It's high chance they might be bombarded by the nades coming out from the side of the Xaviers.
Well, looking at Nate, he does not have any nades onto him, but Lamborghini definitely has a UMP onto newbies. So that's going to be their opening. 2 more to go for the side of Crit VIP against Xavier. Wow! Circle shifts away, and guess who's in the middle? TODAK is there.
Down to Chewy to make the call on the side of Crit VIP, where the circle shifted once more, and these teams are not quite in the center of it. But Crit VIP, he managed to hold their ground. Newbie, Chewy, they still managed to hold it against these Xaviers, but these Xaviers might have a bit of a reset. They lost Virgin in the process. Lamborghini tried to find the last play of Crit VIP, maybe leaving with the last play. Chewy, that is. Thankfully, YOODO Alliance happen to be here, and Chewy will be saved by the likes of YOODO Alliance for now.
Well, oh, that's good news for Chewy. And here we go. Chewy actually went out first, but yeah, 8 elimination points. Very nice for Crit VIP. But YOODO Alliance now, but they need to flush out Xavier. Jimmy OP is going to lead the charge, and he sees one in front of him towards the left side. He sprays, he wins.
Cleaning up creatives. 2 teams going down back to back after Chewy being finished off and chewed by these Xaviers. These Xaviers being eaten up alive by YOODO Alliance next and still having a full squad. We do have another next Titans versus Titans here. The Talons versus the Vampires. Will the bird Talon actually win over the bat of Vampires when it comes to this the flying creatures fighting amongst themselves?
Flying creatures, yeah? Okay, we gotta... Okay. Anyway, so Talon now on the outer side, while Vampire Esports on the inner side. What talk that? Oh, this is gonna be huge. Alpha, he could probably be that one from afar to just be the long-range nuisance towards any of these 2 teams.
Hashtag be the one. That's the case here, maybe. Be the one of the third party of between these 2 teams. Misery down on the ground. There's gonna be the opening, but Yoru down on his knees. Tony K, you cannot take him down easily. Ref is definitely not happy regarding their situation, but it's gonna be down the drain. Vampires holding the ground pretty strong, despite the Talons do have the nails quite sharp in their fingers. With Talons, you know, you get me. Vampires, well, the bat's pretty much fast when it comes to defending.
I get you. Okay. So, but nice work by Vampire Esports. I mean, clean execution by them. No one got eliminated, and they got 4 elimination points out of that. All right. And now, I guess, well, Vampire Esports should have an okay entry into the circle next. Speaking of the circle, stage 6 is coming soon. We haven't seen much of Roy, though. They've been really, really quiet. But if they can survive this long with the full squad, who knows, they can come up with a surprise.
Yep, they need to crack the double digit there. Stay quiet. That's Alter Ego. We've seen so many teams try to take Alter Ego in middle range and short range in a CQC. It didn't work out well for the teams that are trying to challenge the team that seems to be in perfection right now. Absolute perfection when it comes to the teamwork and also when it comes to the gameplay. But maybe we can find flaws there when 2 teams happen to be crushing into Alter Ego at the same time. If Vampire's interested to go against Alter Ego and Roy might take the advantage, now we get to see the best of Alter Ego, whether they can hold their ground or not. But TODAK, they got the center of the circle once more.
Center of the circle, TODAK. Good spot to be in, not gonna lie. Plus, they do have compound there, and it's gonna be their fortress. But teams on the right side, Roy, Fredo knocked us down, and Roy, as of now, we got 8 teams, so they're starting to collect decent points. But if they go out at this moment, it's going to be only 9 points for Roy, so at least a double digit. Come on, Roy.
YOODO too seems to be interested with Roy's position as well. And this is Rosemary with long shots in this very big map. While the Vampire seems to be dominating, seems to be in the same score as Alter Ego when it comes to elimination in this map. We do have Lucas challenge. Tony K is here. Rosemary versus Tony K. Let's go, but not the entire team. Rosemary being chased down. He's been hunted down by Fluke. It's a straight shot.
There you go. Vampire Esports crashing into the compound. But Rosemary just denied himself by jumping down. Okay, that's interesting. Point probably denied. But anyway, YOODO lies now against FaZe Clan on the other side. On the south side, that is on the circle. Ventorius with the PB has put the pressure on the Adeluke on the other end. And it is Onsens to follow up on the Adeluke.
Ventorius cooking up the nade. Leon's on the ground thanks to YOODO2. Jumper also Boom going in against each other. YOODO2 is taking the lead against Boom. But Ventorius might just put out the newly arrived fresh Olio, just finish off in an instant. And FaZe Clan seems to be having a great day here, not having any issues. But Vampires,
I mean,
well, they didn't score the Rosemary point just now, right?
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, because last we saw that Rosemary, he jumped down the cliff or he crawled down the cliff and yeah, he got eliminated by falling. So probably not.
Alter Ego, I guess Rosemary, like, if I have to go down, not by the hands of another player, just go down by myself. That's just, you know, dignity at its best. A warrior moment that coming up from Rosemary. But on the side of FaZe Clan, it's gonna be an awkward angle for them to actually take down Vampire, since it's from below upwards. A bit difficult for them to place any sort of throwables or utilities to try to pressure on the side of Vampires. Vampires, you do have the elevations. But I have a bad feeling regarding the position. They might actually have to climb down later.
Likely for that to happen, and that's where they're scouting out for information. But interesting for YOODO, like, they actually have Jimmy OP still alive. I thought they were all eliminated by FaZe Clan earlier on, but okay. Great that the fact that Jimmy OP is still A-okay. He does have the airdrop on the left side of the circle, and some opponents are kind of far away. So if he gets the circle, then he can still hold on to that position.
Speaking of positions, we're waiting for the circle to pop. And TODAK seems to be blasted by the airdrop as well. And YOODO Alliance, Jimmy just gonna loot from the airdrop. That's possibly going to be the last member of YOODO Alliance for now, but Boom seems to be aware regarding TODAK's and YOODO Alliance position, while Roy seems to be still surviving. Now Roy, all they need to do is just wait it out, and hopefully the circle still be on top of all the circle, just push away.
Yeah, move to the middle so Roy do not have the circle. So the next stage for them is for them to take that fight to get into the circle, and there's at least one team across them. So Roy prepping themselves up for sure. As for Jimmy OP, he doesn't have the circle as well, but at least he can kind of like crawl and stay quiet and slowly move into the edge of the circle, and he should still be fine.
So that all they need to do is just defend this. The closest one against them is going to be YOODO Alliance, but that's going to be the only one player. But FaZe Clan have to cross the street from there. They will try to challenge Vampires on the elevations of the mountain first, because if they want to cross, Vampires definitely will shoot them down. But lucky enough for them, they want to rotate. This is the best time because Vampires is on the move.
Here we go, Vampire all in on the Alter Ego. Boychill took down Tony K. Oh, Alter Ego fighting back. And here we go, Boychill. Get him in Alpha. Can they be the duo to do it against Vampire Esports? But at the same time, look at Roy! Hello!
Roy being discovered by the likes of Boom, and they're facing some problems themselves. It's going to be a four-way war, crossfire here. Boom, Roy being forced to break their formation. And it's going to be Lumiere finish off first. Well, Vampires Alpha in between. Boychill will cook the nade up. It's all about the angles here. Can he score double in that? For Boychill, didn't actually land any of it. Here comes another nade or even a molly. Tried to shush them out. But Tony K made a comeback and reset himself. Well, YOODO Alliance fighting against FaZe. Alter Ego trying to shut down on Vampire.
At the same time, I noticed that Jimmy OP got a couple of elimination points for himself. So now, back onto Vampire Esports. They're trying to find the other members of Alter Ego in the building. Roy, on the other end, they do have one player on the outside of this building. Stone sprays through the smoke, but now he has the information. But Stone is now the last man standing for Vampire Esports. Holding K is currently down, and Stone eliminated by Alva from the other end.
Speaking of timing, the moment Stone just turned his back towards Alva, that's the very moment where Alva seems to be peeking at the same time. worst case scenario for the side of Empires, but still they scored themselves 7 eliminations up there. While Alter Ego, they want to break their own record here when it comes to the weekly rankings, most elimination and points. So they are very close to that, but they're down to only 2 more players. TODAK, on the other hand, 1 player seems to be captured by the other teams outside. Boom will be the next contender, while FaZe Clan taking open space for themselves.
And what does it take to stop Alter Ego? You crash onto them with more players, more manpower, but you still lose. And the team that crashed to them is no pushover team. It's PUBG Esports. I wonder what is the kryptonite of Alter Ego right now. They seem to be unstoppable, indestructible.
Well, nobody can stop them, that's true. We haven't found the flaw from Alter Ego, despite they being forced into multiple fights early on, defending or being offensive. They still managed to secure quite a hefty amount of eliminations, with still remaining with a double players or 2 players left. Boom, on the other hand, also working out with the duo, but numbers-wise, TODAK have slight advantage and the elevations plus the compound. But will they respond to Boom's pressure or not? Frenzy, here comes.
That almost got onto Frenzy. Shredded a bit of his health. And now he's prepping his own nade, but nobody's in the smoke. So that nade will be on. It's okay. At least he tries. But TODAK, a little bit of action for themselves. Try to tap that long range away. And what I'll be interested to see is that also approaching stage 9 as well. We won't have circle at all. But now Razy fired on by Iftar. Iftar second time around, but not able to land that knock.
Close enough on the side of TODAK. They definitely tried, but it's just so difficult with so many corners to clear on. And they barely got enough throwables. They definitely have no throwables on the side of Iftar anymore. He cannot use anymore. He's to try to force out Boom from the hiding spot. Can't even toss any nades there as well. Lynx, the moment he opens the door, will be shot. The Frenzy spot him! Oh, he didn't move from that window. Frenzy spot out Iftar. This is going to be the opening that we're waiting for. Boom coming in to just clean up the floor and just finding the last remaining members of TODAK. 2 of them still alive.
Okay, we go onto the second floor. Razy makes sure that nobody is there. But they are actually just in front of Razy. Okay, now Razy together with his teammate comes in. And that is Razy, ladies and gentlemen. Another knockdown for him from TODAK. And now TODAK only has that 1 player left. Where is he? It's Tom on the other building.
You cannot be hesitant when it comes to CQC, while FaZe trying to pressure towards the side of the teams that are still fighting in the center down there. We're looking at Alter Ego. Alva still playing this quiet, and surprisingly, Alva very close to Tom at the same time. If Boom happened to be spotted up by FaZe Clan, but never mind, Tom opened fire first, so Boom definitely knows where he's at. While FaZe Clan not being given enough attention, still having a trio, but Tom spot them out first.
Ooh, the bounce was here. Really interesting though, he can catch from FaZe Clan. But Razy, now a lot of focus on FaZe Clan. Alva knocks down a moment. FaZe Clan, where are they going to go? The Blue is just right behind them. Razy going to be careful of nades as well. Frenzy's going to shoot from the other side. Nice! Off angle by Frenzy. Where is FaZe Clan going to go now? The Blue is just right behind them. Nade! Onto Ventoras! Onsa's Brisbane low. Shows his leg. Razy tries to land that pixel shot by the other day. It's the Blue that eliminates Orson.
It's gonna be chicken dinner by the hands of Boom. Now, thanks to Alva, Alter Ego giving so much pressure to the side of FaZe Clan, knocking on FaZe Clan members, but still stolen away by Boom players at the very last minute. It seems like a teamwork, but different teams. It's gonna be, well, Alter Ego. Boom definitely have to thank Alter Ego for this, but TODAK time lasted long enough.
Yeah, at least a second place finish for TODAK, so pretty decent for them. But welcome back, Boom Esports, to the PMSL week number 3. Chicken dinner. Just as when you thought that, Boom not performing today, they're missing and all that. Well, to show you, they're back with a bang. 10 eliminations brought to you by Boom Esports.
Explosive performance coming up from Razy, stealing so many eliminations and dropping quite a big nade, making such a good opening for the rest of the team. But Pombit was the MVP for the previous few rounds. We don't see a lot of Yummy May, but when it comes to Razy, definitely well-deserving MVP. 1,100 damage with 6 eliminations. He tanked most for the teams with half damage received that pretty much meeting up to half damage that he just dished out. So when it comes to team contribution, this guy just definitely the key player, the reason why they got himself the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, a lot of beautiful numbers here for Razy. 44% team contribution as well. But other than PUBG Esports, of course, we must have Alter Ego here. And FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports up there. But I also want to point out that when we first started to play PUBG Esports, they have the best record in Miramar based on the average stats, and they're just showing that Miramar is a map that they really like. So great one here for PUBG Esports and also Alter Ego just behind PUBG in terms of the stats as well, also up here. But let's check out the best moments from PUBG Esports. Welcome back.
I definitely want to see Razy head-to-head with Alva when it comes to damage between players after this. Hopefully we get that. But for Boom, welcome back. I agree, Cloud. Seems like their quiet is not that quiet anymore. They're definitely loud when it comes to Miramar maps. They love it so much. They scored themselves 20 points in total. But look at Alter Ego. Despite being eliminated early, he still scored quite a number of eliminations.
Well, because of those numbers, some of the teams have to suffer a donut. TALON, VOIN Donkeys, as well as XERXIA, 0 points in this round for them. But Team Secret, 1 point collected. So with one more round to go for Team Secret, they're definitely preparing themselves for the last chance qualifiers.
Now, speaking of the teams that need the points, you look at the matches. The team with 11 matches done, Crit VIP. Oh man, this is going to be the last map, including YOODO and NKT. Will it be the same for NKT? We talked about it before. They might actually go for their last chance stage, but Alter Ego breaking their own record up there.
Oh yeah, welcome new number 131. That surpassed their previous record of 129 points, and they can still add more points in the next round. These guys are just not stopping.
For the second page, at least none of them actually have 11 matches, so they still have another go for tomorrow. But we start to see some teams being pushed down, which didn't play. The teams that didn't play here today, but the teams that actually do play, VOIN Donkey and D Xaviers. Still on the last page. Seems to me that they don't have any progress, but more devastating. I'm livid regarding Roy right now because they just I love this comparison. Thank you so much.
Wow. Okay, they heard you. They heard you. Alpha and Razy. Eliminations favor Razy 5 to 6, but Alpha did a little bit more damage. Very close between the two of them. 1125 and 1100. Razy has a little bit more assists, 3v1. But when it comes to team contribution, 44% for both of them. Very close in terms of stats. Can you imagine that if we combine the both of them, they'll be like Super Alpha Razy Saya?
Ralva, we call it Ralva, I guess.
Ralva.
A new player emerge. The baby of those two, Ralva. There you go. Alter Ego still getting the high end of damage output despite the Rosemary denied his death to all the teams that tried to knock him down. I would die by myself. Still scored 2,919, but Brim not too far off despite he got a chicken 1,008. That's almost 1,000 difference of damage. That's just how crazy the firepower of Alter Ego. There's no limit to these guys.
Well, as of today, so far, the only two regions that have not gotten a chicken dinner is either from the Thai region or the Vietnamese region. And there's only one more slot to go because we have one more game after this. So will it be Thai, will it be Vietnam, or will it be anyone else? So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This round, I will want to see how far some of these teams can go, especially the Desperado teams. Team Secret, looking at you guys.
With only 1 point just now. Well, we're definitely worried for them because right now, despite they still, you guys can see that they are in the first page, but the point they gained for the entire day wasn't as much as we hoped for. Definitely last week's performance is better than this week's because of how the difference right now is quite apparent for the side of Team Secret. But NKT is also in the same boat. We're talking about Group C, Alter Ego, and Alter Ego is different. TALON Esports, pretty okay. Free VIP, YOODO 02, Vampire is pretty okay. NKT, Team Secret, RRQ. Would you put RRQ in a danger zone today?
Not yet, though. I wouldn't put that as a danger zone. I think if they are able to do okay the next round, I think they're pretty much through.
Okay. But still, 85 points is going to be the safe bet for all the teams out there if they want to get themselves straight into Super Sunday. But fortunately for Group B, today just being their first day. But when it comes to performance, I have to say Group B, is it still going to be the group of death? Seems to me like week number 3 still is going to be the strongest group, possibly coming up from Group B.
Oh, yeah. Though there's a reshuffle, but yeah, I guess... like what you said, Group B is definitely an interesting group for this week. So yeah, but yeah, I would still say Group B. It's probably an interesting one. Actually, Group C is pretty interesting as well because like you got Alter Ego there, so that definitely pulls like the weightage up a lot. And then Vampire's been doing pretty nice. Talon's been doing pretty nice as well. So I think I don't know. This week feels a bit balanced between at least Group B and C.
Group A is pretty much like in the middle pack. Personally, I would say Group B and C. Today is Group B and C, so we don't see it. Probably going to see a bit toned down or a bit slight domination between Group A versus Group B, but maybe it's just our thoughts. Because Group A, I feel like everyone is in middle pack when it comes to performance-wise. Nobody is too weak and nobody is over-dominant over the Group A of all the teams in there. But Group B versus D, this is going to be their last map here. It's going to be the last chance for Group C whether they can mark their safe path straight just into Super Sunday or not.
Yeah, if not, whatever it is, not all hope is lost because last year's qualifiers, if you are able to have a good start at the last year's qualifiers, it's still not bad unless, well, a good VIP happens, but that is, I would say that's pretty much an anomaly. But what's not an anomaly? A substitution here for VOIN Donkeys. Pull Poco out and Rocky in.
Rocky actually looks very close to our producer. He called Shamim. I think you know.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I thought Hygiene is like...
No,
totally...
Hygiene is like...
Yeah, we've known that for many seasons now. Yeah.
They are definitely twins from different parents. That's it. But they are 100% feels like twins.
Yes, we need to bring them together someday. Yeah, hopefully. But Hans for You comes in for the last round as well. So yeah, but Alter Ego, you can swap in anyone. There's no difference for Alter Ego. Plus, they have broken their own record. So what else do they have to prove now?
Alter Ego, I wouldn't say all-star lineup. I feel it's a star team. Because I don't want to say it's all-star lineup because definitely I don't feel like it's a Rose Carey or Base Mary performance this season. Everybody just push cylinders out. They level up when it comes to the entire year of, not even the whole year of 2024. But what's the limit for Alter Ego? What's the limit for their growth? It seems like it's endless. There's no limit to it yet.
Yeah, I know, right? It will be interesting to see how it will be for them in the grand finals. Because, that is where people will remember you. Like, people will remember like, oh yeah, you did well every week and all that. People will remember what happens in the grand final. Especially, who becomes a champion in the grand final to be exact. So that is where I truly want to see like whether they will be disappointed or not. And they already have a very good setup, right? And the hype is definitely there. But sometimes like this hype can get to you. I don't know. There's so many things can happen with so many teams. And this is the beauty of PUBG Mobile. It's not like 1v1 or one team versus one team. You got like a total of 16 teams that sometimes you won't know what will happen.
True, and I cannot wait to witness how can they perform in world stage for Alter Ego in this lineup right now they have. With what they have with this chemistry going, hopefully they have the same momentum when it comes to Riyadh later, which could be the World Esports Championship or even the Globals in the future. If they can still execute as such performance, now where do they stand in the global region? It's not a region, the entirety of the global championship later on.
Yep. Looking at their performance is definitely something that they'll be looking forward to towards that stage, and that's going to be the big stage where a lot of money is on the line. And even like the other day, Vampire is also, they got interviewed. They also admitted upfront, it's like, for the money, because obviously they felt it with PMWI. But of course, the journey is not over yet. They still have to find a ticket through Miramar.
It's gonna be the last Miramar for the day, ladies and gents. It's gonna be the last Miramar for group stage. When it comes to Group C here, we do have very right side or eastern side flight path all the way from Camp Militar down to Patona. We never have Patona for our last circle. We had water treatment just now. It won't be the same sort of circle, will be entirely different. We're gonna have to wait and see, but it's gonna be a heavy Miramar map because there will be a lot of early skirmishes because it's the last map of the day.
Yes, and what's interesting is that, since we are only playing two Miramars, PUBG Esports, they changed their draws for. Previously it was Dore Ahumada, and this time, probably knowing that families are playing, they will drop inside of Impala instead. And since like what you also mentioned, it is the last game for the day and also last game for Group C. So hopefully we get a interesting circle instead of like your pretty much the same circle up there. We've seen it a couple of times already by now. So come on, give us a different circle, a way different circle. By the corner will be nice.
I think it would be fun to have another water treatment just because the flight path is more towards the eastern side. So there will be one direction for most of the team, but we do have the players drop themselves scattered about, but we might actually have first contact early on. Chuma Zero Circle it is, but we have early engagement by VOIN Donkey. My god, Rocky. They're just shooting down the parachuting players of TODAK, still in mid-air.
Ah, okay, managed to land himself. Okay, so it's A-okay for now, A-okay for now. Hopefully it doesn't bump into any other team, but VOIN Donkeys, they almost got that. If they got it, that's actually the first airborne elimination, or at least knock, that we have seen in this season's PMSL.
Do we have any? I don't want to test your goldfish memory. We don't want to test any memories here. Just leave it by this season, yes. Sorry for that. Great VIP versus NKT Triple F. The monster truck will not cover him as much, but it's down to 1 HP. He managed to squeeze by. And the Tommy newbies trying to just find one bullet to fly through, but the monster truck is just too fast for him.
Wow, somebody sound like she stepped on a piece of glass or something. It's like, oh yeah, Mr.
So
Joe,
close.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
so close, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Trying to divert, but it's okay. I still get it. But for Mr. Joe, he has to get this nade right because the rest of Crit VIP is coming through, and he got it. He got it right. Mr. Joe, ever dependable.
Mr. Joe is the star of our PMSL for me. I don't know about you, but I love Mr. Joe, man. He's unique by his own self. The way he thinks is sometimes out of the box, and he got himself some awkward angle, but we praise him too much. It's gonna be Bill versus Mr. Joe.
Well, I definitely love his IGN, whatever it is. My favorite IGN of the season. And Bill, of course, a very important player for Crit VIP. For me, we did talk about this. Bill definitely is a mainstay name for Crit VIP. Whatever happens next season, hopefully he will still be with Crit VIP because he has definitely shown a good individual performance with them. And I guess if there is a plan of rebuilding the team for next season, is to try to work on building around Bill because although it's like his first season, but it feels like he has been here for a while.
Yeah, he showcased his capability for the entire crew of Crit VIP. Plus, I really want to see for once Bill to be paired up with Putra. I feel like they can go far with that, but hopefully both will stay with Crit VIP because we have no clue what's going to happen next season because off-season there's going to be major transfers, by the way. But when it comes to the throws used, FaZe Clan actually scored the most out of the four.
FaZe Clan followed by Xavier. Then we have YOODO Alliance and Vampire Esports. Interesting enough, none of the Indonesian teams are actually on this list. So I guess, I don't know. I'm just putting on an assumption. Maybe they're just like, who cares about throwables, right? We use guns, you know. We'll just stay objective to get eliminations.
We're rifle people, guys. We're rifle and sprayers. We don't really... Oh, that sounds wrong. But yeah, I think Vampire is possibly because of Tony K. He always dropped himself a big nade every single time. But we do have some problems. Or maybe actually not so much problem for Crit VIP, but the problem will be towards the side of NKT. We just mentioned NKT prior to this map as well. Now, NKT very... When it comes to their performance, they're so volatile. They're fluctuating... Like dropping, sometimes they drop too much, sometimes they're just not dropping at all.
Yeah, true enough. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not so great, sometimes a little bit of luck. Yes, I still remember that chicken dinner in Sandhawk against Alter Ego. That was definitely luck there. So they have a mix of everything. Now, mix of everything does not necessarily mean consistency. So with 46 points, potentially end this round with maybe around 50 or probably lesser than that, then it's more of them looking forward to the last chance qualifiers. But if you start 46 points at the last chance qualifiers, you're actually not too bad.
Yeah, pretty okay. I think as long as they kind of half from the safety points that we talked about, 85 points. If you got half around there, it's gonna be enough for you to start off pretty okay and pretty good start for the last chance stage. But also we have to wait and see by the end of tomorrow what will be the maximum amount of last chance stage points for their start as well, because that's going to be the difference between them and also the middle pack later on. But we do have the rotation come up from these ages. Another team that kind of cool when it comes today, the Xaviers, not being too critical against them, but 17 points across 6 maps. This seems unusual for the Xaviers.
Yeah, and if I were to see this score, like, okay, after 3 games, I'll probably be like, yeah, maybe in the second half, that'll be cool. But true enough, we already, like, in our last game, but 17 points out of 6 games. Yeah, this is definitely not the Xavier that we know of. But they still have tomorrow to play, right? And if you remember, like in week 1, it took them like the second day. Like first day wasn't like so great, but the second day was overly great that they pushed down Vampire Esports. So if they can come up amazing tomorrow, then maybe we will see the Xavier like what we know of.
True. They can perform when they be cornered to the point where they have to bite back. That's the Xavier's usually the case here. Hopefully that won't be the case for the Xaviers when it comes to the final week, because there's going to be a lot of energy. We do know the point of the players right now. They are at their breaking point. It's so exhausting to play 3 weeks straight with 24/7 discussing about their analysis of the game and their strategy. So these players are exhausted by now. They need something to push them forward just a tiny bit more.
So just a tiny bit more, because we're almost at the finishing line. Well, for some of these teams, yeah, the finishing line is going to be this weekend. For some others, the finishing line is going to be next weekend, and then it's going to be like, whew, okay, we're pretty much done. I'm sure these players, to a certain extent, they can't wait for it to be over, because it's been a long journey for them. Many games to be played every day in such a high level. But let's see here, circle. No high, but it's more of like a low circle, aka like a southern side circle. So Chumacera is still pretty much in there. But I'll be interested to see what happens from the north in, where a lot of teams are hard traveling into the circle. This will be the part where we see a lot of fights.
Yep, we're already witnessing a fight here, almost being knocked down, but YOODO Alliance reposition themselves since another team seems to be close by. I think that's going to be either FaZe or Boom, based on the color scheme on top of the minimap. YOODO Alliance repositioning as soon as they see the teams approaching with intention of going for the engagement. They know they can feel the aggression coming up from Boom.
Yeah, Boom Esports now finding the spots somewhere within the circle. Oh, NKT, okay, in action against Rocky from VOIN. Donkeys, the god, will secure that point. So NKT got 1. 47 points now for NKT. But Boom Esports, here we go against the Giants, Vampire Esports.
Let's Captain Howard trapped in the line of sight, but he managed to flee by. Devastated, quite ambitious still. Coming up from the side of Boom, they want to challenge every team that seems to be appearing across air. But Vampire is also, they cannot pick on Boom, so they pick somebody else.
Oh, yeah, like, pick on somebody your own size, people. I noticed like the elimination feed ran as well. For TODAK, lost 1 player. But I think, yeah, as much as TODAK was explosive today, so far it's a good day overall for them. At least TODAK still have tomorrow to play. It will be interesting to see TODAK sliding directly into Super Sunday. And if TODAK does that, okay, if TODAK does that, means we will surely see a team that has touched Super Sunday before not see the Super Sunday.
That's true. Somebody will be pushed down, and plus it will be interesting to tally up the grand final scores later on, because there will be somebody very close of getting the grand final slot, but being pushed down. It depends on how they can perform if they get into the Super Sunday for TODAK, by the way.
Yeah, so yeah, it gives an interesting plot twist or potential drama here on the final Super Sunday. Yep, so that could potentially be one, but hopefully TODAK doesn't like the Crit VIP doesn't happen to TODAK. You know, like day 1 great for Crit VIP, and then day 2 not so, and then have to play the last chances to be pushed out by Sem9. That's a very heartbreaking story. Yeah, I genuinely do want to see like new teams, like what you said, just to bring them to the Super Sunday, just to add more spice to our drama.
Yep, all spice and all nice, but not so nice for the teams that are in the blue zone, and the circle right on top of Chumacera. We talked about it before. We've seen this kind of circles before, and high chance that we won't have those elevation, the mountains as the last few circles. It's safe to take all the compounds away, which TALON, VOIN, and TODAK already placed himself in the center down there. But Roy, come on, you can do this. You cannot afford to go down. Despite, yes, it's going to be tough for them for their next day, but at least starting off a bit stronger tomorrow with double digit by end of this map.
Ooh, the Xavier saw Crit VIP trying to climb up, but because Nate is alone, so I guess he's going to let this one go. He's going to go back to his teammates since, yeah, he is alone the last we saw it. And also they're probably busy with other teams too. We'll get to see the map later on, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, Vampire Esports without Tony K. Will this kind of slow down their pursuit? But yeah, honestly, Vampire Esports also in the same position as Alter Ego. Whatever they do, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Pretty sure they're comfortable on the Super Sunday anyway.
True. Vampires, well, there's too much expectations for Vampires. The moment they drop just one map, there's going to be harsh criticism coming up from the audience side. But they're actually quite okay, still in the top 5. But here comes Alter Ego Boychill facing Shrubs, and he's responding it way too fast for Shrubs to handle. Oh my god!
Oh, Boychill. Oh, on the lower ground, and that's going to be the advantage of Stone up against Boychill. Now it's all about picking up shots. Oh, Stone. Shot at from afar. Big careful there with Look healing up. But look at the damage from the blue. And also for the shot from Alba. Vampires will be kept out in the blue.
Vampires and Alter Ego taking the blue zone fight. These two teams really just fighting for number 1 spot. But there's nowhere for Vampires to take down Alter Ego at this point. But Roy, it seems to be interesting fight over that side, where the teams that really matters when it comes to today seems to be engaging in a lot of crossfire. Roy, RQ, and there's also probably another team down there somewhere.
Looks like Balak didn't make it. Got taken up by the blue. And for Outer Ego now, gatekeeping Vampire Esports. Where's Vampire Esports gonna go? Okay, on the other side there is a Boom Esports as well. Wow, 3 heavyweights in the same area.
Alva taking the blue zone. The MVP for Alter Ego in the last round. Giving some pressure to a side of Vampires from afar, but well, they can just gatekeep Vampires all they can, but they do have the space and time. Nobody else is there except for Vampires and Alter Ego, unless FaZe, like, hey, we want to be part of it. And boom, all the big teams coming up from the northern side and northeast side. But the circle just can drop itself in the center of Jumatera. VOIN, Donkey, TODAK, TALON got the center, they got the compound. But XERXIA and Roy might actually have a bit of a clash depending on Le Mair's position.
Oh, interesting. TODAK still got the circle. Alright. But Vampire, 2 blown up vehicles, so now they only have 1 Mirado. Gotta pray hard that their Mirado doesn't blow up, because if not, it's gonna be a buy one free one for whoever gets it. Now Le Mair alone here against XERXIA. We'll start off with the first nade, the cross, got the second nade, but now his teammates have arrived, so a little bit of backup from Le Mair. But they're on the other side of the building. Le Mair, 1 nade on him by Lobby X. He will not miss the target.
Just a tiny bit later for Le Mair just to take this compound away, but XERXIA happened to be rotating at the same time. Now it's down to No Mercy whether he wants to give the mercy or not. He can actually steal away from the third party, but it seems like they can't go get the third party in easily because VOIN Donkey responded to their positions there. RRQ definitely tried to steal away a couple of shots from above, but Megamind, we do have these Avis coming in at the same time from the back line of RRQ.
Well, here we go. Le Mair taken out by Megamind. Well, if there's any good news for Roy is that they already got at least 10 points. So, welcome to the double digit at least. But of course, for Roy, they need a lot more than that. Now, on the other side, Boom Esports against Team Secret. With Team Secret on the inner side of the circle, let's see how will they fend off against Boom.
Yummy May slides down in a fashion just now. While Tron giving the pressure to a side of Boom, denying their bridge into this mountains, or very uneven terrain it is. YOODO Alliance taking on Creep VIP, while Pombit, a lot of overtoss due to the terrain itself, thanks to this uneven geography and grounds, making it so difficult for the players to land their nades. Quite a different angle, quite a unique place to toss around the nades there, but Frenzy going off angle, he's trying to just breach in from the sides.
Yeah, Frenzy's move could be crucial for Boom Esports to win the fight against Team Secret. Team Secret, they need to be aware of the potential backstab of Boom Esports. Frenzy has arrived. Here we go. Frenzy comes in. Yummy May knocks down Trunks in. And Boom Esports. What a great move here by Frenzy. Another knockdown from the side of Team Secret. Much more opening for Boom Esports. Now with only Soas left. And he is all the way down on the lower ground. He's not going to be having any part of that. But wait a second. A third party's coming.
Oh, it's going to be, I think, XERXIA, probably. But Team Secret got finished up. But never mind. It's YOODO Alliance. YOODO Alliance coming in with a big nade. But they managed to reset on Boom. Back as a 4. And so as we can see, he abandoning the ship, but so as will have some tough time to survive by himself. But YOODO Alliance slowly taken out limb by limb. But seems to me, Boom's reflex and their response is quite fast. And they're just taking the fight into the hands of YOODO Alliance. They lost one man early on, with Raze is still on the ground bleeding out.
Well, GK got taken out by the zone, and that is it for GK. But now, Boom Esports caught in the blue as well. The YOODO Alliance still in front. That Bonbit gets knocked down, and looks like YOODO Alliance. Now they are winning this fight with only Frenzy left. 50% of health, and the circle move further away from both YOODO Alliance and Boom.
I feel like Vampire so was still shooting from afar. Oh man. What a sore loser. But yeah, he still can take away all the points from that distance. But I do notice that Vampire seems to be interested in taking a fight against YOODO Alliance despite their winning over against Boom just now. So I don't know how will they rotate into the circle, because it will be overextending themselves outside of the circle if they want to take a fight against YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance already taking up the blue for a bit. FaZe Clan on the other hand trying to hike up against Alter Ego, but there's also TODAK and FaZe Clan sharing around the same corner, and we have VOIN on the other side too.
And now the zone will start to close. Last we saw Boom Esports. Okay, they got eliminated by YOODO Alliance. They were on the outside of the circle, so they have to come in. On the north side, we have at least 4 teams that we can see here on our minimap, including Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan. But as long as they can hold their ground, well, we just look forward to stage 6.
Quite a pressure by Venturis. Got only one tree to cover himself for the longest time. Vampires down to 2 players, challenging Venturis to take a seat while they try to shoot from afar. We do have YOODO Alliance on top. The Shrub's giving. Oh, Jimmy, he didn't know. That was a clear free shot for Stone.
Just as when Jimmy OP arrived into the circle, got taken out by Stone from afar. And now FaZe Clan. Looks like they want something out of this as well. But Stone needs to defend his ground against Adeluke. Oh!
Yep. Adeluke, that peekaboo I see you moment definitely plays a big part for the side of Adeluke. Finish off the entirety of Vampires, putting a hole for their advancement towards taking the #1 seed. But YOODO 2, I don't know who is the real enemy for YOODO 2 right now.
Kids Molly, Burnt Alfredo, Jumper, and Ade Boy. 3 of them.
I think he got issues with his teammate. You want a piece of me, like. That's why I'm asking, who's the real enemy for that side?
I mean, this is an imposter here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so confused. Like, if it's only 1 Molly down, that's fine. But 3 Molly down by Kids Molly? Are you kidding me?
Sus. Definitely sus. But RQ and NKT sharing the same compound. Well, we're looking at this 2 teams fighting against each other. This is going to be the 3rd party coming in. It's going to be the Xaviers. Definitely.
And it's nope. Okay, I know everyone's hot. I get it. Snape's hot as well, but not like that. But YOODO 2, man, I wish we have the replay of what happened. I really want to know, how did Kids Molly took out 3 of them?
I wish at least we get a replay or highlight later on when it comes to that perspective, because I want to see as well who they're fighting against when that happened. And what's with the suspicious move coming from YOODO 2. But next we're heading into the circle, which is going to be right on top of VOIN, Donkey, Axel trying to open up the flank. But the Xavier's now taking the fight towards RQ. But it's just a bit too late because RQ got himself the buggies. But FaZe Clan, YOODO Alliance, what a big nade by Adeluke.
Wow, what a bounce there on that nade. Adeluke comes in, move off the side of FaZe Clan right in front of him. Make that 3. One there, darling. Oh, he's super duper low right now. No space for him to heal up, but he will still try. And FaZe Clan will take advantage of it by Onz's knocking Adeluke. Expected result from that angle.
Yep, and Jimmy's probably going to share the same boat here with 1 HP left. Whoa, here comes Red Face, and Red Face easily just finished that whatnot off. For YOODO Alliance, they still scored themselves quite a number of eliminations down there. 7 eliminations, but no placement points for them. But these Xaviers, they going out cold for Snape. A splat just to secure those eliminations, you know.
And just to rub it in, it's through a monster truck. Like, that's the ultimate splat there. But look at the elimination phase running wild as well. Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, in fight with each other. That's probably happening somewhere up north. I believe that was the last time we saw them in their position. Onsen's knocked out by Red Face or taken out by Red Face, and that's going to be 5 eliminations for TALON. Same time, Roy will lose Noah in the process to the hands of XERXIA.
Don't do it, No Mercy. They don't know where you're at. Don't toss anything. Just hold it. Just hold it. They don't know about you. You still can play for placement, but they are closing in. And No Mercy's like, oh my god. Oh, here comes Lambo. He definitely been discovered by the rest of these Avians. They already prepped the nade. Nade already cooked the nade. And No Mercy will try to fight this by himself.
Yo! Okay, that's number 1. Okay, No Mercy. Oh! Beautiful follow-up, not gonna lie. But anyway, No Mercy still scored at least 1 point to make sure that IQOO does not score a 0 this time.
True, but TALON, Red Face versus D-Xavier. D-Xavier is going rampage for this one. They're crazy for elimination. You can see how thirsty they are for blood, but Persian just push himself towards the hands of TALON. 1v3 in that case, being surrounded as well. Red Face and TALON seems to be keep giving the pressure to the side of these Xaviers. We see Shadows on the other end, but hello, Mormon.
Oh, hello, Mormon. All alone on the edge of the circle. IQOO is staying as quiet as possible. Okay, in front of him is going to be Misery. Okay, this is where he will just hold, he'll stay quiet, he'll pray that Misery doesn't see him.
It's all about a quiet game now. Valak is in the same position as well. Oh man. Playing at the edge down there. Lynx on the other hand, we can see he's quite panicky. Look how calm Valak is. He's just gonna stay this quietly while waiting and try to look over his surrounding to make sure that he's by himself. Slowly just try to have a peek. What's happening up there? Definitely heard a couple of footsteps. It's gonna be Lynx. Valak, he tried to hide himself from XERXIA.
At least there's the advantage of the TPP. You'll be able to look over your shoulder at least. But now, as much as he can see, he still needs to move because Circle went to the center. And right now, oh no. Position compromise. Alva knows that Valak is there.
Oh, it's Alva. By the way, Cleon is there as well. Maybe Cleon can be the bait for Valak. Just for the sake of extending the life of one. But Lynx was in clear view for Alva. With an AUG in hand, prepared to just open fire. But Cleon... Well, it's time to make or break it time for Cleon. Just chug in those energy drinks and just have it a go. Oh, never mind. Back to hiding.
Good. Really taking the time, But you know what would be interesting? Valak from behind to surprise TODAK. They would definitely break their hearts. But now zone time. Okay, anyhow, Valak, TODAK must move. And yeah, they cannot stay at their current spot the last we saw them. Same goes for XERXIA on the outside circle. And this is a fight that they must take against VOIN.
TALON already engaged with the D-Xavier. XERXIA definitely interested. It's going to be Mormon to make a call down there. I don't know what happened to Mormon still. But the Xaviers and XERXIA make a mind 3v2, I assume, because the VOIN... No, it's 3v3. They have an off-angle play, which is going to be Zeta. This is going to be the pivotal play that changed the fate of VOIN Donkey if XERXIA have no clue about his whereabouts.
Oh, here we go. Movement into the circle by XERXIA. Where will they go? Will they avoid the fight from VOIN? It looks like they're going up north. And that's where a lot of teams are at. When they want to avoid one team, they bump into a lot of other teams on the north side of the circle. Here we go. Elimination fee.
The Xavier is down to one player. A lot of solo players just now don't know what happened to Valak, but it feels like he's being eliminated. Alter Ego next. Now Alter Ego Alva trying to save Hans for you. Cover themselves just temporarily with the smoke, but we do not as he wants to spray. But here comes the vehicle. A bit of reversing, and yep, never mind. Just reparking himself. That's it. He's like, oh, he knows Alter Ego knocked down, but he heard the footsteps of TALON. Now coming in with a full squad of TALON here.
Oh, probably saw the nades flying towards him as well. But these Xaviers are number 3 elimination points. Z blows up the vehicle right in front of him. Now it's a barricade. As for the other members of Alter Ego, one nade onto Hans for you, and Alva took a little bit of help out of their overall HP. But now they're on the outside of the circle still. Lynx knocked down. Lobby X knocked down as well. TODAK looks like they managed to get 3 elimination points this round. And number 5.
For Alter Ego being surrounded heavily by Talon and XERXIA, but lucky enough, Talon actually focused on XERXIA 100% of that. But VOIN, this is going to be the go time for him to save his teammate with no helmet on. Maxes have to be extra careful when it comes to speaking out. But Alter Ego couldn't last long enough. They are on the center of XERXIA and Talon. It's going to be 2v2v4. While high chance it's going to be Talon's chicken here.
Wow, looking good so far for Talon. But XERXIA fighting back. Z knocked down. Lobby is super duper low. Finding his space to heal up, but no time for the heal up. Immediately knocked up by Maxis for Void Donkey from behind. And XERXIA, last man standing, is going to be Megamind heading towards Talon. And XERXIA still on the outside circle. Talon is the closest to him at this moment. But the moment he shows himself, Talon, they have the numbers against him. But VOIN will be happy with Megamind's distraction that happened.
VOIN desperately needed this chicken dinner. They got themselves still 3 players left. But Megamind will be the nuisance for both teams. But Talon spot him out first. Megamind have to deal with 2 teams at the same time. They're closing in the distance. They're quantitative now. Megamind still fought back. He tried to fight as much as he can, but it's not strong enough. YOODO finish off. It's going to be 3v4. VOIN Donkey. They need this chicken more than Talon at this point.
And here we go. Like what you said, VOIN Donkeys needs it more than Talon. So they are highly motivated at this point. Misery knockdown, managed to even up the odds. VOIN Donkeys, 5 eliminations. Now we can see the spread here by VOIN Donkeys with Zeta. Nice off angle to surprise Talon.
FaZe and YOODO try to decide which way to go in, to enter it in, but they need to find the flanker first. One particular off angle that they can actually make a change for the side of VOIN Donkey will make the chicken death by the end of the day. Zeta opens fire, they know exactly where he's at. Razak going in for front line. The support, the cover fire is not there. He's riding his vehicles up to Talon's side. But Axel drop a nade, dropping Razak on his knees. Axel, can they go for the rush here for the side of Talon?
Oh, could this be come back here by Talon? At the same time, they are rushing in. YOODO will lead the charge. Now right down him. Oh, YOODO lost the fight against Zeta, but Zeta 3-0 but XL will need to follow up. And XL will get it. One more to go from the side of VOIN Donkeys. Getting ball from Quentin 1v2 is going to be Maxis. Maxis gets 1. One more to go for Maxis. Maxis gets XL. Maxis, 50% health. XL rushing in. XL, that's the higher ground advantage. And it's going to be Talon still to score the final chicken dinner for today. It's 9. VOIN Donkeys.
VOIN Donkey, they need the push for their overall rankings, and they definitely need to push themselves for Super Sunday. They needed this Super Sunday more than Talon, but Talon, well, they are one of the top teams here. They definitely won't give it freely without a fight. So Talon still scores themselves the chicken dinner, but when it comes to the points, nobody can touch Alter Ego up there. We do know they are still the undisputable #1 teams when it comes to week number 3, but the teams at the very bottom, how will they starting off their day tomorrow, and will they get into Super Sunday or not?
Well, for Talon, very, very healthy for them to be in Super Sunday directly with 15 points collected this time by them, and that's going to be with the chicken dinner 25 points. So yeah, I think roughly Talon would have done enough for them to be in the Super Sunday. So they can also plan their trip to probably shop for new elephant pants with different colors.
Well, they're definitely going to love the pants, of course. It's going to be the main factor why they can get themselves the Super Sunday. But Talon, VOIN Donkey, XERXIA and Alter Ego, it is going to be back towards the domination of the Indonesian teams. But surprisingly, Boom, despite it's going to be their favorite map, they're nowhere to be found in the top 4.
Yes, that's one. And also for VOIN Donkeys, decent performance by them, and they actually played with a full squad time of about 8 minutes 50 seconds only, but still managed to make it through to the second place. But here we go, best moments by none other than Talon.
Well, the YOODO 2 incident is still a mystery to us. I was disappointed in the catch in the highlight just now, but regardless of that, TALON 15 points eliminations.
Yeah, 25 points collected by TALON, and this round only 2 teams scored a double digit, including VOIN Donkeys, who's desperate for points as well. 11 points collected by them. Other than that, well, Alter Ego, they just continue to extend their record, and there's no other team that'll be able to catch up to Alter Ego's record by now. So yeah, it came in week 3. As for page number 2, at least everyone got points, but YOODO 2, yeah, that's still the mystery that I really want to find out.
I'm gonna give a clap for Roy for breaking their numbers into double digit by end of this round. Congratulations, one step at a time for Roy, but still, I feel like just now Alter Ego, they don't even put any effort in that game. I feel like they're just having fun, by the way.
Yeah, to a certain extent, it doesn't matter for them anymore. They're definitely through. But let's just check out the numbers here. TALON, yeah, triple digit, 102 points, yeah, for sure. Vampire Esports, 96 for sure. RRQ, 74. I don't know. I kind of got a hunch that RRQ might just make it through like directly.
Possibly, there's a high chance based on the overall teams that actually gain themselves points right now. It's not as much as last week, but there's still going to be a shaky spot there. If they don't have more than 85, it's not that safe still. It depends on tomorrow's performance, because we will have BTR tomorrow, we will have PA, we will have the Infinity as well. Now, don't forget about MORPH. They definitely can push themselves up there. We do know when they perform big. 7-9 as well. We don't have these teams today. Now, the only team that I will have to say they're not going to get into Super Sunday is going to be GEEK Fam and Roy. Right now, it's 100%. But whether it's 100% or not, we're going to hear the interview first from our stage host, Miss Bo. Take it away.
Hi everyone, now I'm here with TODAK. Iftar! Say hi to your fans.
Hello.
Hello.
Cup.
Okay, your team performance is quite as consistent today with 2 winner chicken dinners. Is it because of circle luck, or has your team found the strategy?
Okay, untuk pasukan TODAK hari ini bermain dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Berjaya mendapatkan dua kali winner chicken dinner. Adakah disebabkan faktor korang luck dapat circle ataupun korang dah jumpa cara bermain?
Bagi saya, kita orang hari ni main dengan santai lah. Lebih fikir untuk objektif. Sebelum ni kita orang banyak buat mistake yang agak-agak yang kecil-kecil tapi boleh bawa teruk kat tim kita orang. So kita orang nak belajar dari mistake. So kita orang buat akan lebih baik lah.
Okay, as for us for this first day, for this day we play a bit chill today. We are not focused on like killing points or whatnot. We just focus on objective. And then we already learned a few things for the past 2 weeks. We already fixed that mistake and slowly try to improve for the next game. And I hope we can perform better in future.
Oh, so new strategy, improve your skill, and a lot of things you do. Okay, your team still have a high chance of advancing directly to Super Sunday tomorrow. What will your team study to maintain your performance tomorrow?
Okay, korang ada lagi chances yang besar lah untuk layak ke Super Sunday. Apa yang korang belajar, apa yang korang akan belajar untuk korang improve lagi pada hari esok?
Kita orang akan lebih synchronize, akan lebih disiplin. So, kita akan lebih fokus ke chicken lah. Tak fokus ke mistake-mistake yang boleh membawa kita orang teruk.
I think we just gonna focus on fundamental stuff, which is our synergy, our synchronizing between the teammates, and then we need to be more disciplined to get the winner chicken dinner in order to qualify to Super Sunday.
Okay, more winner chicken dinners. 2 not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough, okay. So hope you guys get that. There is a high chance for your team to proceed to grand final, and you will meet Wild Heruk that. Any word to him?
Okay, untuk TODAK masih lagi ada chance lah untuk masuk ke grand final. Ini bukan pengakhiran untuk TODAK. Dan kalau masuk ke grand final, Iftar sendiri akan berjumpa dengan adik Luke. Ada sedikit kata-kata untuk adik Luke tak?
Good luck, have fun.
To adik Luke, good luck, have fun.
Okay, how about for other team?
Untuk tim-tim lain,
Good luck, have fun.
good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck, have fun. How about you?
Happy.
Okay, happy if you go to grand final. Thank you for the interview, and everyone, thank you for today, and see you tomorrow for more action. Now it's time to casters.
You know, if Hygen has a twin, it will be Kuku TV. If they have a brother, it will be Iftar. Bam!
He hit the spot, man.
So, for the benefit of viewers, Hygen is our producer, and they all look alike. Okay, you can line them all up. Like, I can't tell who is who by then.
And if you guys don't know, Gugu TV is also one of the English casters. Sometimes he just you jump in and out from the Philippine caster channel and also the English cast. But if we actually get to put up their photos, it's going to be exactly the same. Honestly, there's going to be twin brother for Hygen and also Gugu TV. But we do have the cousin or the brother, which is going to be Iftar. But speaking of coming up from TODAK's side, they definitely had some improvement working on towards the end. But the question is, did all the teams that didn't make through the Super Sunday can go at least one Super Sunday?
Well, you already pointed out that Geek Fam and Roy, right? So I think that already, yeah, you kind of answered it already. But yeah, unless something explosive happens, not only tomorrow but also last chance qualifiers, that maybe. But I mean, if they were able to do it, then it will be one of the biggest comebacks that we have seen, at least to enter the Super Sunday.
I would love to see that happen. But yeah, we still, it's not done and dusted. It's not over yet for the team that didn't make it through the Super Sunday this week yet. We're talking about Group C here, just particularly Group C. But they still have last chance stage. But tomorrow we have Group A versus Group B. But it's going to be the end. It's going to be the wrap from both of us here, English channel for the PMSL SEA Summer Split 2024. It's going to be ciao from Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Keep waving.
Oh. We start waving or not? I think we can start waving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Keep waving. Keep waving. Keep waving. Keep waving. Keep waving.